Okay. Good morning, everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, you're welcome to the 4th Strategic Leaders Summit, the year 2022, here at the Sheraton Hotel, Kampala. Welcome our physical audience and our virtual audience. We welcome all of you. Thank you so much for putting time aside to be with us today. We have a very fruitful day today, and so you better buckle up and be set to be catapulted to the next level for the SMEs and the startups. Believe that today is the day that you're going to pick out the idea that you've been looking out for. Allow me right away to introduce you to the one lady that you'll be very happy to be with throughout the entire day. The lady who is very seasoned, a seasoned moderator, event host, broadcaster, communication and media relations specialist, and she also is a voiceover artist with a wealth of experience spanning over 10 years. You know, she's been doing this thing and she's really enjoying the whole journey of it. And she also is the co-creator and the co-host of the Motherhood TV and web show, which is called Bump Love. She's not just a co-host, or she's not just somebody who is just passionate about communication, but she's also passionate about humanity. And so she loves to see that the young ones are groomed and nurtured well to come out and be responsible citizens for the country and the continent at large. Welcome to the Pearl of Africa. Welcome to the continent, our beloved continent. Thank you so much. I also would love to introduce us to the people that have made this possible. It is not just something that happens. This is the 4th, meaning that they have been consistently doing this, and they are seeing that there is a result, which is making them also, be focused and have these summits held every year, annually, every February, here at the Sheraton Hotel, Kampala. On behalf of Human Capital International, Shared Value Initiative Africa, Private Sector Foundation Uganda, in partnership with the Sheraton Hotel, Kampala, Rock Telecom, Nation Media Group, Capital Outdoor, NIBS, Capital FM, Rwandair, New Vision, Events Warehouse, Spec Taxi Cab, Agribusiness Development Center, East Africa Development Week, Enterprise Uganda. We welcome you, everyone. And here we go. I welcome our dear co-host, Rachel Mwine. Please, a round of applause for her.
And a round of applause for my lovely co-host. Thank you very much for that beautiful introduction. Welcome, everyone. Thank you for coming, for keeping time. You're all looking lovely and fresh. To our online audience, we thank you for joining us, and I'm going to be reading a couple of your messages. Some of you joined in earlier saying good morning. But before I do that, I'm going to be sharing the stage with Nelly Orichiriza. And Nelly is a team building trainer. She's a speaker, presenter, and MC. She is the Chief Creative Partner, Elevation Chapter. It's a team building company that promotes human connection and spreads positivity to recover humanity. She's been doing this as well over 10 years. She's passionate about human connection, and she does the advocacy on YouTube, which is partly what we're going to be talking about, advancing through digital platforms. So you can catch that on YouTube. The page is called Elevation Chapter, if you'd like to follow some of her work. So a round of applause for my co-host, and a round of applause for you all for coming. Thank you so much for keeping time. On to our online audience, we have, please do let us know where you're joining in from. We are broadcasting to 55 countries. Right? 55 countries, and would love to know which corner of Africa you are joining from. Message here from Nairobi, Kenya. Someone saying a big hello to everyone from Dr. Shroff Jamshed Nadir. He's a scientist and head corporate R&D center and strategy innovation and management specialist, all the way from Nairobi, Kenya. So to all our Kenyan participants, thank you so much for joining. We have another message from Johannesburg, South Africa. He's called Tieki Bernard. Thank you as well for joining. Jonathan Kakembo, Business Development Manager at Brandcare Limited, right here in Uganda. We are happy to have you here. Kaduyu Abdallah as well from Uganda. You say you'd like to connect with entrepreneurs from this workshop for ideas exchange, and you're going to have the opportunity to do that alongside panel discussions, engagement, interactions to take us to the next level, like Nelly has said. So thank you all for coming. All right, let's get on with our program. Our time is fast spent. Allow me and do join me in introducing our first speaker. He's going to pray and commit this event into God's hands and also make a few opening remarks. Without further ado, please join me in welcoming Mr. Godfrey Ivudria, I beg your pardon. He's the Managing Director, East Africa Business Week Digital. Give him a round of applause as he comes.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to invite us to stand for a word of prayer, please. I'd like to also welcome our online audience for a word of prayer. Shall we pray? Heavenly Father, we thank you for Africa. We thank you for a beautiful continent endowed with human resources, mineral resources, arable lands, fresh waters, unique wildlife, tropical forests. As we gather this morning, we seek for wisdom, insight, direction on the future of the prosperity of this great continent. We ask for your blessing over the summit. We pray over every presenter and every discussion. We thank you for Human Capital International and ask for a special blessing over them. We thank you because our lives shall change forever through this summit. We pray all this in the matchless name of our Lord Jesus. Amen. You may be seated. My name is Godfrey Ivudria, the Managing Director of East African Business Week, EABW News. Reliable business news in Africa is often scarce and unhelpful. EABW News offers business leaders credible and unbiased content that they can trust to make the critical decisions that move their businesses forward. This is the sole reason we continue to pride ourselves in being associated with the Strategic Leaders Summit since 2019. For any business that has an African market perspective, this summit continues to give direction on where to harness investment opportunities offered by this great continent. At EABW News, we know that as a business owner, you need to be a decisive thinker. But to do that, you need real facts and figures at your fingertips, a news source that is consistent, credible, and actionable. A major problem is that the African business environment is characterized by scanty information, which means clouds of uncertainty and frustration. We believe that you shouldn't have to guess when it comes to making investment decisions. This is why we extensively fact-checked all our content. On top of that, we have over 17 years experience working with various government institutions, corporations, SMEs across Africa. We'd like to congratulate Human Capital International upon pulling off the 4th Leaders Summit against all odds posed by the COVID-19 pandemic, among other challenges. Thank you and enjoy the summit.
Thank you very much, Godfrey Ivudria, for handing us over to the higher power and setting the tone for us and welcoming us yet to this, our 4th Strategic Leaders Summit. because of the day being really packed and packed with so much that we really yearn for and hunger for, allow me at this moment, I know we are wondering, why are we here? Why are we gathering here? Why are we logging on online? We are going to hear all this, the purpose of our gathering, from the country manager of Human Capital International, the brain that has been behind all these events, Ms. Shenina Ahebwa, to the podium to tell us exactly why are we here, what's the purpose of our gathering, and why are we continuously doing these events? Are they really having an impact where we're at as Africans or as East Africa or as a nation? Let us hear from Shenina Ahebwa. Please, a round of applause for Shenina Ahebwa, the country manager of Human Capital International.
Thank you very much, Nelly. Ladies and gentlemen, you're most welcome to the 4th Strategic Leaders Summit. I'm sure many of you are very familiar with the scripture, "You cannot light a candle and cover it." Our expertise as a company lies in helping entrepreneurs either to start and grow their businesses or equipping employees with the required skill sets to survive in the 21st century job market. It's on that note that we gather here once again for the 4th consecutive year, and thank you to everyone who has been with us on this journey, to deliberate on issues that are necessary to transform our businesses as entrepreneurs and skill sets as employees. With us today, we have experts from different fields who are going to guide us on this journey. Today's theme is Africa's startups and SMEs post-African Continental Free Trade Area, also known as AfTA. Rethink, retool, innovate, digitalize, and transform. A series of thought leadership and insightful focused panel discussions with industry experts, practitioners, and policymakers. Summit 2022 will be addressing strategic and critical startups and SMEs thematic areas. These are the panel discussion on hospitality and creative arts industry. This will focus on resolving Africa's massive youth unemployment at the hospitality and the creative arts sector, the missing link. SMEs and startups funding. This will focus on financing startups and SMEs. Is cash still available? What can the fintech, the telecoms, and the financial institutions do to address the startups and SMEs funding crisis? The third panel discussion is on systems change and prosperity for all. Can systems change build prosperity for all? This is what we're going to be talking about. The fourth will be skills and mindset. Doing business in 2022 and beyond, we all know the new normal. And lastly, agribusiness and sustainable economic solution. How can Africa capitalize on its agribusiness sector as a sustainable human and economic solution? This is what we're going to discuss on. Ladies and gentlemen, since we started holding the summit, over 6,000 SMEs and employees have been able to meet, share notes, and get to improve their operations. These discussions are to enable us as Africans to meet the goals set by the UN's 2030 Sustainable Development Agenda, more specifically, the Agenda 2063, the Africa we want. We are so mindful that this summit comes when the African Continental Free Trade Area, Africa's trade treaty, is being implemented. We ask all partners, both the private sector, the government, to ensure the successful implementation of the African Continental Free Trade Area. It's a game changer. We all need to be a part of it. At this juncture, please allow me, we can't do this. For all these years, we cannot do it by ourselves. So a big thank you to our partners, Shared Value Africa Initiative, the Private Sector Foundation, New Vision, Capital FM, Events Warehouse, Enterprise Uganda, Noble International Business School in Ghana, Spare Taxi, Agribusiness Development Center, Sheraton Kampala Hotel for hosting us all these 4 years, East African Business Week Digital, Capital Outdoor, Rwandair, Nation Media, and Rock Telecom. Who are we to have you on board? And thank you for believing in us and walking this journey with us. Thank you very much, and may God bless you. Other services that HCI, Human Capital International, offers: mentorship and coaching, strategy, leadership, customer service, and training. I would love to interest you all to take active interest in this. You can check this out on our social media pages, on our website, and you'll get amazing, amazing. Today is not for long speeches, so I won't take much of your time. Allow me to hand you over to our distinguished MCs to kickstart the program. We have a lot on the menu. Thank you very much, and have a lovely day. Thank you.
Thank you very much, the Country Manager, Human Capital International, Ms. Shenina Ahewa. Thank you so much for letting us know why we are here and the bigger vision of Human Capital International together with the partners. There's something that is really interesting me about the partners that are being mentioned, and we're going to be listening to some of them, if not all of them anyway, by the end of the day. There are people that get to live in your vision as an SME, as a startup, as a new vision holder, and they plug into your vision and run with it, and even believing in it more than you could also believe in it. We would love to thank you so much. And at this moment, I am going to introduce to us one of our very own partners and people that have really journeyed with us from 2019 and journeyed with a vision, the Country Manager, Rwandair. He's been serving in the aviation industry, and is a very enthusiastic man who has grown through the ranks to the position of Country Manager. He has worked in Zambia, in Tanzania, in India, and Uganda, where he was overseeing all aspects of Rwandair operations, including administration, including sales, marketing, revenue management, performance, and customer service. And he has brought also the belief, together with his team at Rwandair, to believe in the summits that usually happen annually in the month of February. Welcome me, or together let us welcome Mr. Ivan Mugisha, the Country Manager of Rwandair. Please.
Thank you. Thank you, Nelly. Dr. Emmanuel, thank you. You, along with the Human Capital International team. And a very good morning to our keynote speakers, co-sponsors, and participants in this 4th Strategic Leaders Summit. My name is Ivan Mugisha, and I'm the Country Manager at Rwandair, just like Nelly just said. And I would like, on behalf of Rwandair, I would like to stress that we are proud sponsors of Human Capital International initiatives for the last 4 years. Together with other co-sponsors, we have created a bond and a formidable partnership in ensuring the success of numerous workshops, conferences that have enlightened and shaped leaders of the world. We have all reasons to remain committed to our partnership, but most importantly for us is the drive and passion we see in Human Capital International to empower entrepreneurs in Africa. This resonates with our business interests as a fast-growing airline in Africa that strives to accelerate economic growth and prosperity by providing a gateway through our air linkage to the world. which easily boasts trade and cooperation among all countries we fly. To enhance this, we continue to increase our footprints on the globe by adding more destinations on our route network. And most recently, we added Doha in Qatar. We added Goma and Lubumbashi in Congo, but also entered into a commercial partnership with our brothers, Qatar Airways, to fly each other's passengers to any destination on both our route networks. And today, we proudly speak of being able to fly passengers to over 150 destinations worldwide through both our airports at Kigali International Airport and Hamad International Airport, as they enjoy one of the world's best services. Now, this means a lot. It means more travel options, convenience for our customers, and in this particular context, more business opportunities for entrepreneurs that seek to explore business leads beyond countries of their origin or current space of operation. We remain a catalyst in all our business pursuits, and it's a win-win for all of us in the long run. In a nutshell, we're always here to complement Human Capital International, its followers, those it continues to inspire, and it's all this is because it's a repeatable institution, it's a renowned brand, and we are proud to associate with. We pledge to continue collaborating all our efforts. We truly believe, just like Nelly said, in all its initiatives, and we'll continue to support in whatever way possible. We strongly believe that this summit will be as informative and of added value as those held in the past. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mujisha, for those remarks. We do appreciate them and the work that Rwanda is doing across the region. Just a quick couple of reminders. We have a hashtag. It's HLS 2022. We're talking about digitalization, and a lot of our discussions are going to center on that. And a lot of you are communicating on social media. So if there's anything that stands out from you, from the speakers and from the conversations that are going to be happening here, please feel free to tweet them or post them, whether in your LinkedIn, your Facebook, your Twitter, and you can use the hashtag HLS in capital letters. I beg your pardon, SLS 2022, Strategic Leadership Summit. So SLS 22 for the hashtag, so we can keep track of some of the things that you are sharing. I'm about to introduce our next speaker, who is going to be virtual. Another reminder for you, if you have any question, any comment, please do jot it down, because once he's done, I'll give you an opportunity to ask questions. So hopefully he can respond, also that we can discuss them here. So please do that as you listen. So join me in welcoming our next speaker, all the way from South Africa. She is called Tiki Barnard, and she's the CEO, Shared Value Africa Initiative, all the way from South Africa. So we'll turn our attention to the screens. Welcome, Tiki.
Good morning. Good morning. Thank you for the welcome. And what a privilege and honor to be with all of you today. My name is Tiki Barnard, and I'm the CEO and founder of the Shared Value Africa Initiative. A huge note of appreciation go out to Human Capital International for including the Shared Value Africa Initiative in this very important 4th Strategic Leadership Summit, focusing on our startups and SMEs. Dr. Emmanuel Daytumi and your team, your unwavering support and drive to provides a shining example of what can be done to support our young leaders. Firstly, Godfrey, I want to say thank you for that prayer. I so believe that God is with us on the Africa continent, and God is on our side, but God is waiting for all of us to bring our side to build prosperity for all in Africa. For those of you that are not familiar with the Shared Value Africa Initiative, we are an advocacy and training network organization and part of a global network that it was started more than 10 years ago by Professor Michael Porter and Mark Kramer from Harvard Business School. Michael and Mark's concept so beautifully define how every business should operate, no matter how large or how small. The shared value business management concept advocates that we need to create policies and practices that enhances the competitiveness of our business while simultaneously advancing the economic and social conditions within the communities in which we operate. It is first and foremost about profitability and our sustainability as businesses, but it is also about our social and environmental impact. The purpose of the Shared Value Africa initiative is to build Africa's most impactful business network. And that's why we're so thankful to be here today. I personally so strongly believe that Africa is where we are building the global future. And we have a responsibility to enable and empower every young leader, as they are the ones destined to take us into the future. For us, as the Shared Value Africa initiative, one of the most important aspects of our business is to build collaborative networks. Collaboration is key to Africa's future. And as we discuss the benefits of the AFCFTA that Janina mentioned, how it can change Africa, and it can be a game changer, but none of this will be successful if we do not work together. The time is now to stop talking and take action. Collaboration is key to Africa's future. Thanks again, Emmanuel and Human Capital International and all the partners. We value our partnership. And I thank you for all being here today and supporting the 4th Strategic Leadership Summit. On the subject of collaboration and unity in Africa that sometimes feel as we will never get there, please allow me to leave you with this one of my favorite quotes from Nelson Mandela. It always seems impossible till it's done. Thank you all, and thank you, Emmanuel and Human Capital International.
Recording stop. Recording in progress.
Can we give her a bigger hand clap? I feel like we're very cold. Maybe we need a cup of tea. And that might be coming very soon. But thank you so much for those words, Tiki, and just for highlighting the fact that collaboration is key. If we are to take Africa indeed to the next level, we need to work together. And I feel like digitalization or technology is enabling that to happen. But there's still a number of holes that need to be plugged. And some of the discussions here are going to address those holes. Let's hear from our next speaker. And our next speaker, I'm going to quickly introduce him. He is a lecturer, researcher, content developer, which is a big thing nowadays. He has been at the forefront of trends in the workplace, learning landscape, and served on government training boards, standard committees, and several industry bodies. From this, he acquired the skills to develop curricula and assessment tools and methodologies in several sectors. He has traveled widely overseas for many years to explore international trends in organizational and human resources practice. And I'm talking about the one and only Dr. Lawrence Lincoln. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Lawrence, founder and director, Training Fundamentals, South Africa. And he's going to be talking about resetting the learning and development strategy for Africa's SMEs and startups in the post-COVID era. A round of applause for Dr. Lawrence.
Thank you very much for the introduction. Before I start, I just want to graciously thank HCI and in particular Dr. Emmanuel. We only connected about 3 months ago, but it feels like 3 years, almost 20 years that we've started talking to each other. And so I am particularly happy to be here on his invitation and to present a topic which is called Resetting the Learning and Development Strategy for SMEs and Startups in the Post-COVID Era. So by its nature, the title indicates that it is quite contentious and controversial in respect of the virus, which is still ravaging many countries around the world. So this is a kind of a look into the future, hopefully the short future. I haven't prepared any slides because I feel that the presentation is short and I don't want to distract myself and anyone else with slides. This paper addresses, albeit briefly, the issues concerning SME, the business enterprises that have borne the brunt of COVID-19, SARS-CoV-2, policy measures taken by national governments in an attempt to respond to the health challenges to contain the spread of infections and reduce mortality rates. Throughout the African continent, and indeed in other developing economies elsewhere in the world, it has been recognized that small enterprises are one of the most successful generators of social and economic growth. As a definition, the term economic development here is defined as sets of factors that contribute to productive capacity using capital, land, labor, and technology. Clark, Radwan, and Sada. In this context, it is noted that in Africa, small business creation has become, with few exceptions, if any, an integral component of a nation's strategy for prosperity and social well-being. In the South African situation, about 68% of the population are employed in the SME sector, according to an AdCorp survey. This is reflected in many countries, not only in the African experience, but worldwide. In order to address definitional problems, the sector known as SME, small medium enterprises, is a catch-all term to describe businesses that are either new ventures and the various stages of their growth into a standalone, long-term, sustainable business. Variously, in some communities, there's a level of differentiation. There's also SMME, small, medium, and micro enterprises. As example, in Uganda, there is a category for this in which a micro enterprise is one that employs 4 people and an annual income of not less than 10 million shillings. A small enterprise employs between 5 to 49 employees, and a medium enterprise employs 50 to 100 employees with annual turnover not exceeding 13 million shillings. So these kind of definitions, categorization, will differ between countries on our continent. From the onset, the COVID-19 pandemic drastically reduced most organizations' day-to-day functions and practices that have been taken for granted in the past. The daily lives of billions of people on the planet had to make never-to-be-expected adjustments. In most countries, there were partial to full shutdowns of essential services, and only essential services were allowed to operate. Small businesses was compelled to shut down or adapt to other forms of providing services. It became clear that the SARS-CoV-2 epidemic spread throughout the global population groups, and the most effective strategy was rapid and continual social distancing and wearing of some form of mask or face coverings to minimize the rates of infections. SARS-CoV-2 was declared a pandemic by the World Health Organization in March 2020. Later, a number of vaccines came to the fore and they were added to the medical armory, but social distancing has remained for the present, with some modifications emerging recently. Most countries in Africa as elsewhere implemented rapid and strict physical distancing regulations to minimize the spread of the pandemic. Current evidence from the literature on the global and African impact of the virus is surprisingly extensive, but it appears that at this stage, very tentative in their conclusions. In order for this short study to succeed in its mission, it is essential to address definitional problems. The sector known as SME, small medium enterprises, is a catch-all term to describe any enterprise or business. Enterprise must be read as business enterprise for the provision of goods and services covering an extensive range of economic activities and disciplines. These can range from retail, IT sectors, education provisions, manufacturing, agriculture, consulting, and others, all of which ultimately have two common denominators. The one is generation of sales and profits, and the second is the struggle for a sustainable future as a business. These distinguishing features are common to all SME entities, from a single entrepreneur at the side of the road to a whiz-kid who has designed a world-changing app. The scope and focus of venture creation straddles large cities and towns, and in many African situations, they are based in rural communities as a means of poverty alleviation through basic employment creation. The term enterprise implies that by its very nature it is seen as innovative, with inherent risk attached to it, hence the name venture creation or new venture, etc. And its needs are very different from established businesses that are better resourced in terms of experience and a range of institutional knowledge and skills. However, SME enterprises of whatever kind and size are by definition businesses too. An SME may be occupationally bound. An example I give here is a tailor, whose chief focus is exclusively providing a tailoring service as a means to earn a living. And this person requires technical skills with a set of very basic business skills attached to it. A business implies an element of maturity in the entity's life cycle, in that it has progressed from the initial startup phase, in other words, new venture creation, to being regarded as an established business with far lower existential risk. When we come to learning and development, I've used this paper throughout as but an alternative seems to be training and development, in that case T&D. Both describe a structured process consisting of predetermined events that provide for activities to assist different types of business organizations to increase value and growth, to foster beneficial stakeholder relationships, develop markets, provide goods and services, and add value to a community. In other words, L&D is the formal and semi-formal provision of specialized learning and training services to the SME sector. Learning by its very nature implies a curriculum or curricula in order to provide meaningful structure and relevance to the varied segments of SMEs based on their need to succeed. According to Kulkarni, in a 2013 study, training is the, and here I open quote the quotation marks, to be the nerve that bears the necessity for the eloquent, an impeccable functioning of work, which assists in boosting the excellence of work, the lives of employees, as well as organizational development. In another study, Ungori and Zonzo in 2011 explain, and I quote, training and development of employees is crucial in organizations in this era of competition, especially in SMEs, due to the fact that organizations need to service, cultivate, and progress in their markets. Today, training is, and I close brackets there, today training is one of the most important factors in the business world, as training assists in the development of human resources. There is thus a direct and unarguable nexus between the practices of learning and development and organizational growth and success. It was stated earlier that for learning and development to meet its goals of organizational growth through educational initiatives, it needs to be appropriately structured to be able to meet policy objectives and deal with the complexities of learning provision. Learning and development initiatives vary from one SME to another, based on type of format and ownership. The knowledge, skills, and experience of new or emerging entrepreneurs varies greatly, from deep knowledge and extensive skills, for example, which will be found with former employees of an established business, to those who have ambitions but little experience in business operations. These two scenarios indicate a couple of SME learning challenges. A novice entrepreneur with little practical background in a new venture represents different opportunities that focus on the practicalities of day-to-day management and decision-making. The SME sector is immeasurably varied in its scope as it is, and the impact of COVID-19 will have caused disruption and uncertainty. But it also offers a time for reflection and reappraisal on new and more effective learning and development opportunities. There are 8 pertinent challenges I want to mention, and I will mention them and give a very brief explanation in the interests of time. A multiplicity of learning and development providers in a country may range from tertiary institutions, schools, a vast number of private providers, state institutions, and others, thereby causing confusion and sometimes bottlenecks in terms of delivery. Learning modes include classroom, distance learning, virtual and online, internships, apprenticeships, amongst others. For me, one of the important factors of education, and in particular learning and development, is that of learner performance measurements. These include formal or informal assessments, such as on the job by means of coaching and mentoring. However, in some cases, this is challenged by the use of outmoded assessment technologies and infrequent coaching and mentoring programs. Curriculum, I'll speak a bit more in detail about curriculum, as for me, this is the key to learning and development. Standards and measures of achievement, similar to the above, but yet includes professional and occupational standards that are a requirement to be able to operate an enterprise. This is important in terms of the SME sector and difficult to cope with, as standards and measurement of achievements imply a measure of maturity in the business. Policies are usually a complex issue, as official, local, and national policies can be contradictory, confusing, and very difficult to change. Lack of resources, referring here to sustainable funding arrangements, are often prone to change depending on economic realities. Private funding may be available in the form of incubators, large corporates, and so on. Logistics, L&D provision is spread over wide geographical regions, with those far from the center are often disadvantaged due to costs and time, as well as the technology to overcome these obstacles. And finally, market disruption. Here, of course, we have to mention COVID-19, which was a huge disruption, not only in terms of business having to close, but supply chain problems, competition, you can mention climate change, and so on. As important is the impact of collaboration within the wider economic space, by which small business owners have the confidence to interact with larger corporations, providers of finance, and other avenues where they can mature in collaborative ventures to advance and sustain their enterprises. One element is the personal development of the individual business owners, which is often neglected or superficially performed. If we strip out for a moment the specialized knowledge and skills that are essential at the heart of the SME enterprise, is capable, well-adjusted, motivated, mature, and emotionally resilient leaders. I wish to speak now of the disruption caused by SARS-CoV-2, known as COVID-19. The disruption of the COVID-19 virus is unprecedented in recent history. Comparison can be made to the 1920 flu epidemic. From another perspective, civil unrest, endemic poverty, and lack of access to resources exacerbate the impact of catastrophic episodes, such as that experienced by the COVID-19 epidemic. Africa, like elsewhere on the globe, responded to the growing numbers of infected people and the rising mortality rates by implementing a variety of disaster management measures. By early 2019, it became clear that the most effective strategy was to promote isolation and lockdowns in order to keep social contacts between people only to the most essential circumstances. This mandated and enforced a shift away from face-to-face contacts for business and professional reasons to and became the new norm and reality as we know it since then. The lockdown measures put an end to all classroom or contact sessions across all forms of learning activities. This included all types of educational formats, from junior to senior schools, colleges, universities, as well as private providers of learning and skills training. And obviously, this included L&D provision in the SME sector. UNESCO has called this the most severe global education disruption in history. With some disciplines in the applied sciences, medicine, engineering, and the like, it was deemed prudent to continue with a variation of contact learning, as for example in laboratories, but blended with online programs. It was also recognized that it was essential to continue with training and development as a universal solution to implement online provision through the use of platforms like Zoom and Microsoft Teams and similar technology, which spread globally at warp speed. This enabled learning to continue and thus avoided a wholesale collapse in workplace learning and prevented job losses in many sectors. The SME sector, in which individuals are largely on the periphery of the economy, specifically in the informal sector and in rural areas in less well-developed communities, became subject to reduced budget cuts available for SME continued development. These parts of the SME landscape, disadvantaged in terms of educational levels and financial resources, have further deepened the inequalities and thus the potential of success as a small venture post-pandemic business. The UNESCO report, authored by the EMW, the Education Finance Watch, highlighted these critical additional funding needs, as 2/3 of low and middle income countries have cut their public education budgets since the start of the pandemic, according to a recent report by the World Bank and UNESCO. The severity of the pandemic was mostly felt by micro, small, and informal businesses, mainly due to a loss of income, as the lockdown dramatically reduced the movement of people between travel nodes as well as formal, including formal nodes, and also in shopping precincts and elsewhere with people who traditionally meet. The rush to remote learning as a response to the COVID pandemic is too soon to determine the impact of how digital-based solutions to work and learning will unfold. There are a number of research papers available, but some of the data appears to be anecdotal and unreliable for now. The L&D space is too fragmented, and there appears to be a global wait-and-see attitude that tracks the virus and its consequences as it spreads, adapts, and evolves. The question concerning virtual learning will need to be interrogated from a more holistic perspective to include not only skills and knowledge generation, but also assessments, learner support, coaching, mentoring, and reliable ways of confirming competence. There's no general conclusion to these issues when discussing virtual learning in Africa and elsewhere around the globe, but we also need to take cognizance of L&D experiences on a much wider front than only the African one. The unplanned nature of online learning brought unexpected challenges to governmental sectors and training authorities across a range of disciplines. Most vexed appears to be the schooling systems that had to scramble to find and implement digital solutions. The greatest risk was to discontinue syllabi and avoid school learners losing, the greatest risk was to continue with syllabi and avoid school learners losing one grade or more. The consequences for the economy and the social impact on society would have been difficult to remedy. Additionally, in some countries, this became politicized to the extent that it became difficult to gain any form of consensus. Forced to comply with government and social distancing measures, training authorities, such as in the South African context, the Sector Education Training Authorities, SETAs, found themselves on the back foot, partly because at first their officers were hampered by slow decision-making, and there was a lack of leadership to guide the stakeholders. The new reality, if I may call it that, did not at first acknowledge the SME sector's willingness and competence for using the new technology that was made available at short notice. Also, and here it is open to debate, efforts to justify and explain the need for adaptive learning methodologies and its impact on the business operations was seen as non-existent to weak. While established businesses with the expertise and access to information are able to adapt and take steps to keep their operations trading, including the training and development elements. In Uganda, for example, the World Bank reported the worst contraction of the economy in 3 decades due to the COVID pandemic, in which household income declined and firms were forced to close their doors. A quick search of other countries showed this trend applied to other African nations. And a few are referenced in the footnote and in the appendix, which I can make available. But of interest, however, the joint research study by South Africa and Japan on the impact of COVID-19 showed that despite the difficulties of the pandemic across the country, South Africa in this case, some entrepreneurs were able to adapt their businesses by communicating with their customers using social media platforms, primarily WhatsApp, and thereby offering to place orders which they would then deliver to homes. Now we come to resetting the learning and development agenda. Excuse me quickly. Thank you. It would be churlish to be critical of any initiatives undertaken across the countries reviewed, as all mitigating efforts were born under pressure to serve the target markets with alternative learning opportunities. Nor would it be possible to conjecture as to the curve of the disease and its eventual disappearance, which it is claimed will herald the new norm, the new normal. Some countries have announced a return to pre-pandemic normalcy in some form or another, such as the United Kingdom a few days ago. However, it would be extremely prudent, in my opinion, to take a holding position until there is scientific affirmation that COVID-19 is over. The question begs to be asked, what is the norm? What is normal that gets bandied about so frequently? Should conditions simply return to the way things were pre-2019? I should rather leave that to the professional bodies and general society to deal with. The question should be, what is the normal in terms of education and training in all sectors? What are the lessons to be learned from online experiences? As businesses around the world postpone and cancel in-person meetings in response to the novel coronavirus, As businesses around the world postpone and cancel in-person meetings, workplace learning is emerging as one of the earliest and hardest hit businesses activities. Based on our observations, as of early March, roughly 1/2 of in-person programs through June 30th, 2020 have been postponed or cancelled in North America, in parts of Asia, Europe, and India. The figure is closer to 100%. And this is from a McKinsey report from March 2020. So this paper faces a number of pertinent challenges, one of which is the reality that the pandemic is still ongoing and impacting the populations of many countries in different ways, ranging from mild infections and lower death rates on the one hand to unacceptably high infection and mortality rates. The lack of verifiable data as to the real impact of the COVID-19 disease on the learning and development environment is a challenge. To what extent were SMEs able to continue to foster entrepreneurship development, and in what forms? What was the reception of e-learning technologies, and what has its impact been in the SME sector? As we speak, there are a number of governmental and non-governmental agencies that have initiated programs to study the impact of COVID-19. For example, one of these is a joint collaborative study including the Government of Japan, the United Nations, and the Government of the Republic of South Africa. The first element I propose is that a serious examination be conducted to review current SMME performance factors. These incorporate the use of monitoring of business data on a regular basis, together with real-time mentoring. Your online/virtual technology will enable enterprises, formal and informal, as well, to receive continuous feedback supported by practical advice, also in real time. Generally, training ensures that the identified competency requirements are built Generally, training ensures that the identified competency requirements are built through a systematic and focused approach, according to Elwood and James. Kelly suggested in the 2021 study that this would greatly facilitate career growth to ensure that individuals are provided with opportunities to develop their competencies and to achieve professional and career objectives within an organization's goals. This is absolutely applicable to entrepreneurs in different venture creation scenarios. When SMEs are not evaluated and diligently assessed, they are likely to fail at some point in their quest to become sustainable business entities. Therefore, according to Molo, a focus on the success factors, together with an ongoing performance measurement, will give a far greater chance of viability, especially after the pandemic is completely over. I maintain that now is an ideal time to introduce new strategic approaches to learning and development in the small business sector. Almost all participants as role players have fresh memories of how organizations adapted to the power of digital technology, and in thus doing were able to continue with learning and development in the entrepreneurial space. I suggest with humility that consideration be given to these three areas. The first is curriculum development. L&D initiatives are governed by curricula from which different types of learning methodologies are adapted to find the best method to improve capabilities, as expressed in units of knowledge and skills. I would just request that I be given maybe some indication of how much time I have left. I wouldn't like to go over my allotted time and thereby impact on other presentations. These present the framework for a structured learning system that all providers and users of learning and development services, regardless of enterprise size or number of employees, can use. The implementation of the learning choices as structured processes of education underwent unprecedented change from essentially face-to-face encounters to one that is taken on the character of remote virtual learning. This adaptation impacted not only on the students, in this case, the SMME beneficiaries of learning projects, but also the teachers, who also had to change their well-established modes of teaching. Curricula need to find the balance between skills, knowledge and practice, and personal growth, which are essential, in particular personal growth, which are essential building blocks to develop true entrepreneurial capabilities. These need to factor in the lessons learned from the lockdown and the emergency measures taken. The curriculum needs to reflect the realities of business development in a world of technological change. Here, curriculum developers must be responsive and agile to change. Likewise, content development has to transform current content in line with the needs of the evolving curriculum. I've personally come across a plethora of manuals, logbooks, and portfolios that in some cases many years are outdated and unsuitable for virtual learning. This aspect included poor writing and formatting ability and poor knowledge of pedagogical principles. There are content developers who are ignorant of how to produce content for online purposes and simply cut and paste in slides and PDF. A blended approach. I took note of the comments made by Tiki, my South African counterpart, about shared values. So essentially, when I mention collaboration, I'm talking about what is known also as shared value. The one lesson learned from the pandemic is that technology has a permanent place in L&D. Individual circumstances will indicate whether it should be total online or a blended approach. I've personally been facilitating a widespread cohort of students, and the response has been mixed. On further thought, I realized that some cope better than others. This became apparent only in the assessment and evaluation phases. This underlines that online or virtual learning is more than just delivering content, but it has to be innovative and willing to use creative applications to engage, involve, and enthuse, and more than a talking head. Engagement with students must be promoted in order to gain acceptance and willingness to accept the online learning medium. L&D needs to identify and focus on the drivers of change in order to reset. The possibility of job losses and business closures has seen to be severe, especially as COVID starts to fade away. This has been aggravated by the need to automate jobs that were formerly performed by people, even in the learning and development provision. The use of digital platforms may have resulted in job reductions of talented L&D specialists. I'm going to end off with a quick word on the findings of some researchers that I've summarized. To be fairly quick, the results indicated that students generally perceive synchronous online learning positively, particularly in terms of time management and efficacy. However, they also reported technical internet connectivity and poor utility of tools. Methodological content delivery was a problem, and behavioral, and yeah, I'm talking about behavioral challenges. Their findings also highlighted in the failure of online learning environment to address the needs of courses that require hands-on practice, despite efforts to adopt virtual laboratories. In a parallel study, Adalqua examined students' online learning experience during the pandemic, using a narrative inquiry approach. The findings indicated that Ghanaian students considered online learning as ineffective due due to several challenges that they encountered. Among these were lack of social interaction among students and lecturers, poor communication, lack of ICT resources, and poor learning outcomes. More recently, Day and others, as recently as 2021, examined the immediate impact of COVID-19 on students' learning experiences. Evidence from 6 institutions across 3 countries revealed some positive experiences and some pre-existing inequities. Among the reported challenges are lack of appropriate devices, poor learning space at home, stress among students, and lack of fieldwork and access to laboratories. I will end on a very quick note with collaboration. In order to resolve these difficulties, active collaboration in the form of all stakeholders in the SME landscape includes providers of services and students who need to find common ground in order to reset and advance the future of SME learning in Africa. The difficulties of disruption expose the need for meaningful collaboration by a range of parties involved in the SME sector, as this approach requires joint decision-making and a joint approach to dealing with major risks that threatens the ongoing creation and nurturing of jobs, innovation, and survival for new entrants into venture creation initiatives. The engagement of all role players will be able to focus on the required resources during the rebuilding phase and as a means to reset learning in the new age of SMEs after COVID. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Lincoln Lawrence for those remarks and for shining a light on active collaboration. Unfortunately, we don't have any more time for questions, but I just wanted to highlight a couple of comments that came through on our online platform. But maybe to give you guys an opportunity, if anyone has a comment, something to add on to what Doctor was talking about, now would be a good time. Anyone? So we want this to be as engaging as possible, as opposed to people speaking and listening. So let's have a comment or two. And if there is none, then I'll go ahead and read what I see on our online platform. All right, we got a comment from Tiki. Thank you very much, Dr. Lawrence, for your kind words. You talked a lot about learning and development initiatives, training as a tool. And Tiki Bernard, who is on the call, on the webinar, says training is important, but at the same time, we need employment opportunities after our training. And I feel like a lot of people struggle with that there's a lot of training opportunities, which some people are taking advantage of, but what happens after training? And maybe that's a question that will be answered as we go along the way. Someone else here, this is Litlahe, I hope I pronounced your name right, Saki, and she says, I strongly hope that meaningful connections and collaborations by relevant international and inter-Africa should start now. Much talk and no action still leaves women agripreneurs in the dark maze of fending for themselves in a highly male-dominated industry, highly financially discriminated against for profitable and job-creating projects, especially rural-based projects where poverty, hunger, rural unemployment is high. And she hopes that this conference will birth measurable milestones today. Well, we are hoping the same with you. And one last one here from Tiki as well, saying connectivity on the Africa continent is imperative if we want to support our SMEs. Our young leaders need access to information to make more informed decisions. All right, and Doctor, we're requesting that you share those slides, so we will be getting in touch with you for that, because a couple of people would like, maybe not the slides, the information that you shared earlier on. Thank you very much, Doctor. Unless you're staying with us, we'll release you now and move on to a physical panel discussion. Some members in this room are going to be coming up here to discuss something, and I'm just going to introduce our moderator of the day, one of our moderators of the day. He is a Ugandan professional journalist, trained as a journalist and lawyer. He went to both journalism and law schools at Makerere University, Uganda's best and biggest university of higher learning. He also studied media and communications from the US, the Netherlands, Kenya, and Ethiopia. I've had the opportunity to work alongside him. Please welcome with me Mr. Charles Odongtho. He's going to introduce his panel and a keynote speaker. Please give him a hand.
Thank you very much, Rachel, my friend, for that kind and generous introduction. Thank you all. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and I want to once again thank you. Welcome you to this very good opportunity that we all have after the COVID curfew to start discussing how to move forward after the 2 years of the lockdown. Mine is going to be a simple task. The hardest task is going to be for the distinguished panel members that I have been given to roast a bit, to ask questions, and I'm happy to know that they are all here already. There is an audience out there, probably bigger than the one inside here. So whenever we have a discussion, have in mind that as well. Like Rachel said, my name is Charles Odongtho, and I'm a journalist, I'm a lawyer as well, and I am a rookie in business. Charles Ochichi is trying to teach me how to do small businesses, so I'm also following in that. We are going to have a discussion, a panel discussion, the first one, on skills and mindset challenges, and it will be hopefully for 45 minutes or thereabout. I will be happy if we can cover all the essential areas within that block of time. The person who will be setting the pace or the ground for a topic, a specific topic, is doing business in 2022 and beyond. How can SMEs and startups navigate the skills and mindset changes that are ahead of us? And we shall have a keynote presentation from Charles Ochichi, who is the Executive Director of Enterprise Uganda. Now, for those who don't know him well, a brief profile of him. He is a founding Executive Director of Enterprise Uganda, which is the country's premier enterprise and business management institution. He is the winner of the 2009 British Most Influential Alumni Award. He was the first president and founding chairman of Enterprise Africa, a 14-member umbrella body of UN-founded enterprise development institutions in Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together and welcome him to take his seat up here. The next panelist is a management consultant who has taken the professional training world by storm. A lady in her own right, she is a strong advocate for excellence and personal development. Her strength lies in organizational change, business development, and business process management. She has developed strategic plans for various organizations in Uganda and revamped systems that require next-level growth. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for Miss Angela Bagine, a managing consultant with Besmart Consultancy, Uganda. Angela, you're most welcome. Our next panelist is going to be joining us virtually. I pray that the technical team makes that available now, but he will be joining us from the UK. He is Benjamin Achampong, works with Wealth Masters in the UK. Achampong is a leading wealth, business, and personal development expert, widely regarded as highly focused and sought-after business coach. He is a trainer for entrepreneurs. Benjamin, hi. Can you say hi to the audience here in Uganda and the rest of the world?
Hello, everyone, and good to see you all.
Good to hear from you and good to see you too. Our final panelist joining us here is Thandi Juliet Mabena from South Africa. Mabena is the President Circle of Global Business Women in South Africa. She is a passionate business and human capital strategist who has worked in senior leadership and executive positions in various organizations and corporates. She's a business coaching executive and teams coaching, a member of the Cape Business Chamber of Commerce and Industry, and chairperson of the Business Chamber Social and Ethics Committee. Thandi is also, she also works as a in the socioeconomic development, enterprise development, and poverty alleviation programs. Thandi, you're most welcome. I'll wait for Thandi to take up her seat, and then I will invite Mr. Ochichi to start us off with a keynote presentation for 20 minutes. Charles, what I know about the Charles is they keep time. So I am going to be happily not looking at my clock, knowing that when I say start, after 20 minutes within there, you will be done and deliver to the expectation of the audience, eagerly waiting to hear from you. You're most welcome, sir.
Thank you so much, namesake. And thank you to my fellow panelists. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to make a very short submission, but it relates to the year 2022, a year when we are almost saying bye-bye to that animal called COVID-19. And the title of my submission is Post-Crisis Mindset. And I bring this message to all of us because what 2020 to 2021 or 2022 has done is, when a crisis happens, nobody is spared. So what is a crisis? Crisis is part of life. Accept it, live with it. And this part of life is characterized by emergency, disaster, and a sense of inadequacy. Those are words nobody would want to be associated with. Emergency, you must act immediately. There is a disaster and it's seen. And you feel inadequate as a person, as a community, as a nation to tackle it. Very disarming. Emergencies do not respect history. They don't respect borders. They don't respect titles and wealth. And that's interesting, because sometimes we might feel that if I've got enough resources, if I've had a lot of education, and I've had this kind of a long history of achievements, crisis should not be part of me. Not at all. This crisis manifests from several sources, and it's important to note that because COVID-19 is global. But crises do not only manifest from that pandemic point of view. They come from the world, the global perspective, regional perspective, national, sectoral, enterprise level, at the same time at the individual level. At the global level, you find that they really rock everyone. Just this week, we got to know the Queen of the UK finally got it at 95. She got it. In that very magnificent marble-loaded palace, she got it right in there. At the regional level, of course, you remember the case of Uganda and Kenya, our milk and our poultry, which were barred from entering the Kenyan economy or even Tanzania. At the national level, you have seen things that are happening in our neighborhood in Sudan. That's a crisis, where every morning people wake up and open their doors and just head to the streets, saying no matter the bullets, no matter the tear gas, we are proceeding to the streets. At the sectoral level, not so long ago, we had foot and mouth disease in Western Kenya. The cow is producing milk every day, but you are being told, do not bring it to the market. Whatever you do with that milk, do it, but do not bring it to the market. At the enterprise level, we have seen real issues that are happening, bad loans that have now eaten into different businesses, loss of key clients, loss of key human resources, fraud. These can bring in and indeed create crisis at an enterprise level. It could even be the split and disagreement among its directors. But also at the personal level, they are there. Within families, there are delinquent children. There are issues between spouses. There are issues within individuals in the family on how to conduct financial matters at the homestead level. In other words, do not be deceived that once COVID-19 is over, crises are over. They are there, and they will be there. Some are going to be more personal. Some are going to be more generic to your own sector. Just be ready for them. You cannot escape a crisis. And it is God who put it plainly in James chapter 1, verse 2 and 14. He said, count it pure joy when trials and temptations come your way, because they will test your faith, they will test your patience, and create wholesomeness and completeness in you. You wonder and ask yourself, who wrote that in a religious book? And did it make sense? That's the nature of the path that we are walking on this planet. It is going to happen. So what are the effects when this thing happens? I just picked 3. 1, financial effects. You will have issues with your key stakeholders, your suppliers, your employees, your landlord. You'll have issues with your regulator. The tax man is saying, bring me the taxes, bring me the money, bring me the money. Second effect, you lose focus. You begin to concentrate on living a day at a time, a day at a time. How do I survive today? You are no longer long-term thinking. And at that point, you begin to even become selfish. Did you see what the EU did? They said until 60% of all the EU citizens are vaccinated, no vaccine should leave the European Union. The focus was no longer philanthropy, but closer home. Think about the home people first. Where are these vaccines going? No, do not allow the vaccine to go to the neighbor. Why? The crisis has dictated that think closer home. Thirdly, it will affect HR, and HR is such a key factor in business. You will neglect your very best, your finest. They will be available for picking by anybody. And that's what happened with Messi. Remember what happened with Messi with Barcelona? After being nurtured for 23 years, a superstar, Barcelona said, you are too expensive. No matter how good you are, I think we can part ways. Messi said, can I cut my remuneration by 50%? They said, that is still too high. You can now go. It's okay, you go. He left and went to PSG for two-year engagement. That is what a crisis can do. It can unravel the most endowed values and commitments that you had. Now, what's the good news? There's good news in a crisis. And the good news is that every crisis, no matter the enormity, the effect, the disaster it generates, it must end. Few will even remember that it existed. And very quickly now we're beginning to imagine, by the way, how come that initially you could almost fear to get out of your door the moment we mentioned the first case of COVID? Today you just get up and move around and move on. You can even get a hanky and clean your nose and life moves on. It will end. That's good news. The world will move on, but we'll have lost a few individuals and painful experiences will be left behind. The message is you need to be ready to pick up the pieces and wear what I call an energized mindset to pick up those pieces if the crisis is personal, sectoral, national, or even global. A vital trait in this situation when the thing ends that most successful individuals use is resilience. The ability to bounce or spring back after a disaster. Bounce and spring back. And for those of you who watched Olympic Tokyo 2020, there was an individual that went through a personal crisis in the course of the race. And the lady was called Sifan Hassan, a Netherlands athlete. As they were taking off in a semi-final, she was knocked by a fellow competitor and she fell down. That could have been a moment for her to just say, you know what, I was going to win. Everybody saw that I was unfairly knocked down, and that's how I lost it. She fell down, made a split-second decision, checked on her legs and found they were still okay, checked on her spine and found that it was still okay, and went back to the race because she knew the distance left was still room enough for her to catch up and overtake. From the very back of the park, she kept on removing one by one, and she ended up winning that semi-final. What happened when she went then to the finals? She participated in 3 finals. 1,500 meters, 500 meters, 5,000 meters, and then 10,000 meters. She got 2 gold medals and a bronze. But she had gone through a crisis which would have just said, you know what, you are good, but you are knocked down, sorry about it. She took a personal decision and said, I have been given this yoke, I'm going to make this decision and get back on the game. 3 medals for the Netherlands, an Ethiopian. So, from that perspective, from the story of Sifan Hassan, I want to now share some 6 points about an energized mindset post-crisis. 6 points. These 6 points start with number 1, independence and self-belief. Remember, I told you that these things come from a global perspective, national, sectoral, family, individual. Whatever the source, these points work. Be independent and believe in yourself. Take 100% responsibility for your circumstances and for your future. Welcome external assistance, but do not bet on it. Welcome the 200 billion for SMEs. But just remember that they are not going to equitably say, are you an SME, let's divide and distribute equally to everybody. No, you are going to compete. Many will lose out. Many will take a lot of time pursuing it. So, do not bet on a public general thing. Make independent decision. Have a sense of gratitude. Count your blessings, your health, your networks. Acknowledge those who assisted you through the crisis. Sifan noted that her physical composition was still intact. And she also saw that the distance left was adequate for her to get back into that race. And that's what she counted on to get going. Point number 2, apart from independence and self-belief, post-crisis, limit the grieving or the lamentation time. We have lamented repeatedly the effect of COVID so many times. It is at your own level to limit that lamentation period. This lady, Sifan, could have sought for disqualification of the offender who knocked her down, or used that event to justify her failure to qualify for the finals. She never did that. She proceeded, relaunched, and said, I am going to take a decision on my own and use what I have to get back to the game. In business, a lot can be done when everyone is lost in a group atmosphere of lamentation. Everybody wakes up and you keep on saying, do you know what has happened to this business? Do you know what has happened? Then you keep on repeating that message the whole day, the whole week, a whole month. The next day you do the same. When that is happening, you as an individual who has chosen to limit grief, the lamentation, take the opportunity to grab the good employees. Take the opportunity to talk to the frustrated employees and get the trade secrets. Why? These individuals have been abandoned. These individuals want somebody to talk to them, and they are ready and available. In other words, once you limit the lamentation period, you open yourself for action. And action always delivers 2 things: results and wisdom. Now, results can be negative, but doesn't matter. There's something you can learn from those results. A disaster hit you, the results are negative, but there's something you can always learn. So wisdom will always be part of the action that you've taken. Point number 3 of energized post-crisis mindset is offer leadership. In times of crisis, individuals are all saying things are difficult. Leaders are going to make decisions they have never taken before. Did you know that there are many SMEs that had never dismissed an employee? Did you know there were many SMEs who would be indecisive with thieves in the enterprises. When a crisis hit, it emboldened them. They picked that courage to take decisive action. Everyone is overwhelmed by too much negative talk during the time of a crisis, and people are only looking for a way forward. Please offer leadership. Offer leadership. In life, very few decisions are permanent, and that's an important point to take note. Very few decisions are permanent. What you decided yesterday, today you can reverse it because you got more information. So decide, implement, learn from the implementation, then decide again, implement, and digest. And keep making those decisions. Keep making those decisions. Because waiting for a perfect decision leads us to that title of the man who said, who wrote the book Great, From Good to Great. He said, the enemy of great is just trying to look for something which is always good. I mean, the enemy of success is seeking for a most perfect decision. So please learn to take that decision. You are a human being. You'll correct it. There is a tomorrow. Make a decision. Point number 4. Post-crisis mindset. Be bold and courageous. Why? In life, we regret more the things we did not do than the things we did and didn't turn out to be good or correct. I need to read that statement again. We try to think that, you must always get the right things and whatever. And in the process, you fail to take off and be individual and courageous. So in life, we regret more the things we didn't do than the things you did and failed. And I keep on quoting myself because somewhere in Soroti, where I come from, there was a piece of land near the flying school. At that time, the land was going at 587,000. And this man was selling 20 acres. I said, now this is away from town. That was 2005. Do you know today the same piece of land in that same area, it's going at 80 million for an acre. I bought at 587,000 an acre. I got 12. The other 8, he begged, take this 8 also. Take the 8 also. I said, no. Today, do you know that you can multiply the 587,000 by 100? You still don't get 80 million. 100 times is the message I'm talking about here. But the thing was, there were many people saying, but Chichi, this is a hard land. It was rocky. It couldn't give good crops. There were many people who were giving the negative part of it. And somehow, we just say, let's just take half of the land. You regret more the decisions you took than the decisions you took and didn't turn out to be correct. And you are seated in this room, you are having those regrets right now. And the message is clear. God never gives us a video of the scenarios of the different decisions that we take. That was, Chichi, should you buy all this land? You look at the land in 10 years, what it will be like. If I could see that video, do you know I would just go the next day, signing the thing happily, saying, I saw the video, God, thank you. God says, I will bless the works of your hands. The decision is yours. Wake up and fold the hands, that's up to you. Wake up in the morning, take a decision, that's again up to you. I will not give you a video. You must take that courage. So, what does this mean? You need to learn to be lonely. You need to learn to be in tears and still wake up and wipe those tears and get moving. The reasons to give up, especially when you're on a lonely journey, are many. And many people would say, we would understand if you gave up. The message is do not. Set lofty goals, pursue them. Over time, people join you. But people wait for history to confirm your decision to now say, oh, I wish I was like you and I bought that kind of a land. I still keep on saying, Chichi should have taken 20 acres. I had the money. I had the money. But that was Soroti. I said, no, it should be Kampala. It should be Kampala. Now that thing is going at 80 million 1 acre. 80 million. Rising from 587,000. Which investment in the whole world will ever give you such a return? Which one? Which one? Point number 5 about this mindset is be persistent. A crisis will test you and test you again and test you again. But as it is said, every steel metal, including the toughest of all the metals, has another steel metal that can cut it. You are the individual to cut through that pain, that challenging moment. Count on yourself. Believe in the steel inside you and keep waking up and keep moving and moving and moving. In other words, be ready to walk the unwalked path and leave a trail for others to follow. Because once you have walked that route, everybody thinks that's the route to follow. It has now become easy because there's an example. And finally, as you do all these things, remain a learner. A learner in which sense? Know your clients. Post the crisis, you have a new client. The face is the same, but the buying pattern has changed. The stinginess has come in. The frugality has become part of the DNA of this person. Do you know your customer? Did you wear their shoes properly? You saw what was happening in the schools in Kawempe, which were now saying, you are a border man. Can you pay your school fees on a weekly basis? Learn the customer. Know your strengths and your weaknesses. And as you know those two, use those weaknesses, fix them to serve the customer. You know the strength, use them to serve the customer. Learn from the competition, because the competition that you thought was the other competition that you knew has since changed. The people you used to supply items have become part of your competition. They are now producing the items that you used to supply them. What happened? There is something they discovered about you that you are not doing, and now they are trying to do it to get you out of the game. So the competition has moved on. It has changed. You are still having the other competition. The competition now is serving your customers without being physical in your location. Consult experts and remain humble. Friends, as I conclude on this submission, I want to quote the man whose life was a definition of crisis after crisis after crisis. And he left this planet when he was standing tall above humanity. And the man I'm talking about is Nelson Mandela. He said, for a crisis to change, you have to change. Don't wish it was easier. Wish you were better. Search for that wisdom so that you are better and confront the tough crisis ahead of you. He continues. Don't wish for fewer problems. Wish for more skills. And that means what? Make a decision, take action, get those skills. Finally, he says, don't wish for fewer challenges. Please wish for more wisdom, because challenges are given. And he concludes by saying, you cannot grow without challenges. If you are seated here, and if you know of any Ugandan or any business that seems to be having a great time, tell them, you are not in the normal world. There is something you are missing. Wake them up. Wake them up. Challenges are part of the game. It could be that he has feared to go to a new market. You fear to go to a new market? We are going to start doing pineapples in Kayunga, but I come from where? Belgium. You are here comfortable thinking, I'm okay here. I'm going to come to Kayunga, plant pineapples and export and get you to sell out your land. Friends, ladies and gentlemen, I want to leave it there and simply say that crisis will continue to come. COVID has gone, As you sit right here, you have your own. Right now, you have it. As a business, as an individual, as a community, they are there. But the mindset to win must be the way Nelson Mandela captured in the quotation I have just read. Thank you so much. And my namesake, I hope I've done it within the minutes.
You just went overboard by 1 minute.
Oh, thank you so much. Clap for me also. Thank you.
Let's put up a better clap for Mr. Thank you very much for that electrifying keynote presentation. Let me now come back to the panelists, the wonderful panelists here, Angela, Benjamin online, and Juliet. Starting with Angela, I think it is Dr. Tumi who says that you are what you think. And Mr. Ochichi has sort of wrapped it up, that the mindset is what will take us to, or take us against the storm of the challenges that we have faced because of COVID. How do we inculcate that mindset change into our young people?
Thank you, Charles. And good morning, viewers, ladies and gentlemen. The issue of mindset in entrepreneurship has a big impact on the entire society, but it starts from within. The last 3 or so years, 3 years, or maybe 2 and a bit, have shown us that we are all reflecting, we are all going back to the drawing board. And as we sit here, I think many of you are thinking back to what you were in 2019, and you're probably wondering what changed. But the awareness started with a small seed internally, and that mindset has now started growing into that awareness that needs us to embrace the new. The mindset we had before was impinged by so many factors. Our upbringing, the way we were raised, the cultures we were raised in, the perceptions we've had about society, the fears that are placed upon us by the world we live in. And all these things had become so solid that it was what we knew. And then came the lockdown, the pandemic, and the fear of our own mortality, and that made us rethink. If you notice, many entrepreneurs right now are thinking, am I in the right business? Am I doing the right thing? Am I happy about the product I'm selling? This takes us away from the thinking we had before, where this is the business that was trending, and therefore that's the business I'm going to go with. There was lack of that in-depth passion. There was lack of commitment. What we're doing was surviving. And now we have placed survival against mortality, and we're asking ourselves, am I fulfilled? So it's an awakening, and I think we need to take the advantage of this awakening, because it's not a one-man thing. It's really a mindset shift for an entire world. And while you're changing, your neighbor is changing, regardless of whether they have more money in their coffers or not. So what does that do for us as individuals, for the youth, for employers, for the employees? We need to take a mentality of changing and moving together. Gone are the times where it was the boss and then the hierarchy going downwards, the organogram leading to the employee who got instructions from someone who also got instructions, and trickling all the way downwards, the pyramid shape.
Is that recalibrating, so to speak, easy
yes,
for the young people? And is it easy to coach them? And how do you do it? Minus them also thinking that these are just old people telling us to do new things that they have not done they have not done themselves.
The thing is that the businesses we're doing now, we have to learn new ways of doing them. And everyone is floundering and rethinking how to do things. Both the owners, the employer, the employee. And then you have the youth who have excitement, and they'll move faster. They move faster on technology, they move faster on thinking, they are higher risk takers. And the employers are still holding on to the traditional way of thinking. So we now need to take the Scrum mentality. You know, in rugby, move together. What is the value for the employee? What's the value for the employer? And while you move that way, the mindset has to change on both sides. Yeah.
Let me bring in Juliet. COVID did many things, and Charles spoke about crisis. This morning, as I was driving to here, I saw a big label on a building that used to be a restaurant pre-COVID, and now I saw AAR opening soon. AAR is a hospital. And my mind went to, you know, the owner who must have suffered the last 2 years. Business, you know, floundered, it failed perhaps. And this is an SME. Is that the best, you know, changing gears and changing to a different business, is that the best survival method perhaps, or that's just also trial and error? What do you think?
I love your question, and I'm going to answer you by quoting Elon Musk. He says failure is an option here. If things are not failing, you are not innovating enough. And you know who Elon Musk is. He's known for innovation. I will now come back to why people are in business. People are in business because their offering fulfills a need. But what do we need to stay in business? We need to ensure that we live along with the times, and we understand that we continue to be relevant, and we have to have that agility and the ability to change our mindset, to refine our offering, or even to stop and rethink and offer something that the customer needs. The customer needs are changing all the time. The appetite for our offerings, it doesn't remain the same. So if I had a bookshop 5 years ago and I was the top selling small business, today I could be obsolete because everybody is having ebooks. If I had a video shop, people are watching Netflix. So what does that mean? It means change is the only constant. And therefore, as entrepreneurs, we have to be willing to change. We have to be willing to learn new things. We have to be willing to unlearn what we know. We have to be willing to let go some of the beliefs that we had that don't serve us now and that don't serve our customers going forward. So yes, businesses will go down, others will come up. There's absolutely nothing wrong with that. As an entrepreneur, you must have that ability and agility to look at the future.
I want to follow up on that. I'm wondering, isn't that dangerous? And I need you to tell us how, you know, better it should be done. Because if you say, perhaps I'm a doctor, and I have innovated a solution, and I know that that is my expertise. Then because COVID came, now I have to run and set up a manufacturing industry for masks. And then I have left the solution that I was so passionate about, that I was educated to do and I knew about. Isn't that also dangerous for society that we are supposed to serve with our enterprises?
It could be.
Shouldn't resilience, as Ochichi says, be about let's now see how do I turn what was my solution into something else but closer to what I know best? I'm just wondering, what do you think?
You're right. I don't think that you want to completely change and do something different. That is schizophrenic behavior. I think the right behavior will be to utilize those talents, the strengths that you have, and to be resilient enough to continue doing what you know best. For me to start from today to want to be a lawyer just because something has changed will be ludicrous. But I would have to try and improve on the skills that I have. But do I still need to offer the same offering that I offered 10 years ago? Probably not. I might actually need to modify so that my offering is aligned with my consumer needs, because the consumer needs keep changing. That's what I'm talking about. That's the resilience I'm talking about.
Thanks, Juliet. Let me also bring in Benjamin, who is joining us virtually. Benjamin, are you with us?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me clearly?
Oh, you're very clear. You're clearer than even the audience members here. Thanks to technology. Benjamin, the COVID pandemic also disrupted, families. It disrupted incomes, people who are working in SMEs. How do you think that they should be helped to come back, just like the businesses are coming back? What advice would you give to those who are running SMEs to have a humane heart, but taking it from a business angle, make the money, but be humane? How would you advise on that?
All right, thank you, moderator, and let me say hi to everyone and to Dr. Emmanuel of Human Capital International. Thank you for this opportunity offered me to be with you guys virtually. Technology has made it possible, although I couldn't be with you guys physically, but it's okay for me to deliver to you. Thank you so much for your question. And yes, previous speakers have narrated the fact, and then with our UCC Charles also elaborated the crisis that this COVID has brought to everybody. Now, in response to your question, businesses who are looking forward to bounce back, yes, of course, you need to make the money. You need to be able to survive and thrive, but you cannot do it in the expense of your business in such a way that you will go out of business. Therefore, there has to be a proper strategy, and especially pricing strategy, in order for you to be able to take the market and bounce back. Now, we know that you cannot do it on your own, and that is why we require that the environment to become conducive for SMEs, entrepreneurs, and startups to be able to do businesses. If the environment is not conducive for business transactions, then unfortunately that entrepreneur, that startup will not be able to bounce back. Now, on this occasion, we're talking about mindset. The greatest problem that mankind or this 21st century entrepreneur will face is the ability to unlearn what has been taught and then relearn. That is going to be one of the major problems. But you need to go through a mental shifting and be able to adapt to the new technologies and the new strategies that are available. So if you look at a particular theme that we're dealing with this particular summit, we're talking about rethink, retool. We're talking about innovation. We're talking about digitalization, and then we're talking about transformation. I think the key is in this choice of words. How do I conduct business now? So, as our honorable speaker earlier on said, if you are the biggest bookseller, now people are reading digital. So how do I now take the physical books, the textbooks, the paperwork, and then make it digital so that my audience will be able to go there and then read, and if they need to pay a subscription. If you are able to go through some of these things and adapt some of the tools that we are sharing with you over here, then as a business owner, I strongly believe that you will be able to bounce back. Secondly, you need to have the ability of also saving. When your income or your expenditure is more than your income, then you're going to go out of business. Now we're talking about efficiency. Now this is where innovation comes in. How can I do business effectively and efficiently, spending less? You see, that is why we're talking about trading within Africa. So instead of you to import from overseas like United Kingdom, USA, and the rest, look within the Africa, 55 countries. Where can I import my raw materials so that I don't need to do a foreign exchange to be able to take a chunk of my money away in terms of doing business? I mean, for the sake of time, I will not be going on to give all this opportunity to talk, and if there are any questions to be able to also answer. But these are the few things that I will mention if you are looking, coming back or bouncing back as a business entrepreneur. I mean, here in UK, I don't know Africa or Uganda, whether the government did that, but it's something that here in UK we proposed and it came to pass. All business, the government made what we call the bounce back loan. The bounce back loan to all businesses available. And if you've been operating for just 1 year, you are allowed 50,000 to about 500,000 United Kingdom pounds sterling to boost your business. And the interest rate on that loan was, I think, was 2.1%, and you've got 10 years to pay back. And even within that 10 years, you also have 3 stages in which you can push it back. And then also they have what we call pay as you earn. So although you have the loan, you're not paying the loan straight away, but you have something in place that the more money that you make, the more money that you pay back. So if you can pay, let's say £100 every month, the bank will accept it and make sure that you are. So these are the few things. So not only the business entrepreneur, but also the government policies and the environment needs to be conducive for these startups to come up. Thank you.
I just want to start with you on one of the challenges that we have in Africa. You talked about relearning and learning, and I think Juliet as well had talked about that. I need 1 minute from each of you to respond to the challenge of the education system that we have, that many people tend to say gives us a certain, we sort of stick in a straitjacket manner and don't want to change from what we have been taught, so limiting innovation. From your perspective, Benjamin, starting with you, what is your view in just about 40 seconds or 1 minute?
All right, thank you very much, and I'll be quick. First and foremost, let me say this, and I'm going to be point blank. Our education system must be scrapped off as Africans. It was built entirely. It must be scrapped off. All right, and this is my basis. It was actually developed by the colonial masters, and it was developed with the intention of producing employees, not employers. So you do well in school by memorizing, but not thinking. So it made some of our people dumb without actually innovating anything. Now, if your schoolmaster is the one who is developing the curriculum, there's no employer who will pay employees to be equally rich like him. Let's get that straight on. Therefore,
Benjamin,
we need
Benjamin, Let me just challenge you, keeping with you a bit, to challenge you a bit. Is it the entire? And I am asking that because there was a presentation which talked about collaboration as being important. And we know that one of the strengths of the education system in Africa, or the social value of Africa, is the oneness, that Ubuntu, as they say in down South Africa, or even within us here. And my thinking was that that is a great value. That's a great education system that we inherited. So I'm challenging you again. Must it be the entire, spectrum of education that we inherited to be thrown out?
All right, thank you very much. If you want to cure somebody of malaria, you got to uproot the cause of malaria. Okay, which actually come from unhealthy environment and mosquitoes and stuff like that. But if you just spray on, all right, then at the end of the day, are you going to be able to get rid of malaria or mosquitoes from the area? The answer is no. So the root cause of our curriculum, okay, has been a problem. So if we want to really, I do understand the point of collaboration and looking at the syllabus, which ones that has worked. The world has moved on. Even the people that helped draft the curriculum, they've moved on. They have new curriculum. How are we still using 1860 curriculum to reproduce the 21st century entrepreneur? It's not going to work. Hence, okay, I will submit that.
Let me bring in Juliet. Juliet, what is your thinking about our education system as far as, or in relation to mindset change, entrepreneurship, innovation? Is it totally unworking, or is there something working? What do you have to say, Juliet?
Before I answer your question, I want to quote Jeff Bezos. He says, one of the only ways to get out of a tight box is to invent your way out. I think what we really need to shift is teaching our youth to think. And going back to the question now about education, tertiary institutions don't prepare students for the fourth industrial revolution. Too much theory in schools, less practice. I think we just need to tweak that and bring in some practical bits as part of the curriculum. That's one thing. And teach them to think out of the box. Then the second thing is that our response to promoting innovation.
Isn't that the one outside? But what is the box?
The box is answering according to the rubric, according to the answer sheet that the teacher has got. Say it as I've taught you. But now I'm saying, say it as you can apply the knowledge that I've taught you. That's the difference. And the other thing is our response to promoting innovation and digitization in the skills development ecosystem requires the restructuring of our institutions to provide new programs in emerging interdisciplinary fields to accelerate transboundary fields like AI, artificial intelligence, nanotechnology, etc.
I need your thoughts on our education system. You probably came through this same system. You're totally different up there. And coming from Benjamin, if Angela, as someone said, if Angela's education system did it, why can't the current people also did it with that same education system?
Well, I'm going to support Benjamin on this one.
You're supporting him?
Yes.
Go ahead.
And the reason is the learning environment has changed. It has completely upgraded, and we haven't. We are not equipping our learners to be critical thinkers and to fit into a working environment, and yet we want them to be in the working environment. And therefore, are we spending 80% of our time on theoretical learning and 20% on what they'll actually need in the field? We need to understand that our youth have technology, and therefore, if I have heart disease, all I need to do to understand it is go online, and I can listen to it and probably get a better feel. And then if I get a tutor who's very good in the medical field, I have a better understanding than my time. My time, we had to read, and then you had to do your practicals to be able to get a good feel. But now with visual learning, we are spending more time on theoretical based on the old aspects of education. Now, we, in our era, our age group, have gone back to learn. We're learning at every level in an organization. People are going back to understand that level. And yet these are things that really we should be learning as we go through the different stages. By now, youth should be able to understand what their life purpose is, because then it gives them guidance on what to study at A level or O level or on campus. That guidance should come in at a stage that is formative enough for them to be excited, and therefore they'll be able to get into roles or opportunities where they will stick and actually enjoy and grow with passion. But we now give them the old system, and then within their 20s, they're trying to figure out where they belong, and then they spend another 10 years lost and moving from office to office or workplace to workplace. Yet that is the time they will be building their careers based on a foundation from when they were 7 years old. Does the entire system need to change? No. But I think we need to upgrade our systems, the infrastructure, the learning pedagogy. We still have teachers who are at grade 5 training, and they're training people who are going to get opportunities that are really evolving the country or the economy. So if we don't also work on the teacher training, their remuneration, their accountability systems, pay for performance, all these things, we are failing on both fronts, on the teaching side, on the learning side, and as a society, we are churning out the same quality. We need to upgrade. Oh, one more thing before I hand over to you. Africa is really a gold mine for agriculture, agropreneurship. And it's sad to see that agribusiness, and anything to do with agriculture is slowly being phased out of the curriculum. If we know that our weight in gold lies in minerals, lies in agriculture, why then are we not pushing education in these areas where we know that we can pull the best output? Instead, we look for areas where we won't have the opportunities, employment opportunities for our youth. So we need also to understand which sectors we need to push education-wise. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Ochichi, did I hear a hand clap? Please, clap well. If you decide to clap, meaning I think someone said, we have to be grateful for what we have. So if you're not happy with the presentation, this is what we have. But me, I'm very happy. A good clap, please. Mr. Ochichi, your take on the education system in under a minute or a minute before I bring in the audience.
All right. It was the owner of the Virgin Group in the UK who said that schools should cease behaving like warehouses, where you take students, keep them there, and release them after a period when the price has improved. When you put a commodity in a warehouse, you are putting it there until the price has gone up, then you release it. Schools should know that the students they are having should be beginning to give solutions in the marketplace right away. You are doing accountancy, and you started doing accountancy in senior 1, senior 2, senior 3. You are not even assisting daddy and mommy to record the sale of milk at home. And you are still saying, I'm waiting to get a diploma before I can start doing that. Can you imagine that? He gets a diploma. He says, no, I cannot just start helping you until I've sat for an interview. And they give me an appointment saying that I'm now an accountant. Only then will I start giving you the advice. In other words, we need to begin to value application of what we teach our students.
But a kind of apprenticeship?
Apprenticeship, but I wanted to go away from what we call go to a place with a label outside, go to Sheraton for apprenticeship, go to Cafe Java for apprenticeship, go home where they are selling things in the market in Nakawa, teach people how to keep records. Schools are not having good records, but also we the parents should cease over celebrating the paper qualification. And start saying, my son is excellent. He is giving advice to the school owners on how to improve their accounts. And then you begin showcasing that story. But we clap and only give the attention to the fellow who excelled in getting the grades. And you know that there is even an evil way of giving marks today. They give you multiple choices. And then they tell you, if you get it right, you get the marks. If you get it wrong, we deduct your marks. In other words, we don't want you to fail and learn. Because if you try and you fail, we deduct the marks.
Thank you.
It is not a good thing.
Thank you. We are left, thank you very much. We are left with 10 minutes. And that 10 minutes is largely for you, the audience in here and out there virtually. The technical team, if there is any question or comment, a quick one out there, kindly bring it to my attention. But here, quick question. I'm giving every participant just 20, 30 seconds. Please. A microphone that can move around, or must someone come up here? There is a spray here. We must make sure we are all alive. Don't spread the virus if you have it.
Thank you very much. My name is Godfrey Vudria, EABW Digital. There was a crisis when the government unlocked and said students need to go back to school. Many children refused to go back to school because the crisis had changed them and they had learned new ways of doing things. Some of them
even teachers, actually.
Many teenagers.
They realize that they can get more money from bordering and from making bricks.
Absolutely. Many teenagers had learned how to make Rolex. Now, for the African audience, Rolex is a delicacy in Uganda. That is a combination of some wheat flour with eggs. And so they had begun selling this. They would buy agri-product cheaply and sell it on the roadside. Some of them had grazed chicken, and they are selling the chicken in the marketplaces. They were making money. I really think what the schools need to do is to begin adopting some of these innovations so that our children can learn skills of entrepreneurship and begin to grow their businesses and be empowered to live. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I saw another hand here, the lady with the yellow headgear. And then followed by the gentleman right behind. 30 seconds, please.
Thank you. I want to supplement on what Mr. Chiche said. My daughter is she's giving back to the community. She finished campus. She's 22 years. She's giving back to the community in a way that she went to a rehab where they're not giving her money, but she's learning, and she said, I have to give back. They give me transport, let me go and practice what I did. I think that is what parents should encourage their children, because all the time it is money, money, money. So she's acquiring more knowledge while she's giving back to the community. Thank you.
That's beautiful. Keep teaching her well in that manner, and soon she's going to acquire the experience, and before you know it, she's an excellent expert in that area, and she will make the money from her field. Thank you very much.
Yeah, my name is Edward Katenda. I want to come back on the issue of the curriculum. In Uganda, we have just changed our curriculum. across Africa, we have Western-trained Africans who have trained in Europe. They've got an MBA in the US. But when they come back on the ground, we do not see whatever they learned in other curricula being translated on the ground. And I think for me, the problem is bigger than our curriculum. Maybe it's a cultural shift. Maybe it's the failure of the family as the basic unit. That when those who were trained in the 60s, in the 50s, that time the system was different. The culture was different. And I think across Africa, we should not just blame the colonial curriculum. We must look inside within our continent to see how we can shift our cultures that even the Harvard-trained have not solved our problems on the continent.
Okay, that's an interesting one. I wish I had more time. I was going to engage you to find out the statistics, how you got to know that actually all the Harvard-trained guys now have not done anything. Many of them are here and they are looking at you with funny eyes. But we shall keep that for another discussion, probably over a cup of tea. There is a lady's hand here. Keep it short, 30 seconds, 40 seconds if possible, because I have to come back to the panel here to wind up.
Thank you so much. I'm called Letitia, Internal Auditor Nation Media Group. I will support Ochichi and Benjamin. On this ground, I am a youth who is suffering the same case, that because what we learned is so different from what we do in the field. And I have friends that you find they did courses for the sake of getting degrees. But when you ask them, they ask you they want jobs, and you tell them what was your aspiration of doing that such a course. They tell you, to be sincere, all I wanted is to get a degree. So the education system, I would support Benjamin. Let's deal with the root cause. The people you're saying they're not doing what they got from maybe the other side. Maybe the environment is not facilitating it. The fear, the phobia they find in the family, in people around them, when they want to do something, the other people are not willing to unlearn what they knew before because they see you as a threat. Thank you.
Okay, interesting. Any other hand? Any other hand? Okay. There is a lady here. I like this audience. The ladies are very participatory. Thanks a lot. In some other areas, when you go, ladies just keep, but this is a good audience. Yes.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
I do not have any submission to make, but I just want to introduce my colleague who forgot to introduce herself. She just started by commenting on whatever every person has commented here. But she's called Khalif Fatuma. She works with Prudential Uganda. And I'm called Tembo Hawa. I work with Prudential Uganda as well. Thank you so much.
Are you a marketing executive?
Yes, I am.
You have done very good marketing for Prudential by starting to fill in the vacuum. Let's come back here. Let's clap for her. She's doing her job well. And thanks a lot. Where should we begin from? Angela? Final remarks on doing business in 2022 and beyond. How can SMEs and startups navigate the skills and mindset changes ahead?
Okay, thank you, Charles.
1 minute each.
I think our survival skills have to change. We need to look internally, even with regard to finance or what to do. We really need to look deep into where our interests lie. We need to look at our teams. The teams are the ones that are now bringing us to the clients. Everyone has changed their perspective. We also need to have some level of emotional connectivity to the changes. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Juliet?
From my side, I really believe that we need to start supporting STEM subjects. Part of the audience, a member here said, there are people that graduate and they don't have jobs. It's because we are churning lots of degrees in Africa and they are not aligned with the market needs. So let us support science, technology, maths, and let's get out of the FOT, fear of technology. That's one. And then secondly, advocacy training organizations like HCI and Shared Value, they have their work cut out because they are the change agents. And lastly, Africa is a very rich continent in terms of natural resources and human resources. Mentorship and coaching has been inherent in our communities. Long ago, we were discovered by the major countries that came into Africa to discover different places for different reasons, but we were surviving. We were not poor. We did not have malnutrition. We were very innovative because we got to make tools out of whatever we had. So let's go back to basics. Let's get that spirit of entrepreneurship again and start innovating and start aligning ourselves to what the continent requires and what the needs requires. Let's be proud that we are Africa, and we need to build the Africa that we want because we've got what it takes to get there. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Juliet. Benjamin, all the way from the UK, virtually. Benjamin, your final comment?
All right, thank you very much. And I want to say thank you to everybody, Dr. Emmanuel Detumi, and all the panelists. Let me say this. If Africa and the SMEs are going to see a way forward, then let's bring both the private sector and the academia and the government on a round table. And let us discuss the African problems and allow our academicians to develop curriculums that will actually solve our problems. This will be my submission. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Benjamin. Thank you very much, and God's blessings to you that side. Finally, Mr. Ochichi, your final comment.
I'll leave my comments along the lines of the young people of today and the criticism we have been leveling against them. The issue is technology is here to stay and is capturing the attention of these young people a lot. We want to be able to connect with technology and be able to interact with these young people and tell them that what you see in social media, where things are instantaneous, everything is immediate, you want everything now, everything now, everything now, it is artificial. And teach them the values of patience, the values of hard work, the values of timekeeping, the values of being able to work with others and delivering solutions, and telling them that those are the things that work best. Once you have mastered those, then you can now use technology to further your career, rather than just throwing our people to technology. And they are so busy. If we as parents, as leaders, cannot fill the vacuum of creating an orientating platform for our young people, we will be blaming them, but the ball starts with us, the parents and the leaders, and we need to reorientate the aspirations that our young people are getting through social media, which are totally unproductive. They wake up in the morning, they are very tired. The whole night they were busy talking and quarreling. By the time you are telling the person come for food, he is really tired, he wants to sleep. So friends, let's confront social media, let's take our responsibility and direct the young people. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put up our hands for Juliet, Charles, Benjamin Online, and of course our sister here, Angela. Thank you very much. Audience out there virtually joining in the discussion, and the audience here at Sheraton, thank you very much. We are stopping this particular panel discussion here. We are going to have a short commercial play, and then we will come back in a bit with a second panel discussion. So look up to that as well. Don't go away. Thank you very much.
Monitor by Nation is your go-to website for exclusive content with in-depth stories, analysis, and detailed coverage. Sign up with these quick and easy steps. visit www.monitor.co.ug. Sign up for free for a limited period of time with either Facebook or Google. Or you can enter your email address, password, followed by your phone number. Click Sign Up. You are now a registered user. Your privacy will be protected when you share information with us. This registration is part of our effort to understand our audiences and make better business decisions to serve you better. For any queries, please contact us on 0312 301 230 or email us at customercareug@ug.nationmedia.com. Monitor, powered by Nation. Terms and conditions apply.
Welcome to Nobel.
Internet is not only important, but is part of us now. We use it in our studies, at work, home, and while going about our daily errands. However, an inconsistent internet connection is common and can be frustrating. But the good news is, we are here to the rescue. At Rock Telecom, we strive to promote integrity, dependability, innovation, customer service, and open-mindedness. Visit our website www.rocktelecom.co.ug for more information. Rock Telecom. Rock Telecom is licensed by the Uganda Communications Commission.
Welcome aboard the safest airline in Africa. With industry-leading safety measures to protect your well-being. The first in Africa to earn a diamond standard of safety. Offering a more contactless, safe, and seamless experience. Delivered with a smile by Africa's first fully vaccinated crew. Creating special memories that bring the joy back to flying, so you can continue making memories with your loved ones. Book your flight with Rwandair today. Rwandair, the safest airline in Africa.
Rwandair, fly the dream of Africa.
So we pick travelers, our typical customers are people flying in and out of the country. So we pick those from the airport to wherever they're going and back. And we do this through a network of driver partners for whom we give regular business and improve livelihoods. They can book through WhatsApp, they can call us, they can email us. You know, we just try to make it as simple and convenient, as seamless as possible for our customers.
What is creating shared value all about? CSV is short for Creating Shared Value. It is a powerful business management concept that can promote companies to think differently about their approach to social and environmental issues. It is a strategy for addressing society's challenges through profitable business models. It's all about policies and practices that enhance the competitiveness of companies while improving social and environmental conditions in the regions in which they operate. CSV is not CSR. Creating shared value goes beyond philanthropy or corporate social responsibility. Shared value is not about personal values.
Hello. May I invite the audience here back to the room? We are going into the second panel discussion on systems change with the experts. May I invite the audience back into the room? We will break for lunch straight after the second panel discussion. The second panel discussion is on systems change, and may I take the opportunity to apologize to the online audience that the questions or comments were sent to the general inbox, so we missed it. I kindly request that you send them to the tab of question and answer. Send it to the tab of question and answer so that we can rip it off and use your comments or questions accordingly. The next keynote presenter is Sazini Mojapelo, who is here. Sazini Mojapelo is from South Africa. She is chairperson of Shift Impact Africa and the Shared Value Africa Initiative, SVAI. Her expertise lies in the development and execution of strategic plans linked to social and business impact, creating shared value, ESG, socio-economic development, enterprise development, and poverty alleviation programs. She is going to present for us the keynote address, which will be discussed by panelists who are virtual. For now, allow me invite Sazini. Please put your hands together and welcome her. Give her some energy. Sazini, you're most welcome to take your seat. On the panel, we will have from Zimbabwe, Simbarashe Muhiriro. Is he online? Technical team, ensure that he is online. He is General Manager with Rayo Energy under Rayo Zim Limited. He is an independent non-executive director of the Stanbic Bank Zimbabwe Limited. He is also an independent non-executive director of Petrotrade Limited under the Ministry of Energy and Power Development in Zimbabwe. He is a member of the Board of Directors for the Institute of Directors, Zimbabwe. Muhiriro, are you online?
Thank you very much for having me, and yes, I'm online.
Good to have you. Good to have you. Next, from Ghana, we have Afetsi Aunor. Afetsi is the regional head sales and marketing for Sub-Saharan Africa at Convenio Energy South Africa. He is also the founder and current board chairman of JBW Limited, a multi-industry support services firm focused on the energy, defense, and immigration sectors, operating out of Ghana, Liberia, Nigeria, Sierra Leone, and Uganda. Ladies and gentlemen, warmly, kindly welcome Afetsi, all the way from Ghana. Afetsi, are you already online?
I'm here. Thank you for having me.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, now it is my honor to invite our keynote presenter, Sazini, to come and make a 20-minute keynote presentation, and thereafter we will have the panel discussion as well as the audience contributions. You're most welcome.
Good morning and good afternoon. I think 20 minutes is generous. I am standing. Please give me first. Thank you. I am standing between you and your lunch. So I will not take 20 minutes, but rather engage in a more robust discussion with my fellow panelists. Firstly, I would like to acknowledge and thank Dr. Emmanuel and his team for inviting the Shared Value Initiative to be part of this summit. We regard this collaboration as pinnacle to the work that is needed on the continent. It is an honor and indeed a privilege to be speaking to you today. My task is a simple one. Today's discussion will center on the need to shift our world systems to one that is more conscious and ethical, underpinned by the need for companies, small, medium, and large, to create shared value. We are living in unprecedented times, as you've already heard the other speakers say. where the world has substantially changed due to the COVID-19 pandemic. As you can see, before I speak, we've had to sanitize. However, the recently launched UN SDG Goals report for 2021 highlights the toll that the COVID-19 pandemic has taken on the 2030 agenda and indeed our 2063 agenda. In addition to over 4 million deaths due to the coronavirus, approximately 124 million people were pushed back into extreme poverty for the first time since 1998, while globally the equivalent of 255 million full-time jobs were lost. While the pandemic has slowed and we're able to meet physically and in a hybrid setting, it has indeed reversed years or even decades of developmental progress. Yet, it also has provided a catalyst for significant improvement, affording us the opportunity to build back better. With most companies, the continent embracing the principles of creating shared value, as we have seen. The shared value business model is in its 10th year, as you heard our CEO and founder Tiki mention, with more and more companies, as we've seen particularly on the continent, embracing its principles and modeling their businesses to deliver profit with a purpose. The main goal of creating shared value is to benefit greater society, for companies to benefit greater society, growing economies, marketplaces, and communities in the mutual long-term interest for all. And in particular, working in underdeveloped regions is a clear indication by businesses that they are committed to nurturing new economic opportunities for local economic development. Small businesses, medium and large, can develop and refine on-the-ground market-based solutions to help meet some of the challenges faced in our local communities. And as we've heard from our previous speakers, a big focus for our continent and indeed local economic development is innovation. With some of the building blocks in place to deliver shared value across the continent, the SVAI is well positioned to drive multi-stakeholder partnerships, acting not only as an enabler, but a convener, linking role players, ideas, and resources to tackle Africa's challenges and use our influence on policy and policymakers in a responsible, transparent, and accountable manner. This we obviously do through collaborations such as this one with the HCI. I believe one of our speakers, Juliet, mentioned the important advocacy role that companies and organizations like ours play in creating the right shifts in their economies. Tapping into local knowledge and expertise like we're doing today, cultural perspectives, and ideas outside a company can reach shared value. You spoke earlier about what is the box. I think important is to teach our children to print outside the box. Creating shared value is about leveraging the best expertise, creating a broader positive impact and value that one actor alone could not achieve. Local and international partners, NGOs, cooperatives, big and small businesses, all working together directly results in broader positive impacts with social, environmental, and economic benefits. Now let's turn our attention to the need to shift the economic systems. What are we discussing today? When talking about the need for systems change, I will refer to the capitalist system. To be frank, it has both positives and negatives. One has to acknowledge, standing here today, that it has worked to drive economic growth and create stable market systems. Its power to positively change lives is unparalleled. We have seen amazing innovation, the fourth industrial revolution, all as a result of the capitalist system. But, and I will say but again, the flip side is the actual misuse of the capitalist power, which has led to greed, corruption, injustice, misconduct, and worse still, exclusion, leaving a majority of the vulnerable populations behind, hardest hit being Africa, with a widening inequality gap. Recently, under greater scrutiny, globally, free market capitalism is under fire, given the abuse it has suffered in the hands of a leadership, our current, previous, that governs focus only on shareholder value, personal gain, and only financial performance, to the exclusion of uplifting people and planet. This model, yes, becomes deeply flawed, and we have experienced economic, environmental, and social injustice at the hands of a capitalist system. Almost 21 million people are victims of forced labor, of which more than half are women and girls. Gender inequality remains a challenge, giving rise to social ills against women and girls. An opportunity exists to shift the burden of capitalism by looking at the SDGs. Looking at the SDGs as an opportunity for economic growth and not just social development. We have seen some global leaders such as Paul Polman, and I'm sure most of us know him, shifting business models such as Unilever based on the concept of shared value. And there we can say it is conscious capitalism or stakeholder capitalism, a broader framework, a systems approach that looks beyond financial performance. This is a notion that business is about a higher purpose. And by putting the social agenda as part of your business agenda, there is a holistic system leading value creation. It is about win-win solutions that create shared value between business and society. At the Shared Value Initiative, we have developed the Purpose Playbook, which we deliver to small, medium, and large companies to understand how to develop and implement shared value principles that enable them to become purpose-driven companies. Important to note is that it can be a game changer for the way we do business and indeed the way entrepreneurs start, run, and grow their businesses. So what is creating shared value? Creating shared value can be seen as a simple concept. It is anchored on the belief that your business can do well by doing good. Simple. Thus creating lucrative new opportunities and distinct competitive advantage. Simply put, Porter and Kramer from the Harvard Business School advocate for the fact that creating shared value holds the key to unlocking innovative solutions to the world's global challenges. Pair this model with tackling the Sustainable Development Goals, the opportunity presented is a competitive advantage. According to the Better Business, Better World Commission, there is approximately $12 trillion that can be unlocked through shifting 4 key dominant systems identified in the Sustainable Development Goals. These are innovating around food production. We spoke about agriculture being key earlier. The distribution of energy and materials, you'll hear from my colleagues who are in the energy and renewable sector. Growing cities and health. Growing cities and indeed health and well-being, as we've seen with the COVID-19 pandemic. They argue that by turning the traditional business models and systems upside down, there is an opportunity to unlock incredible value in the economic ecosystem. The challenge faced is that business leaders still have the misconception that doing good means making less money and that there is always a trade-off between financial return and impact. This is certainly not the case. And we have seen shifts in the investment world in this regard. Companies that have made social impact agenda central to their strategies have seen greater reward in the form of investments and indeed sustainable growth. So one could argue that doing good and creating shared value is part of the operating model and indeed DNA of a new world system that can lead to conscious businesses regardless of size of the company. More than 380 million jobs could be created by the SDGs in the 4 systems as mentioned. Simply put, it is driving profit with a purpose, achieving system-wide impact, it is a way of thinking about business in a way that better reflects where we are in our human journey and the inherent potential of business to make a positive impact in society through playing a shaping role in society and reconceiving our products and services to ensure innovative solutions that not only grow companies but grows SMEs and society. A case in point, an example, is the MultiChoice Group. Their innovative approach to creating and distributing entertainment content across the African continent that is culturally relevant, representative of our Black nation, and locally produced enables them to strengthen the businesses that support the entertainment supply chain, which in turn grows local economies and provides sustainable employment opportunities through the SME sector. Most recently, we have seen Netflix do the same. Another example is PayPal's partnership with community banks and credit unions to distribute significant investment in Black-owned, minority-owned businesses by giving lending to minority-owned financial institutions. This has increased their buying power and investment in their communities, all which invariably contribute to a thriving society and economy. The engine for this equitable distribution is the SME sector, and indeed the upcoming and new entrepreneurs. Our ability to embrace this requires a paradigm shift by big business and systems change generally, a recognition to the role entrepreneurs and small businesses play in shifting the economy. So how can SMEs create shared value? Perhaps you ask. The reality is that SMEs are more agile and can quickly adapt and incorporate paradigm shifts and new systems, whereas larger organizations often struggle to make meaningful change at scale. For an entrepreneur or a small to medium-sized enterprise, it is also easier to get a full picture of their impact. In the case of a large company with an extensive supply chain, it takes time to understand if their sourcing practices are sustainable every step of the way, down to their last contractor or service provider in their value chain. Entrepreneurs and small businesses are also likely to succeed at using business as a force for good, as they can start measuring and managing their impact at inception and then continue to track environmental, social, and governance metrics as they grow. Further, SMEs also have the unique opportunity to engage their entire team in impact awareness and communicate their mission and goals throughout their organization, creating a culture of ownership and accountability amongst employees, which is the essence of creating shared value. The role of business in society inevitably varies across countries based on the unique developmental context in each country. However, what underpins the entire ecosystem is the important role of leadership. It would be remiss of me to finish this conversation without talking about the role of a leader. The leadership is important in driving this change that we seek. We have seen the evolution from a product-driven economic model to a service-based model, and now more than ever, a values-based economic system is demanded. Future generations will demand that conscious leaders are at the helm of companies. Companies big and small will increasingly come under pressure from customers and stakeholders if they don't re-evaluate their leadership and business model. With the rise of populist politics and a post-truth culture, it is critical that business transforms its models to respond to global challenges. The Sustainable Development Goals present an opportunity to do that. Creating shared value is not a short-term pursuit. Safeguarding the next generation of leaders, customers, and community for the future is a long-term interest for all of us. Sustained efforts are essential for businesses, big and small, entrepreneurs, to see the benefits of investing in their purpose and indeed creating shared value. While formalized programs and public commitments made by businesses can provide strong initial foundations, it is essential to invest in continuous improvement and capacity building, as we have heard from the previous panelists, across the entire economic ecosystem, so as to challenge the negatives of the capitalist system. Creating shared value offers businesses a way to think differently about their vision, their strategy, their partners, their products, their services, and implementation, and most importantly, to be part of a larger national, regional, and global systemic solution. But if creating shared value is to fulfill its potential as a relevant new systemic framework, an authentic business goal in reshaping relationships in society, it is the responsibilities of leaders sitting here in the room and online to make it work. Leaders today and leaders of tomorrow will need to make a conscious effort to evolve the capitalist economic systems to create genuine shared value for the long term, thereby creating prosperity for all. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Sazini. Thank you very much, Sazini, for that keynote presentation. I am told Afetsi has taken off, some time is attending to another important call, but we have Simbarashe online from Zimbabwe. Simbarashe, are you?
I'm here.
Simbarashe, let's start the discussion, and then I will bring in the audience after. You have listened to what the keynote presentation speaks to, shared values and a number of other a number of other issues, Africa's challenges, the capitalist system that we are involved in today. The topic we are discussing is systems change for economic prosperity, for entrepreneurship growth. Let me start by asking you, what type of economic system do you think best fits Africa, the African situation, which can best change the narrative in Africa and spur economic progress in Africa? In 2 minutes.
Thank you for the floor. I think from my perspective, when I talk about systems change, I wouldn't pinpoint the specific economic system that best fits Africa. I think we should have a system that is suitable for Africa in itself. But where I would sort of talk to sort of dovetail from the first discussion with regards to internal system changes, external system changes, and if I take these two, I would say the internal systems changes that SMEs need to understand that it's not about starting a business, but what is the long-term longevity or survival or prosperity of your business? What sort of ecosystems do you need in order to support your business from year 1 year to fulfill your 20-year plan? And that's a recognition of the social and economic environment that you operate in and what role you play in this regard. So when you think of a product or a service, the health of your business, as I always say, is directly linked to the health of the society that you operate in. You cannot separate the two, because the society or the community that you operate in or the market you operate in are in actual fact your clients. So the health of your business is directly commensurate to that. Also, what sort of supply chains and value chains do you have? If you look in places like Europe, even locally, I've discovered that when people enter a new market, they have their value chains, they have their collaborative models between different businesses that support a specific sector. So if you look at renewable energy, It starts from the legals. It goes on to your EPC suppliers who have relationships to your component manufacturers. Agriculture is more intrinsic as well, as Zimbabwe is mainly hinged on agriculture. In that, what are your value chains? Right down from the bank that finances you to the guys that sell your inputs. We're talking your fertilizer suppliers, your seed suppliers, and then these go then to the actual farmers who produce, goes up to the offtake who buys your product at which quality, and then it goes into the market. Each of these particular steps cannot survive without each other. So when I look at a systems change in SMEs that I've seen locally, is that we tend to operate in silos, right? We believe that we get into business to make money, which is nothing wrong with it. But what then happens that after a few years, or even after a year, either the same business is doing something different or the same business has failed because they have not changed. They don't have that mindset of, firstly, how do we affect the market that we operate in? Secondly, which part of the value chain do we operate in, and what is my role as a particular SME? When it talks to the first discussion on education, it's funny. I was having a discussion recently with my friends. I was like, listen, when we were in school, it was when you play sport, it's a collaborative approach. You work as a team to win the game. When you are in class, your teachers teach you math, science, and how to win. Who comes top of the class, who comes bottom of the class. Don't copy each other's homework, work by yourselves. Many years later, the guys that played sport because they learned how to work as a team, those are the guys that are running businesses or running successful enterprises in a collaborative manner. The guys that specialized in class are fighting for promotions. In other words, we are groomed to be managers, not entrepreneurs. So our educational system has to change. Our policies, our external system in terms of policy framework, right now I can say in Zimbabwe, for example, the Reserve Bank has made ESG and matters to do with the SDGs as a central part of the way they measure banks, to the extent that they are now insisting that on every board you have someone who's a specialist in ESG and as well someone who's a specialist in digital transformation. But in this particular case, we talk to ESG. So the policy framework, particularly in this country, is coming a long way. The Zimbabwe Stock Exchange as well, they're now making ESG reporting central for listed companies as well. So that is coming a long way. But so the question then becomes internally within your business as an SME, as you grow, do you make ESG a central part of your business? Do you understand how you cannot separate your profits from the health of the environment, the society, the communities that you operate in? And do you hire employees that have that mantra as a central part of how they operate and interact with either your suppliers or your particular clients? So for me, a systems change for SMEs starts with an internal approach. In terms of Africa as a whole, there was a speech yesterday at the Security Council that I heard the Kenya representative when I was talking about artificial borders that have been imposed on us. Artificial borders don't necessarily mean economic borders. It's a collaborative approach between an SME in Uganda, an SME in Rwanda, right down to an SME in Zimbabwe. Look beyond your particular markets. For example, shea butter is very popular in Zimbabwe, but extremely difficult to get. So if there's a person that does shea butter in West Africa, there's a market in Zimbabwe. But do we look to those markets for that sort of collaborative approach to sort of break down these barriers, these particular borders that don't talk to that concept of Ubuntu and say, listen, if I can't make it in my own market, or there's too much competition or it's saturated, maybe my product is an important part of a value system elsewhere. Or can I not invite Afechi, my colleague from Ghana, to sort of look at what the economic opportunities are in Uganda? Because the future large companies, the companies that contribute to the GDP, are actually based upon what we do today as the youth. That'll be my contribution for now. Yes, I would say it's practically possible because if you look at, and I don't mean to divide ourselves by races. If you look at, for example, the old businesses that started in the colonial era, yes, they're capitalist, but they do employ a certain set of shared value amongst themselves. It talks to value chains, right? So I've got an actual example right now whereby a large FMCG company walks into a colleague's office and says, I want to buy you 500 trucks for my business. But in order for you to do this, you're going to need a distribution network across the country. So on the back of my order of 500 trucks, you need to open up more dealerships. That's a shared value model, right? In opening up those dealerships, you're not going to run them yourself. They've agreed that they're going to appoint agents in each location. Thus creating new SMEs in the form of, let's just say, Simba Muriro dealerships or Simba Muriro Motor Company. That's a typical shared value model, right? But do we as youth or do we as SMEs that operate today look at that model and implement it ourselves? Sometimes, sometimes, yes, if we exclude it from the greater capitalist society, maybe we should look internally at ourselves. Do we not exclude ourselves between our peers? How many businesses or SMEs actually collaborate? Right, we may be looking at we may be looking to fight a system that is going to be very difficult to dismantle, not impossible, but difficult. When we should be looking internally and saying, listen, how did that system, which has been around for hundreds or probably thousands of years, worked in Europe, worked in America, worked in Asia, and how do we as Africans start to implement it amongst ourselves as peers, as colleagues, as brothers and sisters? So yes, a capitalist system exclusionary, I agree. But can we not make the same capitalist system work for us and create our own value systems based upon a new model, which the SVAI chair has alluded to, of shared value?
For now, before I come to the audience, I just wanted to ask you a follow-up question. Something captivating and fundamental that Sazini said is that business can do well by doing good, and she had referred to the aspects of the SDGs. I wanted to find out: is it possible to, to ensure that the aspects of SDGs, things to do with reducing poverty, taking care of climate change, reducing hunger in the population, is it possible to frame it or to bring it up into business with a mindset that if I take care of these 17 SDGs, that we can actually solve this using private business or entrepreneurship? Is it possible for Africa to do that?
Thank you. I think it's not a question of is it possible, it's a question of we really don't have a choice. So if you look at Africa, in most countries, our economies are buttressed on agriculture. I'm not too sure about what's happening in East and West Africa, but certainly in Zimbabwe, the weather patterns have changed. The rains are coming later and later and later every year. So climate change is not something that is far-fetched into the future. It's happening now. And as long as we don't take care of our climate and our basis agriculture, how do we feed the the entire population of agriculture when we can't grow our own food, and we don't take care of water sources, we don't take care of our soil, and we don't take care of our environment. Secondly, when it comes to poverty, there's no point in saying Africa's got X amount of people. Let's, for argument's sake, Africa's got 100 billion people. That represents a market, but that entire market cannot afford to buy your product. So the strength and value, the strength of your business, right, basically lies in you uplifting people from that poverty dentum line, and ensuring that your businesses, whether it's in fashion, electricity, automotive, agriculture, has a market of people that have the income to be able to buy your product, thus ensuring the health and sustainability and profitability of your business moving forward. So it's no longer a question of can it or should it. It's a question of, it's now a matter of, if we don't do it, then we don't really have much of a future to talk about. When you look at the grander scheme of things, when you look at the environment as well, the health of your business is directly related to whether or not the earth is going to be is going to be there in its present state of form in the next 10 to 20 years. So I believe it's not that business can, but it's because businesses have to. We don't have much of a choice.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Simbarashe.
Apologies.
Just hold on there and keep with us. I've been informed that Afesi has come back on. Afesi, I just want to give you now 2-3 minutes to make some, cross-cutting comments. As the discussion went on, the keynote presenter referred to, things to do with systems change. And my understanding of systems change is that we need to reconfigure from old ways of doing things and, change and readjust, relearn and all that, retool and all that. I just want to find out from you, your perspective of government. Is it possible for government to join the private sector in easily reconfiguring its culture? Is it possible in Africa, Afetsi?
Thank you very much. Yes, it is possible. Not only is it possible, but it is imperative that public and private sector collaborate to drive an enabling environment for Africa. Systems change, to me, it's about shifting the conditions that hold a problem in place. Okay, now we all, for example, we all know or we all agree that corruption is a problem, right? But what are the conditions that hold that problem in place? It's poverty. Without poverty, a lot of people won't have the need to be corrupt unless it's just sheer greed. For example, if you have a young police officer in any of our African countries, and his wife tells him, she wants to open a salon in their neighborhood because there is none in their neighborhood and a lot of women want to do their hair, but she needs $5,000 to set up a salon. And when she sets up that salon, she'll be able to contribute maybe $300 every month to the household income. There is no policy that provides a legitimate means for that young police officer to access $5,000. So he will go to work, and for every car he stops on the road, he will take $10 as bribe. In about 6 months, he'll be able to have saved up that $5,000 for his wife to open a salon. Now, if the government and private sector come together to create policies and practices that allow, that provide systems change or a shift to eradicate that problem, we won't have an issue like this. Again, most of our current policies as African countries have been outdated. We have copied. Hello? Can you hear me?
Hello? Yes, I can. I just wanted you to provide more clarity. Are you saying that, are you providing a justification for corruption to get capital, to start business?
No, you missed my point.
Is that just a clarification?
No, you missed my point. I am saying that we need both private sector and public sector, or private sector and government need to collaborate and design right policies that will allow to eradicate corruption. But the problem for corruption that I was saying is poverty. You see, my understanding of systems change is about shifting the conditions that hold the problem in place. So the condition here is corruption. The problem here is poverty.
Okay.
Are you clear?
Yes, I just wanted to bring in the audience here. Just keep with us. But Sazini was shaking her head. I don't know whether in affirmation or in disagreement. Just in 30 seconds, why were you shaking your head?
I immediately, when he made the example of the policeman, I immediately saw how it would be misconstrued as justifying corruption. But I'm glad that he's clarified it, because it did land itself there. But essentially, I think his fundamental point is that in the absence of a conducive environment that enables businesses to grow and people to strive, you will have the ills of capitalism coming through. And how to tackle that or mitigate that is for private sector and government to work together. And we have seen policies that have been created in some countries that have enabled that, that growth. And like today, the theme for the conference is around the AFCTA, right, AFTA? And we can see the impact that it will have. It reduces the trade barriers. And it is that kind of policy decisions from the AU in the creation of ACTA that we can see the potential of shifting systems that don't work to ones that become more enabling.
Just a quick follow-up. Do you think that systems change is best led by the collaboration between government and private sector businesses working together with government, or is it better pushed, pursued by, by the private sector, or is it by government? Which of the three can best achieve, systems shift?
Simba earlier mentioned the importance of value chains and ecosystems. It is a collaborative approach. And I think in my keynote, I also did mention the importance of it being a collaborative approach. It is the ecosystem that needs to shift. It cannot be done by one group. And you will see with the SDGs, SDG 17 speaks to partnerships. The ability to create any shift in society, even the education system we're talking about. The panel spoke about the teachers, they spoke about the student, they spoke about the infrastructure. It is all led by different actors, and those actors need to come together to create the necessary shift to realize the change.
Thanks a lot. Ladies and gentlemen, I need you to come in now at this time. I think 10 minutes left. I will give it back to the audience. Someone assist me with moving the microphones so that we can have any hands up, any hand up. Yes, the lady is firing the first shot here. Tell us your name and tell us your name, and don't mind boasting about your organization that you work for, like the ladies of the insurance did earlier.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Florence Nagawa. I'm the Executive Director of VANEX. VANEX is the Association of Vanilla Exporters of Uganda. Thank you, Madam, for that passionate presentation about shared value. I've listened intently. I just want to contribute and ignite thinking in the audience about some of your submission. Your topic has been very passionate about the systemic change.
In 1 minute, remember?
Oh, okay.
Yes. I'm giving you 1 minute. The rest I will give 30 seconds each.
Okay. Your passionate presentation or keynote speech has been about the shared value. And in my mind, I was wondering, are Africa SMEs ready to make this shift? I'm not talking at the macro level, I'm talking at the micro level, because at the conclusion of your speech, you talked about business leaders taking a paradigm shift to really embrace this mode of doing business. Talking from my area of expertise, agribusiness, that's where I have many cases and examples, and looking at SMEs and how they operate. For example, I'm from Uganda, for the African audience. There are so many inherent inefficiencies in the system which don't speak to the concept you're promoting at this point. Of course, it could be as a result of struggles or SMEs trying to be afloat, to make it. And this includes a lot of like human rights abuses, sexual harassment, exploitation, not paying living wages, destruction of the environment with impunity, even in the face of regulating agencies. I think one of the speakers talked about corruption. So all those micro and macro tendencies which are existing in the way our SMEs are operating. Okay, I'll focus on Uganda. Do not speak to what you're trying to talk about. What do I conclude? I think the moderator talked about, could it be private sector and government? I think some of the examples you gave about some of these multinationals which have embraced this concept of shared value, like Nestle, it has been out of the public court, the consumers demanding for the systemic change, the pronouncement, the name and shame, I think is what we are seeing that is bringing about this forced systemic change. Business leaders being aware that they are on the spot, they better do the good and they better do right. Thank you so much.
Thanks a lot, and thanks for that reminder. Thank you. There is a hand there, another one there. I will take those and then come back to the panel if there is no any other hand.
Yeah. I
Yes.
just want to also
30 seconds, please.
I want to come back on the topic, on the issue of shared value, especially SME level. At the micro level, we are seeing maybe cooperatives trying to mimic. But since we have the majority in our country, for example, dominated by SMEs, it will be good to know where across the continent shared value principle is practiced as example, so we can study more for the benefit of us here in Uganda.
You sound very doubtful other than wanting to learn,
No,
but
I want to learn because the majority of our businesses are small.
Yes, true.
And here, for example, for me from agriculture, these SMEs are trying to cheat the farmer as much as possible. And yet they cannot exist without this farmer. And even the farmer, if they get an opportunity, they will want to cheat the SME. So it will be good to see where it is working so we can pick a leaf.
I like that doubt. And the description of the predatory nature of capitalism. I like her naming the ills of capitalism. And the capitalists are by nature predators and they want to eat their prey before they make money. There is a hand there. But very good questions, I must admit. Sazini, you will really have to shoulder those questions when we come back to you. Yes.
Yes, my name is James Kiwanuka. I work for Capital Outdoor. We've been hearing a lot of very positive jargon about the growth of our businesses. All we are discussing here, I believe, is money matters.
Yes.
I am yet to hear the role of banks in helping the SMEs stand on their feet and be sustained there. Thank you.
Good question. Is there anybody from the banking industry here? Anybody from the banking industry? Oh.
I am.
From EcoBank? from Housing Finance. Did you hear the question? You were just walking in. Kindly give her the microphone, and you entered right in time. Did you hear the question again? Yes. Aha, please go for it.
Very much. I would like to say good afternoon to you all, and also say that this afternoon we are going to have a session specifically talking about the role of banks in SME growth. So I would like to reserve my comments, my ideas for that session in the afternoon. Thank you.
Okay, but from the body language, the confidence is there, meaning that she knows that there is a powerful role that the banking industry plays. I will look forward to that. There was a hand there, finally. I saw a hand. Okay.
Yes, my name is Ali Twaha, and I work with New Vision. New Vision is a listed company on the stock, and trading has resumed, and our shares are doing quite well. Just a quick one. Yes.
You didn't finish the statement. They are doing quite?
They are doing well. Yes.
Good. Congratulations.
Thank you. Just one. Alphonse, sorry if I don't pronounce your name correctly, Alphonse talked of more collaboration, to help SMEs. And mine is really from the EC perspective, where we experts have done all the hard work and policies are at that level at the EC. But you have a situation where Uganda ratifies a policy, a tax policy, and then another member country or partner state doesn't, and it takes it 10 years, and it's the businesses that suffer to, move their products across borders. I just wanted to know, in such a situation, yes, we want to create that enabling environment. How do we navigate these, state politics?
The disparities,
yes, around
in
that.
Policy.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Ali. You want to respond to that immediately? Yes, please go for it.
I think that's primarily the role of why the AfCFTA was set up. It seeks to eliminate trade barriers, but it also empowers countries to change policies to create an enabling environment for you to be able to get the shea butter that Simba was talking about from Uganda to Zimbabwe. So it is the primary role of why we have AfCFTA to do that, the Africa Free Continental Trade Area. It is creating that enabling environment. So I would say it would be worth your while to look into that. And actually it has been ratified by more than 50 countries. So I know, for example, in Southern Africa, and actually the most progressive region has been the West Africa, where all the countries have ratified and opened up their borders and have changed policies to enable small businesses, medium and large, to trade across that. In Southern Africa, the same effort is there.
Apart from the changes, because systemic change also means changing and acting the change.
It's policy and regulatory.
Okay, are they also implementing what they have?
The policy frameworks have been changed. So, for example, where you've got your revenue authority, they have to give you preferential rates for you to be able to move your goods across the continent. That's what the role of AfCFTA is doing. And I will say the West Africans have been the most progressive, have revised by country their policy frameworks, their regulatory frameworks to create that enabling environment. And it is online. And they will be creating that African gateway, I think that's what they'll call it. As the Shared Value Africa initiative, we're also looking at creating a JAMI trade that allows entrepreneurs to communicate about goods and services that best serve and the requirements across the continent.
Okay, thanks a lot. There was a question, are the SMEs prepared for the system change?
There was a question, the other question
and
was
then
around
the question of what model is there to see that of shared values? in Africa?
Yes, so let me go to the gentleman who spoke about the farmer and the SME. It is interesting that you see the farmer not as a business, because they are a business. They run a business. As the SME is a business and it runs a business. And the need to move away from a capitalist system where we actually, as you would have heard in my keynote, where it is about financial return and not looking at the business agenda being a social agenda and working according to creating shared value. If you start looking at it from that perspective, which is what my thesis puts forward or my keynote puts forward, is that let's move away from the capitalist system that drives that kind of agenda and provides those social ills that you've spoken about. Our inability on this continent to embrace creating shared value perpetuates the way we do business. And that's where the systems change needs to happen. I think I've covered both.
Thank you so much. Hilda Topachu online says, sometimes some of us, the educated, hold on to the certificates, unaware of and not bold enough to start. That's why more of such discussions on shifting the mindset should also go to the lower family units and communities where mindsets are shaped and nurtured. Then he says, I do think that we should take the mindset shift to our smaller communities where we can actually have meaningful impacts, however small. Do employers recognize experiences from informal business setups? And then Terence Chambati says, to Simba, I think he has decided to shorten the name of Simbarashe to make it more Ugandan, but it's okay. I hope the meaning doesn't change. But he says, having a policy which states that there should be an ESG and digital transformation representative on the board is great and a positive change to the current system. How practical is it for SMEs to implement, considering they normally don't start off with boards? Those are the comments from online, from the virtual audience. Finally, now let me call him Simba. Simba, make your comment, final comment in 30 seconds and take into consideration the question by the online audience. Simba Rashid?
Thank you. I think I was taking some notes where they talked of can SMEs implement environmental issues, livable wages, abuses, cheating the farmer, predators, being part of the capitalism type of doing business. I think, ladies and gentlemen, one fundamental thing that you must understand that it is a value system that we inherit internally that determines whether or not we can approach the shared value model. If you look at companies like Nestle or multinationals, Africa is not their home. They don't really care about the neighbor. They really care about the money that they put into the product that they put into a market and the dividends that go to Switzerland, New York Stock Exchange, London Stock Exchange, right? If you're a farmer, what role do you have to play in your community? As they say, charity begins at home. So the shared value business model begins at home. What are your personal values? So if you look at Tiki, the lady who founded the Shared Value Africa Initiative and Shift Impact, this is not a job for her. It's a personal calling, it's a passion, it's inherent in the value systems and everything that she advocates for. So if you're a farmer or you're an SME, and it's within your value system to see the prosperity of your next door neighbor in biblical principles, I'm sure Islam or many other religions share the same. The shared value model is not difficult to adopt. It's something that you have to look at internally. We can't say because multinationals don't do it, because the banks are not funding, because there's no law against it. These systems, these value chains did not come to pass in communities or societies where trade has started thousands of years ago. They grew from the inherent value systems of the people that promote a particular industry, which are the individuals. So we have to look at ourselves internally in order to implement what's good for our fellow man and in order for us to make our business profitable and sustainable. It's an internal value system.
Thank you so much. Thanks a lot, Simbarashe. Let's hear a final comment from Afetse from Ghana. Final remarks, Afetsi, 40 seconds.
Hello?
Are you not muted?
Sorry. In addition to what Simba just said, you don't have to be a big corporation to implement shared value or practice the concept of shared value. Actually, the smaller you are, the easier it is for you to introduce and grow with the concept of shared value and collaborate with your neighbor. So it starts at home. Everything starts at home. So you don't have to be a big corporation. As a startup, you don't need a board or anything. Whatever business model you're doing, you can incorporate the concept of shared value and the various principles of the SDGs. Across your business model, you find that there may be an element of one of the SDG models in your business value. You just have to identify it and grow it and deliberately drive it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Sazini, I'll give the very final one to you in 1 minute.
Can you hear me? Yes. I think for me, it's a simple call to action for the SMEs and everyone in the room. The choice is yours. Do you continue in the capitalist system, dog eat dog? What we advocate for is time to create shared value. Doing good is good business.
Brilliant. Doing good is good business. Thank you very much. Let's put our hands together once again for Sazini Mojapelo from South Africa. She gave the keynote presentation. Also join me in thanking Simbarashe Muhiriro from Zimbabwe and Afetsi Aunor from Ghana. And that was the discussion on system change and prosperity for all. The next panel discussion is going to be on agribusiness and sustainable economic solution. Thank you very much, and thanks for being a good audience. May I now invite the MCs to come and take over and invite the moderator for the next panel discussion. Thank you very much. God bless you all.
Thank you so much, moderator, for the first two panels that have been really, really intriguing and very mind-blowing. Thank you so much, the panelists and the keynote speakers. Right now, we are going into our third panel discussion, which is going to tackle, indeed, like Charles Odontho just mentioned, is going to be on agribusiness and sustainable economic solution. How can Africa capitalize on its agribusiness sector as a sustainable human and economic solution? That's a very big question. So allow me to introduce to you the moderator of this very panel. He is the Chief Executive Officer of Uganda Development Forum, the CEO Emeritus of Uganda Agribusiness Alliance, UAA. He has over 25 years of professional experience gained in both the UK and Uganda, providing strategic support in the form of technical assistance and advisory services to SMEs and large-scale corporations, financial institutions, and the government. Ladies and gentlemen, join me to welcome our moderator for this panel, our third panel, Edward Katende. Please come forth. He's going to introduce to us his panel, and it will be a swift one because he's going to lead us to lunch. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. It is really tight. Our session is about agribusiness, which is basically the source of food, and it is time for food. So the people who are responsible for food are standing between you and your lunch. So we want to make it as quick as possible. So I will not waste time. I will invite my team to join us on the floor. I will not go into the introductions. They will quickly introduce themselves to save time, and then go into the main part of our conversations. So, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to invite Dr. Edward Singoma Maseko from Uganda. I'm doing this very quickly. Allow me to also invite Mrs. Josephine Mukumbia from Uganda. We have other panelists who are joining us virtually. I have Florence Mnagawa. I think he's here. Yeah, Florence. Thank you. Then Miss Beatrice Gakuba from Rwanda. Virtual. Then Dr. Abu Sakara from Ghana. I think he's also joining us virtually. So each of our panelists will introduce themselves to save time. We will give them about 2 minutes each to tell us about themselves and a little bit about the subject on how can Africa capitalize on its agribusiness sector as a sustainable human and economic solution. So allow me to invite Dr. Isingoma to make his keynote speech, and then we will continue with the conversation for the next 45 minutes. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm very, very, very pleased to speak about a topic I love so much, because I think I have, the last 20 years of my life, done agri-business impact investing. And I think that's what I love to do. So I'll not go into a lot of technicalities. I'll not spend a lot of time talking about myself. I am Edward Isingoma. I manage a business called Pearl Capital Partners. I can believe that many of you would have seen us or heard about us pioneering agri-impact investing in East Africa. So I did prepare, and I'll take a few minutes to just, in 5 minutes, make a few reality checks through short presentation slides. And then I will form an opinion about some of the intricacies of some of what has been talked about by previous speakers and what goes on in practice. Because I think many times we talk about agribusiness, we talk about equalities, we talk about ourselves as Africans, but then try to do things an African way. So I feel I will use the 15 minutes by the first half going through a bit of reality checks, what happens in practice. My predecessors have already talked about policy, government, partnerships, COVID. We've had all that, and there's no point in repeating it. So I'll just go straight to some of the reality checks. I think this is not working. Can someone help? It's not working, okay. In the first slide, there are just a few slides. I need us to think about, does anybody here think that that truck could have been in Europe or the US? Even your children in primary school, lower kindergarten, will tell you that is African. Isn't that so? Now think about, this is what is in the news. Think about what is the value, the real money value of the agribusiness sector in Africa. There is research. It's clearly $1 trillion or even more in valuation. In this slide, I decided to share the silos, the post-harvest handling, for a project that I've invested in Uganda. These silos, I participated in investing the money, in setting them up, but that business that owns them can keep its raw material for up to 13 months without worrying about raw material supply for their poultry. The next slide, again, it's a reality check. Sub-Saharan Africa is a net importer of food. Food, whether it is macarons that some of our young people like to eat, whether it is the wheat, somebody mentioned about Rolex, even whether it is the chicken. The gap there is way over $40 billion. Think about the size of who we are. With only 4 countries constituting 95% of Sub-Saharan Africa, the countries in red, we still have a food deficit. Again, my immediate previous speaker did say, in West Africa, the African Continental Free Trade Area is becoming more embraced. But again, it's not disappointing. We've got to get there, and that's the opportunity. I think I'm, okay. If we were, and research has it, if we were to increase food productivity by only 2 to 3x, 2 to 3 times, all we need to do is not to increase the size of the land. All we need to do is not to increase how many smallholder farmers are actually cultivating and spending their days and nights, how many women and youth out there are spending time farming, but it's about yields and productivity from our smallholder farmers. Now, again, these are facts that large international consulting firms have spent time researching about. In the interest of time, I'm not going through the details, but I want to get some of these things as reality checks as we think about some of the conclusions this panel is going to make or share shortly. In this slide, I thought I should mention about what are some of the things we can do, whether it's the public sector, whether it's the private sector. There are so many, but what are some of the things we can do to just increase yields and access to markets? Inputs, it's a topic that has been talked about. Fertilizer and hybrid seed usage through smallholder farmers. We were glad and happy in our second fund that we managed was a seed fund in East and Southern Africa, ASIF. And it was exciting that what we learned is enormous. Improving yields, we don't need much. But are we doing the right inputs there? Infrastructure, there's a lot happening. Markets, there's a lot happening. But collectively, can we have the efficiencies required in some of these inputs for us to be able to make meaningful impact for the smallholder farmers to improve? Today, with technology, even in Kampala, you can order for hybrid seed using technology, go onto the app, Farmnera will get the seed on the bus to Arua within the next less than 24 hours. And you'll have the hybrid seed arriving in Arua with all the various checks and balances done. So there is things that we can do. Think about interventions in infrastructure and the public sector. We are talking about climate change and all the various things that come with it. Think about the realities of Sub-Saharan Africa has 35 times the land size of Texas. Just give a thought of what that means. But then just go back and think about climate change. And we can talk and talk about climate change the whole day, the whole night, the whole week, the whole month, the whole year. But realistically, when are we in Uganda going to be able to predict the next drop of rain? when actually what's happening here in terms of weather stations and whether they even function. We have such scenarios where it's very, very tough, that we don't have the right systems and processes in place. Our previous speakers have said a lot about systems and processes and policies and interventions. I will go to this slide where I thought, from experience, I'll be able to mention strongly that interventions and investments in the agribusiness space can make not only meaningful changes in the agribusiness or SMEs that we actually invest in, but also in other sectors that work with these SMEs. And this is why I brought up this slide. Again, very well researched around poverty eradication. It's not an unknown fact that about 70 to 80% of most of the African population is going to indirectly or directly depend on agriculture. When you come to Uganda here, it's even more. When it comes to the people in the room, Edward rightly said, we are standing between your way, between the summit itself and your lunch. And that lunch has made its way all the way to Sheraton from so many smallholder farmers across Uganda. I'm not sure how many of us think about how many of those smallholder farmers are actually having a meaningful social life, are able to get their children beyond UPE, or are able to actually get their ways and ends meeting. So, again, can we invest in agriculture? Is it going to be the commercial bank loans at 20% growing the agriculture sector? We'll hear that in the afternoon. I don't know. I personally think we've got to still change and do things a little bit differently. Now, as I sum up some of the points from my slides, I want to share a little bit about what some of us have done. And I think on this slide, I'll proudly say thank you to some of our impact investors, like AGRA, the European Union, NSSF lately, IFAD, and many of our other investors that have made it possible for us to introduce impact investing in agribusiness and agriculture-based impact investment funds, not only in Uganda, but in the East African region over the last 15 to 20 years. This has been exciting because it has enabled us, as Pearl Capital, introduce a new model to this market of financing agri-SMEs. We've in total, over the last 18 years, looked at made investments in about 49 agribusinesses. Out of every 10 investments or leads SME agribusinesses we look at, we invest in one. And that means it's a ratio of 1 to 10. So what happens to the other 9 we don't invest in? A lot that goes on. Lately, we are seeing other distress funds that reach out to say, can you give us your rejection list so that we can support those SMEs as well? But what's very, very important is that we are also seeing introductions of interventions around BDS support, technical assistance, as Edward will mention later on, where we've seen many agri-SMEs in this country and the region prosper. That is our history, and that's what we've done as Pearl Capital Partners, the business I own and manage. In terms of what exactly needs to be done, in terms of what's going to be the next steps to actually make the various interventions in the agribusiness space, to make the reality come true. Because the topic for this session is, how can Africa capitalize on its agribusiness potential or sector as a sustainable human and economic solution? That's the topic for this panel in front of you. It's not the issue of do we disagree whether agribusiness can be the sustainable human and economic solution. It's about the how. And that how is very wide across the various value chains, and this is why I suggested I'll leave a few question marks and opinions here, because the panel is just going to make some pronouncements shortly. The question is it a problem of raw materials? Is it a problem of infrastructure? Is it a human capital? Is it a skill set? Is it a access to finance, as many people say? I personally, from experience, think that's not a problem. Because there's so much money in this planet, or in this continent, Africa, chasing so many few SMEs in agribusiness. Is it going to be, the new terminology in this town is agri-entrepreneurs. They try and combine it to call it agripreneurs. And many of the youth will tell you, with fintech, we shall change the world. I don't know whether we have an app that makes food yet. And then, of course, it then comes down to, is it the trade barriers to a certain extent? Is it too many seminars? I intentionally wanted to say this. We do a lot of talking. We come to these summits, we have come to these conferences, and we talk about agribusinesses, we talk about smallholder farmers. Some of us have our parents as smallholder farmers. Some of us are feeding off agriculture every day. But I'm not sure whether many of us are agri-entrepreneurs. Or are we doing it for charity, or are we doing it for fun? It's going to be interesting questions. So I think with that, and those thoughts, I really thought this should streamline and trigger a discussion. And that discussion should then get us to address the various issues around poverty and food security, things around youth and women involvement. Today, there are many people talking about, oh, we have funds, we have interventions to support the women, we have interventions to support the youth, we have gender lens, sensitivity, climate smart, ESG. We'll talk about all these things. But in practice, is it about them in terms of turning our agribusinesses as a sustainable solution to the human challenges and the economic challenges for Africans? Thank you all. Okay.
Thank you very much, Edward.
Yeah.
You have raised a number of extremely important points, but I will not repeat what you have said. I want to come to our panelists. Each of you has 2 minutes to add more to what Edward has said. But Edward, all the questions, the points, the questions you've raised, the World Bank in its report, I think in 2014, raised some of those. And in its prediction, it said by 2030, if we address all those great stuff, Africa will be a 1 trillion, African agribusiness will be a 1 trillion market. Rather industry, 1 trillion per year, industry. If you think about it, at that time, the Ugandan economy, GDP, was 25 billion at that time. That if Uganda only targeted 5% of that industry, would more than double our GDP at the time. But here lies the question. How can Africa capitalize on its agribusiness sector, that 1 trillion potential, as a sustainable human and economic solution? How? Josephine, you have a first go at it.
I'm reminded that we needed to introduce ourselves. My name is Josephine Nakomo Mukumbia. I'm the Executive Director at Agribusiness Development Center. And we are founded by both Rabo Foundation and DFCU Limited. And the idea behind the founding is to actually develop capacities. So one of the questions that came up on Edward's list, I mean Edward is Singoma in this case, is it human capacity? Is it skill? because sometimes we are too much in running for the money, but the money is not the end all. Yes, money is king, but it is not the end all. How to use it, how to even source it, how to know where to find it, and how to use it are quite critical, especially if we are now thinking about not just agriculture, but agribusiness. So, looking at how can Africa capitalize, I think Edward said it very well. This is not a case of thinking about possibility. Do we have the capacity, or do we have, is this our potential? That's a given. It is clear it is the potential. We have the population that countries like Italy would die for, and the growth rate to follow it. We have the resources, earlier panels mentioned, that many countries would die for, that the Chinese are coming out here for. But why aren't we capitalizing? So I would approach the how from, first of all, I would think focus. And this I'm picking up, I must confess, from a McKinsey report, looking at 2 different countries that have seen transformation on the continent, and these are known to us. This is Ethiopia, this is Morocco. Ethiopia is a lot like us, so maybe let's leave out Morocco and think about Ethiopia. We need to have a little bit more focus, even as a continent, in what enterprises are we targeting? Not everything. There's some where we have a little bit more competitiveness. We all know coffee. We really have a ready market, for instance. Particularly cocoa, when it comes down to the numbers, we have the best competitive edge from West Africa to compete anywhere in the world. So we can find those cash crops, those specific crops, even cassava, where we have the competitive edge and focus. But this focus is also on geography. It needs to be regional. Which regional hubs, which regional areas? And we can bring this down to an African country like Uganda if we just go on systemically focusing, and our plans usually have these focuses. We are focused on certain enterprises. The feedback we are getting now on review of our own plans is the focus too broad? Do we need all of these on our radar? Why don't we put a lot more emphasis on this coffee to really get the 20 bags in 2020, for instance? That target keeps shifting. But look at the price we could have gotten in this period. Let me move on from even geographies. Beyond focus is also a related issue of alignment to the National Development Plan. So many actors, the private sector, the public, the civil society, the power capitals, the commercial banks, but all of us not well coordinated in alignment to the plan and its delivery, which in a way creates focus. So if we just set out and say for the next 5 or so years, we need a move of these enterprises. So development partners, let's pool all our resources here. And Ethiopia and Rwanda actually have done that very well. In Rwanda, the money is pooled to one entity that is really providing a lot of the BDS. It is not spread out. So in a way, it focuses them on creating value and getting one enterprise really moving, creating the employment they all need. Technology, it is the innovativeness that is going to make us, what is the word called, leapfrog some of the challenges. And I'll always use the example of a mobile phone. If Africa or Uganda particularly had waited to go planting poles for phones, we'll still be way behind. But we did catch up because of a new way, a new approach, and that's the mobile phone. We can use the same mobile phone even for the issue of weather you pointed out. There is local, more accurate weather management that can be deployed. So we need to be open to innovativeness, and maybe we have to thank the government of Uganda in that regard in terms of creating a whole ministry. But all the support and all, we need to rally around these ministries and rally our interventions. At ADC, we do a lot of e-learning capacity building. Our main challenge is how to reach out where the need is so apparent when the connectivity is not there. So recently we've been in talks with people at NITA, looking at their plan. If they are deciding to move into these districts and into this direction over the next 3 years, maybe that's where also this particular move from our side should be, because you need the connectivity. Nonetheless, I'm also pleased to know that there's more effort or more planned to see connectivity, because connectivity will open the door to even market information, not just market information, but aggregation. So it is very critical even for the parish model to be real functional, to get reporting directly. What is the other issue? I would say public-private partnerships, and I think we've had a lot of that from the previous channels. I won't go through that. So I would also conclude my 2 minutes by saying that we need a lot of intra-trade within. I worked a long time ago, I must say, in United Bank for Africa, and I had the privilege of meeting he now left, but Mr. Tony, I will not mention the other name, Olemolu, but he had this vision of a bank that could actually, instead of us doing all our transactions out of Africa, he always had a view that Africa should do more. Africa should be able to do its own collections. Why does money have to go to city to come back to Uganda? Nonetheless, that still happens. We all send our money, but the view is still there, and I'm seeing his push. I'm thinking that this Africa Free Trade continental area is really a lot like that. We need to start to aspire to do more, even at a regional level. I worked with one of, what are they called, dairy entities. He tapped into a very growing dairy company, dairy opportunity, and invested in southwestern Uganda, started making tinned milk, started exporting, and before you knew it, he was on the shelves of the region, specifically Kenya. Then we were hit by the issue of quality. Maybe it's a trade barrier, maybe it's an excuse, but the reality is we don't know the bacteria in our milk. It's a fact. We really don't follow the aflatoxins in our maize. It's a fact. So there's things we can still do from within, and I know then he got into talks with North Africa, and North Africa was very interested, but they really were very keen on seeing the quality. So today I saw in the papers experts urging us to think of quality, to tap into markets in the region, to tap into markets which will reward the quality improvements. One of our main reasons for why aflatoxins will be aflatoxins in Uganda is because me who does something to dry properly is not rewarded for the effort. My maize will be taken at the same price from farm gate. So there is no reward for the extra effort I'll put in. So the experts were telling us we need to reward this. So as we think of intra-trade, as we think of regional trade, quality becomes key at our local farm gate levels, but also at a national level. How much are we investing to see that quality becomes key? I really think it's feasible. I remain to be hopeful that we can actually transform our continent with agriculture, but there are some key fundamental infrastructural developments that we also need to set alongside this development and this hope to let it happen. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Josephine. Of course, some of the points you have raised have been talked about a couple of times. In 2011, the whole of continent was here in Uganda, talking about how finance can work for Africa. And they came up with 11 principles, they call it Kampala principles. And one of them was actually on focus. And then the Africans, through the African Union, under the CADIP, the Continental, the Comprehensive Africa Agribusiness Plan, they also said each African country must focus on at least 5 value chains, max 5 value chains. But so many years later, you're only citing 2 countries in the whole continent. Where could be the problem? Maybe you ponder on that. Do we talk much more than we can do? So ponder on the question, but as Florence comes on the floor, to use her 2 minutes to introduce herself, but also attempt also to answer the question, how can Africa capitalize on its agribusiness sector as a sustainable human and economic solution?
Good afternoon again, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Florence Nagawa, and I'm the Executive Director of the Association of Vanilla Exporters of Uganda. We call ourselves VANEX. In the interest of time, I'll make my remarks really short by picking up points from my fellow panelists. I'd prepared a narrative, but I think Dr. has ably, summed it up. I'll pick the point which Doctor talked about on subsistence agriculture and Josephine's point on focus. As we all know that at least 70%, 75% of African population is engaged in agriculture, and 65% of that population is actually subsistence agriculture. One of the guidance questions we were fronted to ponder about was, should we do away with subsistence agriculture as a way of amplifying and fast-tracking Africa's agribusiness sector? My answer to that would actually be no. We are going to be with subsistence agriculture because you can see the greatest population of our population is in subsistence agriculture, and definitely the resources for them to ever amplify and to grow their business will not be there in a long time. What do we need to do to ensure that we improve efficiency, we maximize production and productivity at their level and within the limitation of their resources? I would like to refer to an example of planned, structured, predictable, and profitable focus value chain. It goes back to the point of focus by using an example of Kenya. Kenya as a country is one of the leading exporters of fruits and vegetables in the world from Africa. And that industry of horticulture, fruits and vegetables in Kenya is really, of course, the bigger companies are there, but they are linked with the smallholder farmers in Kenya. What has happened in that industry is that the value chain is so linked that the big companies or farms are so interlinked with these smallholder farmers, providing capacity, providing training, extension, ensuring they have access to affordable, not only affordable, but the right inputs, they use the right seeds, they have the extension services, they have access to finances, they are organized, they are trained, they have aggregation points, they are trained about quality management even at a farmer level. They are really thoroughly trained where they have that interlinkage. So we are seeing a focused, planned and structured value chain that is really profitable for the country like Kenya, simply because it is organized and focused. I would also like to talk about do we need more finances in agriculture? When you read all this literature, the workshops we go to, everyone is talking about, oh, we need more investment. Access to finance is a limitation to the potential of agribusiness. Yes, rightly true, but sometimes it's not really about those finances. It's about the focus that enterprises should go for. For example, let's look about coffee in Uganda. Our government has focused on growing the coffee sector in Uganda through aggregating grants, investment, training, marketing, regulating, and we are seeing a fruit of that focused intervention to grow in that value chain. And who are the people involved in the coffee value chain in Uganda? They are smallholders. We don't really have commercial farms. We just have, like, I think, one or two, Kaweri Coffee Factory. But the suppliers of that coffee are over 1.7 million smallholder coffee farmers. And because of the focus our government has put in that sector, we are seeing the predicted or the desired growth in improved yield and quantity of coffee being produced by smallholders. So I think I've made my point. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Florence. Dr. Sakara, I think I saw you online. Please introduce yourself and make a contribution to this exciting question on how can Africa capitalize on its agribusiness sector as a sustainable human and economic solution.
Good afternoon, and let me say Habari za mchana to my colleagues in East Africa. Two issues. I'd like to make a foundation statement and then digress on that to cover some of the topics that have been mentioned. We can capitalize on agribusiness sector as a sustainable human and economic solution through ensuring land rights for people living on the land, implementing policies that attract capital and productivity whilst reducing operational and capital transaction costs to make producers and processors competitive, primarily in domestic and also eventually in external markets. Now, much to unpack that, we start from, say, the cost of capital, which I have heard mentioned, and the systems change that we want to hear about financing in agriculture. I think we need to be very clear that when we talk about the systems change for financing in agriculture, we're not talking about donors supporting particular projects, then they work well, but then we can't scale them up with the local financial systems. We're not talking really about the government-funded projects that reduce transaction costs for crops that they want to export, like coffee or cocoa. We're really talking about those farmers who have access to neither of these and need to implement investments on local banking systems and cost of capital. Now, the reason this is important is because our own central banks themselves have a problem with regulating the cost of capital in order that it not just enables an environment, empowers their own indigenous entrepreneurs to be competitive in their own marketplaces. And this forms the foundation. I've heard the question said, is it capital, is it finance, is it human technology, etc.? It's all of those things. But they exist in a hierarchical order if you want to solve the solution. And if you start off with capital costs that is not productive for agriculture, then no matter the technology, the human capacity building, etc., you'll find yourself at a loss. And that is why we need to observe one reality. How many of the rich people in our countries got their wealth from agriculture? How many of the rich people in our countries are investing their money in agriculture? For the most part, they're running away from it. And that is because it is more profitable and easier to get your returns to capital investment in other sectors. And until the channels are reorganized so that you can get that in the agricultural sector, you will not be getting returns that will make bigger investments. You will not be getting the youth going into agriculture to make careers for themselves. And this is why we keep making those calls, but we don't see them coming in droves. Yes, we see them coming when we have projects that will create conditions for them to engage there, but you cannot scale up. And that's why you have the problem of scale up. Every time we see these projects that work, but then when you have to scale up using the actual systems in the country, you have a problem. I was very interested to see the example that opened up this keynote section. And he mentioned clearly where he got his sources of funding from. If those funds have been got from normal Ugandan banks at normal commercial rates, etc., it would have proven the point that that really works within the system. But if we buffer that with either donor-granted funds or subsidized funds, and it works, translating that into the normal system then becomes a problem. So we have to be conscious of this. The next issue that I want to deal with, and not in any particular order, is the concept of a food deficit in Africa and the need to disaggregate that food deficit. It is true that Africa as a whole has a food deficit, and therefore our 36 billion annually that we import food is a potential market for our farmers. So why shouldn't they access that? But when you begin to disaggregate that, you realize that much of that 36 billion is for the North African countries. And when you come down to the sub-Saharan African countries, most of them are at the point of self-sufficiency, uncharacteristic of what we often hear, depending on good rains or bad rains. And then you have the problem of, okay, if that is the case, except for some 4 major countries, Angola, Nigeria, and Somalia, what do we do about this? I see that as an opportunity. It's an opportunity for the sub-Saharan African countries to target the North African countries. But the problem is their diet is different. It's a Mediterranean diet. And they specialize in producing the wheat, for which we don't have comparative advantage, except say in South Africa and a few places. Ethiopia, but they have a deficit themselves. So we need to look at the other areas, which is the meats, that we can meet this. And that's where I feel the agribusiness in Sub-Saharan Africa could really gear up. But we meet another major problem which we must solve, which is our protein deficiency. Everybody knows we've more or less achieved MDG 1, but we're still behind on MDG 2, which is a protein deficit. To do this, we must have legumes. You cannot have sufficient protein if you don't have legumes, because the plants themselves are the first source of protein. And then it's very inefficient when you put that into animals to get meat for people. And therefore, you have to be very efficient in the production of legumes. The production of legumes alone in Africa, the yields are very low. And we need to improve that to be able to go into that sector. The final thing I'll say is on building human capacity for both for technology and farmer institutional management, because it relates to the capacity to apply technology and also the capacity to manage farmer organizations and institutions in order to be able to add up to that pyramid to make productivity itself more, for us to be able to be more competitive. And in technology, we've done a lot in technology, so I don't want to mention too much about that. What we haven't looked at is farmer institutional capacity building, farmers' institutions themselves. And for the most part, we've not put too much emphasis on this. For agribusiness to work well, we must put more emphasis on developing farmers' institutions for their own sake, not because an NGO project wants to do something, not because the government particularly wants to set up a cooperative, but because farmers themselves need to organize their own institutions so they can determine what it is that they want to sell, and also how they share the profits from that in their association. The base and bottom line is that agriculture is a business, and before we can talk of shared capital and all of those things, we must have productivity that gives us the returns to investment in the capital used in the first place. The rest will come on board. And also, if we're talking about growing small-scale commercial farmers to medium-scale farmers and large-scale farmers, this is a mix. And this is an area which I believe in Africa, we need to pay very careful attention. And that's why I mentioned the issue of land rights. You have programs like Pro Savannah, Gambao in Zambia, where you have these big, corporate conglomerates taking thousands of hectares, and in essence, they create this situation where it's either the small-scale farmer or the big commercial-scale farmers. It doesn't need to be like that. There can be a mix if you manage those things properly, because we know that outgrower systems work. If there's equity and fairness in the outgrower system. So we need to pay attention to the increasing use of land by these conglomerates to make sure that the conditions exist locally for farmers to be an active part and to get a fair shake in the system. I want to stop here and come to the other issues. Yes.
Very much. I think so far with the 5 speakers, we have touched almost on all the discussion questions that have been raised here. But Abu, I will challenge you on the issue of protein, that while we are very poor as a continent, it becomes very hard for us to increase our protein intake. It doesn't matter how much we grow, but as countries become richer, the protein intake increases. And you have now an issue of saying, how do we help the poorest people who are actually stuck in the agricultural sector, uplift their incomes, which I think in Edward's presentation, when he said when we increase productivity, farmers' incomes increase, and when farmers' incomes increase, then there is a spread effect. Beatrice, I have brought you last, but your country has been mentioned among the top flyers on the continent. Please use your 2 minutes to introduce yourself, but also make a contribution to the subject at hand. Is Beatrice online? Okay, I'm not seeing you, but when she comes online, please alert us. We have a number of discussion points, but I think there has been a long list of things we have discussed, but in my recent personal experience, the issue of logistics is a very big one. Because if you're talking about the Africa Continental Free Trade Area, how do we get the great products from West Africa to East Africa? How do we move our goods from Uganda to Nigeria, where you have a big market? For us in Uganda, we border Congo. We have the longest border with DR Congo. It's a $3 billion food market per annum, but we are not even among the top 10 importers into Congo. The 10 big importers into Congo are in Europe, they're the US, and they use the oceans. To move goods from Mombasa to Congo reminds me what used to happen in the olden days when Uganda Cranes was going to play against the mighty Cameroonians. They would fly to Rome, and then from Rome they will come to West Africa. But at least we have sorted that out in air transport. But on sea, that you have to go to Asia with your goods destined for DR Congo. For Kinshasa, you go to Asia, and then from Asia you try to find other ships as you collect different goods, and then it takes you months just moving, crossing over to DRC. But of course, for our side, even the roads are very bad in DR Congo, so the best option is the sea, which at the moment has no alternative. So the issue of logistics is going to be very, very, very key for us as a continent and for this Africa Continental Free Trade Area to really work. So one of the issues here we have is what are the practical economic benefits? But I think from what has been explained so far, we have seen that we have a population of over 1 billion people on the continent. And so we can... Are we off? Okay. Beatrice is online. Please use your time and I don't know whether you've been listening, but your country has been cited as one of the few good examples here, but please use your 2 minutes to introduce yourself, but also help us to answer the question on how can Africa capitalize on its agribusiness sector as a sustainable human and economic solution.
Thank you, Edward. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. It's always good to speak among the last speakers because everything has been said. And just to take on the keynote speaker who opened this morning said, I think what is very critical here is that even us who are supposed to be delivering these development patterns, we also need to have a mindset. I think we have to agree, all of us here, that the debate, and I'm very proud of and thankful to the Human Capital and Shared Value of all of you for selecting such an amazing panel. Yeah, I think for all of you who have been in this ecosystem, we would not have heard what we heard this morning 10 years ago. So congratulations, all of you and all of us, that really something is happening, but more needs to be done in terms of changing the mindset. My name is Beatrice Gakuba. I'm the Executive Director of Awana Africa, which is Women in Agribusiness Network. We have 300 agripreneur women and youth in 44 African countries, ready to do business and seize the opportunities offered by the Africa Free Trade Area. And our network is comprised of 40% of youth. Yeah, and so this is what is the challenging part. The previous speaker has spelled it out very well and with very important issues, so I will not repeat that. But the human capacity, finance, access to finance and tech, all of the above skills are needed, and we all agreed on that. But at the center of the debate, we have to put the women there, because if we do not economically empower women, we will not grow the continent, we will not secure the food security, and we, as Dr. Abu Sakara said, it is linked to nutrition. So all of it together. So let's focus, and this is why we focus on women. When it comes to access to finance, we all know that the women are the less empowered. Yeah, our members, they are running good business, going concern, but they all lack capacity and access to financial literacy to navigate the financial world. They need knowledge. They need their skills to be upgraded in access to finance. I mean, access to trade finance, access to contract finance, just basic literacy, bookkeeping, recording. This is, when you talk about agribusiness, agriculture takes in rural area. And we have to agree that a lot needs to be done in improving and transforming the agriculture in the rural area. And what is needed to support that growth, whether it's infrastructure, whether it's supply chain, everything, it needs political will. It needs a constant and permanent dialogue between the government and the private sector, because government cannot do it alone. And we have to commend most of our government on the continent that progress has been made, policies are there, but there is a disconnect between the implementers and the policymakers. So we still have a lot of work to be able to connect to that, to make sure that government is following what the organization and the private sector we are requiring from them, for the market, from education system. Somebody talked about the education system. We know, all of us here, and I think if Edward, you could ask all the panelists, how many of them have their children in agriculture college or have done a degree in university on agriculture or agroeconomics? You'll be amazed. There'll be very few of us, because somebody said it, we still want our kids to be a civil servant and everything. So the mindset has also changed with us, and give examples. When it comes to access to finance, I want to say that even after COVID now, you know, many reports are showing us that the finances are ready. Yeah, finance is flowing. If only it can find reliable agribusiness investment and of sufficient supply. Yeah, 80% of the small scale farmers are women also. Yeah, so where is the challenge now? Yeah, and that is the challenge also. I mean, where it is that we are not, our small scale, very small and small scale farmers are not ready to access those finance. So we must prepare them, and preparation needs syndication of of organization, for collaboration, and most of all, the resources, because we need to catch up with the knowledge, to transfer that knowledge for them to be able to receive those finances. So one of the solutions and the change maker for that financial that is available now that our small scale farmers are not accessing is somebody, I think Josephine mentioned the supply chain, and that's really where we need to focus, yeah? We need to aggregate our supply chain that current levels of aggregation, we know when we have noticed that they are too low and very unreliable in nature to be able to attract the investment. And not only the investment, but also significant purchases. I can give an example, for instance, in fruit and veg, yeah, which we have a lot of our members involved in. I mean, if we get a lot of requests from on our platform for significant purchasers who want to buy in bulk, but our small scale farmers and even medium farmers are not able to bulk package and follow, and comply with the standard and the requirements for even for the regional market. So when we talk about Africa Free Trade Area, are we ready to trade? Because the space is there. 44 countries have deposited their instruments, but how are we going to prepare our small scale farmers to be part of the supply chain is going to be the change, the game changer. And I think the previous speakers and my colleague panelists have touched on that, yeah? The opportunity. No, I think just give me 1 minute.
Yeah, I give you an extra minute, please.
Because I will just answer. I want just to answer to that question that will also go, because the question that was sent to us are interlinked. So by answering, I'm answering to all the other questions, so you can go on with the other panelists after that. So we need to reconnect with the buyers. Yeah, with the buyers, with the smallholder and the international traders, right? And we need, I mean, when I say we need, it means all the organizations that are operating and working in promoting the small scale farmers and agribusiness. There's a great potential for us to create additional local collection center and rural trading center to link farmers to markets. I think the challenge, people have been saying that we do not have those facilities. I think we're not here to only talk about rhetoric. You have to allow us to say that there are some solutions, that we can take into account for assisting and promoting the agribusiness to be part of the transformation and the contribution to the growth of our economies. So the food system, the international big companies, food companies we need to push, to continue lobbying and talking to them for them to restore the value chain and involve the small scale farmers. And for that, we need government, the political will. We need our governments and the private sector to speak constantly and track the activities of those big food systems. Josephine, somebody talked about cacao. I'm in West Africa at the moment, that's where I'm speaking from. When you talk about cacao, you talk about coffee, you talk about cashew nuts, you talk about all those cash crops. They are all managed by multinational food companies. What is their link with the small scale farmers there? Are they speaking to them? What is their engagement with them? I think this is what the things we need to answer. Thank you.
Let's take a few comments from the audience and then we close, because apparently the hotel is clearing our lunch away. So any quick feedback or questions on what has been discussed so far? No? Good. There's a hand there. Yeah, but as they prepare, I'm picking a long list. It seems is a shopping list of what Africa can do
Yeah,
to capitalize on the opportunity. Yes.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you. My name is Chankar Bernard. I work with Efficacy Methodology, which is an independent public policy think tank. I want to invite our panelists on the conversation of the link between climate change, value addition, and food wastage. Now, in 2015, Uganda also ratified the Climate Change Paris Agreement, and recently COP26, we ratified a number of them. It's an attempt to reduce emissions, and you know, in Africa we have high food wastage, yeah? And yet, part of the reasons why we have high food wastage is because we do not do value addition. Where do we stand? Where does the ratification with the climate change agreements puts Africa with regards to industrializations and value addition of our products? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other? Rachel, the Zoom has disappeared. I think we are struggling with connection. There are a couple of questions and comments from the colleagues online, but I think we have lost connection here.
I think I'm online.
Yeah, please help us to read those questions, those comments. Those starting from a gentleman called Ruanga Charles. Since you're online, you can read those questions for us so we save time.
Yes, just 1 second. I have made here. Let me go to a big screen. Okay, let's go to the chat. I don't know where to start from, but the first ones I see, I'll go upwards. Gender-focused research has been challenged by trademark acts. A standalone discussion has had more impact addressing poverty and incomes in business. That is from a Joel.
Yeah, I've regained. We have regained the connection. There's a comment here that the problem with agriculture is similar to the problem with education.
Right.
Both focus on increasing output and less on the quality of output. Like any other business, agriculture and education, there is so much focus on profit. Many youth today are unemployed and turn to agriculture as their source of livelihood because of its nature of profitability. Shared value concept, on the other hand, advocates to profit with purpose. So the assumption is that the purpose of agriculture is to produce safe and healthy food, just as developing human intelligence is for education. The markets today are flooded with unsafe and unhealthy contaminated food. So this is basically continuing the conversation we had. Emmanuel Safari, I would like Dr. Isingoma to address the issue identified by Josephine of ADB, of ADC, of capacity building around quality. Capacity building around quality. Edward, you need to answer that. Then Doreen, a number of people in the city are investing in balcony farming to leverage on subsistence production. Will this disrupt the agricultural sector, or is it a new way to encourage it? I don't know who wants to have a go at that, but I would also ask my question, is it actually as profitable and can help you as a family to actually pay your bills? So these are the few questions I could read, but as we prepare to wind up, I will give each of the panelists an opportunity to respond to any question, but also the list of what I have here. What I'm gathering here is that for us, yes, Africa can, but it has to address a number of issues. Inputs, infrastructure, markets like Edward, you've proposed, and there was a question from Beatrice, are we ready to trade? That was a good question. The issue of technology has come up, the issue of focus, the issue of skill set on HR, basically HR, the issue of land rights, the issue of transactional costs, trade barriers, many seminars, poverty as an issue. And Dr. Abu had previously talked about a hierarchy, because since this is a shopping list, the bigger question is, what do we do first? In what order? So, Dr. Abu, since you're still there, I will start with you. You started the issue of hierarchy. I will start with you on this long list as we summarize, basically as you make your last remarks. Dr. Abu?
You hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Okay. At the base of this is the cost of capital. When I say the cost of capital, I mean real cost of capital in countries. Our policymakers hype about single-digit inflation, but they never talk about single-digit interest rates. And when you have the two together, you can get the investments in the technology that will get the returns to investment, and therefore you get an uptake of a technology. You can get a reduction in operational costs of transaction so that you can have access to markets. It's a base. And we haven't seen that in Africa. There are very few countries in Africa which have real cost of financing available to farmers. And let's not confuse that with donor financing and boutique financing for projects, etc. Let's talk about the system that everybody is going to use, not the privileged few. The second issue I want to talk about is the integration of the African markets, because the trade policy and the regulatory policy still has not taken effect. AFTA is here, but then we have to make that a reality. And that means that we must integrate the trade across the regions. We must see big things that happen. A railway from East Africa to West Africa. We must use our inland water. Africa is not like other continents where you have most of the people living along the coast. Most of our people live in the interior. And the way to get to them is through the inland waters. There's Niger, the Volta Lake in Ghana, the Luanga in Mozambique, and Zambezi. When you go, the DRC Congo River, Limpopo River, if you go up these rivers, you meet the population. So instead of spending too much time on roads, let us use the waterways. The waterways was how Europe developed because it's the cheapest form of transport. Let's use the waterways for that interconnectivity. And when you use the waterways, surprisingly, you don't come across any policemen standing in the middle of the water wanting to collect bribes for the goods you're carrying. So that is a good thing because you can use the waterways and move across boundaries a lot easier. Now, the other issue I'd like to talk about in conclusion, which I mentioned, is the disaggregation of Africa's food deficit between North Africa and Sub-Saharan Africa and taking advantage of the protein deficiency. When I mentioned protein deficiency, I think it was mistakenly understood that we should put it into meat. The first thing you do about protein is to grow legumes. The reason legumes have received less attention than cereals is because the women usually take care of the legumes. So we haven't had the technology input and the system support for legumes to increase their yields per unit area. You get sometimes 300 kilograms, 600 kilograms per hectare. Yields in legumes are still very low. And we cannot sustain poultry and feed for animals if we don't increase legumes for us to have enough for family food and have the byproducts to feed animals. So that is a cornerstone of where we need to go. Now, why is it that we're having more food imports? Really, the food imports, the people eating those food imports are the growing urban communities in Africa. And the growing urban communities in Africa, if you do not provide them what they need, will readily get these imports from outside. So yes, the value addition needs to be there, but we must have the technical capacity to do that and meet our own domestic markets first. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Boo. Beatrice, within 1 minute, we are being kicked out of here. 1 minute, Beatrice, your closing remarks.
Thank you, Edward. My closing remark is I insist that the private sector should take where the government has left it, yeah, and create short courses on promoting value chains and supply chains. And what is very important also is what Dr. Abu said, and I anchor that, the expensive cost of accessing finance on the continent is not only inhibiting the agribusiness sector, but also defranchising women will not be able to grow in that sector because most of it is run by women. And if we don't do that, and we don't intentionally create that facility and that ecosystem, whatever we are saying, it will take us back 10 years ago. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Florence, your closing remarks, please.
Thank you, moderator. I really feel like we've been cheated. We had a lot to discuss, but anyway. I want to just make a comment on what you raised about the infrastructure, connecting Africa to enable free movement of goods and services. Typically, I think that is a bottleneck. Our member states must really invest head-on as a critical area for improving intra-Africa trade. We see vegetables coming from Netherlands. They are harvested in the morning. Tomorrow they're in a supermarket in Kampala, and we are consuming vegetables imported from Netherlands because of the air connectivity for that. So how will we maximize the potential of the intra-Africa market when we are not connected by air, by road, by water? So I would appeal to our member states to really work on that as a critical area.
Yeah, of course, you have reminded me, as in the region here, we have huge infrastructure plans, and we signed to the North Corridor, the South Corridor. We have not had the conversation because Kigali was supposed to host the conversation for that. So there are a number of issues that affect the implementation of the Africa Content of Free Trade Area, but I hear you. Josephine, your closing remarks, please.
Much. And sorry to keep you. I think I'll speak to climate change because it was really the area we didn't get a chance to touch. And our view is to really build the awareness and the capacity on the same, because not just locally or on the continent, there's so many unknowns. I'm currently going through a course, and really it's opening us up to see even the opportunities in the world where we can source support, how we can source support are not known to us. But the beauty of that course is that it is online, caused by the pandemic to start with, but it has pulled in private sector players, government players, many of our energy sector people are there, and the solutions and how we are to then embed this, for instance, in my case, in agribusiness capacity building, are becoming clearer. And we don't build capacities just for the sake of building capacities. At ADC, we are building capacity so that we can then link the parties that have been built to markets, to finance, and in this particular case, this knowledge is really the key to open to a better way that they can embed in their agricultural practices, not even just at farmer level, but even at SME level. So the main thing happening there right now, from where I see it, is still capacity development for us, but also for the farmers on the ground. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Josephine. Just to emphasize that one of the key 5 trends that are driving global agribusiness is sustainability, economic sustainability. Recently, people have been talking about avocado becoming a big trend, but in Europe, there is a group of empowered consumers who does not want to eat anything that has been flown in because of its impact on the environment. So sustainability must be taken seriously from the perspective of the environment and also on our people. Edward, you started us off, you challenged us, you tickled us with your numerous questions. How have those questions been answered? And then you also try to answer other questions.
Okay, thank you, Edward. I will not keep us longer, because it's already been double the time. I think from my own thought, we've got to work together, all of us as stakeholders in the agribusiness space. We can't continue being disintegrated. Two, the only other key takeaway for me is value addition. And by value addition, I don't mean processing and cleaning and drying and manufacturing agribusiness products, but I mean systems, quality control. There's now, for example, in the vanilla business, it's no longer about vanilla, it's about traceability and rules around that. Where are you getting your vanilla? That determines the price you get. It's about, we can't talk about quality certifications when in Uganda, there's only one international accredited quality certification lab. We've got to go in and change these things. Again, markets. Let's not just talk about the product markets, let's also talk about things like the latest carbon credit sales and things. Some of our smallholder farmers have never heard of that, but they have trees in the gardens that could generate revenue. Climate change, it's got to be real. It's not just about KCCA will punish you if you throw a bottle out of the car window. It's got to be engraved in our culture that we worry about climate change and its effects and ESG issues. Human resources, I don't know how we convert human remains into human resources. That's a whole long story. Thank you, Edward. I think for me, we've dealt with many of the things, and I only think we can only get stronger and do better together. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You have actually closed on a very good note, which was one of the miracles, converting human remains into human capital. One man commanded bones. He commanded bones to get flesh and turned it into an army that won a battle. Yeah. So as that battle is poverty, and human capital is crucial to this. With that, that's what we have had time for. We could have had the whole day, but that's what we were given, and unfortunately we have overshot. We really apologize for that. I want to invite our facilitators here to take over and guide what is next. Thank you.
Edward and your panelists, you have done a very, very good job for us. And as we clap, our dear physical audience, may we stand up and give a very good clap anyway, not for only this audience, not for only the panel that is just stepping off the stage, but also for the other two panels that have already left the stage and have done a very good job. Thank you so much. I know that we have been seated for such a long time. We apologize to the virtual audience. Sorry in any way if we had delayed you in any way. And right now, definitely we have to answer to the nature call because the bodies are starting to scream out. They need some attention from the output of the agribusiness, whatever that has been discussed on the platform. So our agenda for the next session, which is definitely warming our bodies, exciting our stomach, and also being able to be energized to come back and tap into the best part that we are all looking out to hearing how best we can have the funds to push the SMEs and the startups that we are saying, oh, we need a push, oh, we need to be visible, oh, we need to be recognized, we need to do something that is substantial for the country. Please don't miss it out. As we move out, you're going to take definitely as you move out from the main exit, you will take your left-hand side, and then you'll find the ushers right at the next door. You'll have your coupon that will give you the access to entertain the part of your body that is screaming out at the moment. And to our moderators, panelists, and the keynote speakers, we will have our lunch from the lake room so that we can have an extension of the discussion on how best we can concretize the next session for the afternoon and have the best out of it. So, ladies and gentlemen, I welcome you. If I can have the tech team, honestly, to give us some music a little bit so that we can we're moving out, we have some shaking of the body so that we can be a little bit warm for our next session, which is in the next room at the restaurant. Thank you so much. Our audience, we shall be back, the virtual audience, we shall be back in 45 minutes. Please take note, 45 minutes, we shall be back. Don't miss out on the next 2 sessions that are very mind-blowing. Thank you and have a great lunch.
Monitor by Nation is your go-to website for exclusive content with in-depth stories, analysis, and detailed coverage. Sign up with these quick and easy steps. Visit www.monitor.co.ug. Sign up for free for a limited period of time with either Facebook or Google. Or you can enter your email address, password, followed by your phone number. Click Sign Up. You are now a registered user. Your privacy will be protected when you share information with us. This registration is part of our effort to understand our audiences and make better business decisions to serve you better. For any queries, please contact us on 0312-301-230 or email us at customercareug@ug.nationmedia.com. Monitor, powered by Nation. Terms and conditions apply.
Welcome to Nobel International Business School NIPS.
Now at NIPS, it's very important you understand we have different kinds of programs. We have the PhD program, and we have the DBA program, and we have the DBL program. These programs are different and they serve different purposes, and it's very important for you to understand this when making a choice. The PhD, what's it about? Normally the PhD is called the academic doctorate degree. The bachelor's degree and the Masters of Science degree or the MBA has become a common commodity in our time. And so this alone should be a convincing factor when trying to make a choice.
My name is Honorable Dr. Eric Osei Owusu.
Esther Amwa.
Dr. Humphrey Kwesi Eyimdake.
My name is Reverend Dr. Mishadai Owusu Amwa.
Dr. Hani Sherry, IT.
NIPS is created for the business executives that can help them to continue a program hand in hand with business. So it's not going to diminish your business activities, it rather supports and enhances the quality of your business. So I strongly recommend.
Internet is not only important, but is part of us now. We use it in our studies, at work, home, and while going about our daily errands. However, an inconsistent internet connection is common and can be frustrating. But the good news is, we are here to the rescue. At Rock Telecom, we strive to promote integrity, dependability, innovation, customer service, and open-mindedness. Visit our website www.rocktelecom.co.ug for more information. Rock Telecom. Rock Telecom is licensed by the Uganda Communications Commission.
Welcome aboard the safest airline in Africa. With industry-leading safety measures to protect your well-being. The first in Africa to earn a diamond standard of safety. Offering a more contactless, safe, and seamless experience. Delivered with a smile by Africa's first fully vaccinated crew. Creating special memories that bring the joy back to flying, so you can continue making memories with your loved ones. Book your flight with RwandAir today. RwandAir, the safest airline in Africa.
RwandAir, fly the dream of Africa.
So we pick travelers, our typical customers are people flying in and out of the country. So we pick those from the airport to wherever they're going and back. And we do this through a network of driver partners for whom we give regular business and improve livelihoods. They can book through WhatsApp, they can call us, they can email us. You know, we just try to make it as simple and convenient, as seamless as possible for our customers.
What is creating shared value all about? CSV is short for Creating Shared Value. It is a powerful business management concept that can promote companies to think differently about their approach to social and environmental issues. It is a strategy for addressing society's challenges through profitable business models. It's all about policies and practices that enhance the competitiveness of companies while improving social and environmental conditions in the regions in which they operate. CSV is not CSR. Creating shared value goes beyond philanthropy or corporate social responsibility. Shared value is not about personal values. It's not about sharing the value already created by firms. It is not CSI. It is not philanthropy or corporate social responsibility. Because in these cases, an organization's social contributions are not necessarily intrinsic to the bottom line. The concept of shared value recognizes that societal needs, not just conventional economic needs, define markets. It is also an important tool to align any business to the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. The social challenges identified by the goals provide a blueprint to achieve a better and more sustainable future for all. When businesses act as businesses, not as charitable donors, they can improve profitability while also improving key measures of societal well-being, environmental performance, public health and nutrition, affordable housing and financial security. Ultimately, it's all about weaving social need into the very fabric of business and creating both economic and societal value. Shared value is the most powerful practice that any company can use to achieve its purpose at scale. It increases company competitiveness and profitability by solving social problems. It helps to drive innovation by seeking opportunities for both business and society. And ultimately, it helps to create a sustainable future.
What is it about Africa? Some see struggle. We see opportunity. This is where we thrive. Africa is a land of contrasts. Hundreds of millions of our people live without access to clean water and electricity. Yet we have more entrepreneurs than any other continent, and by 2050, half of the world's youth will be African. Africa's been busy. We're urbanizing, embracing technology. We're sprinting forward with some of the fastest growing economies in the world. It's time for African-driven solutions to African problems. It's time to seize the moment and create our own narrative to build the Africa we want. Business has the power to bring about change at scale and make money doing so. The shared value business model reconnects business success with social progress. Shared value is also about partnerships, building business networks that create inclusive growth. The power of collaboration should never be underestimated. If we can bring together businesses and communities from across Africa with a shared purpose, we can build economic value and, most importantly, value for society. It's time for Africa to become the economic powerhouse of the future. Become part of Africa's most powerful shared value business network. Join the Shared Value Africa initiative today.
The lunch break. I welcome each and every one of you, and I am very grateful for the online audience. Thank you so much for being very patient with us. We can still see that you are joining with us even when we were off for the break of lunch. Thank you so much for being with us. Right now, I am going to invite, I don't know if I actually have the muscle to do this, but you will listen to the keynote speaker I'm going to introduce, and you will understand why I'm saying this. Right now, we are going to have our keynote speech for the day. And it is coming from none other than the founder and president and distinguished professor of innovation, strategy, marketing at Nobel International Business School, NIBS, in Accra, Ghana. Kweku ranks as the #2 innovation management scholar in the world based on single-authored research papers published in the top 10 business and management journals. He also ranks as he ranks among the top doctoral marketing faculty in the world, in the entire world. I hope you hear me right. Meaning that scholars whose work, he's one of the scholars whose work is most cited by the marketing doctoral students. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome with me Professor Kweku Atuaine Jima as our keynote speaker of the day.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me? Hello, can you hear me? Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
We can hear you, Professor. We can hear you very well.
Very good, very good. I was waiting for a response.
Great.
Thank you for the introduction, and thank Dr. Daytumi for inviting me to have this chat with you. I was actually listening to the discussion on agriculture, and I came out, with a feeling that agriculture has got so many problems. These firms in there have got a lot of problems that we need to resolve. And I guess the same thing applies to all small firms and enterprises in Africa. Now, you remember that one of the major things that we learn when we go to school or doctorate studies about small firms and startup is what we call the liability of newness and liability of smallness. Now, I'm going to harp on this a little bit by first sharing my slide with you so that you can see the trend of the talk. The host should give me a chance to share. Am I all right to share? Okay, it tells me that the host has disabled sharing. Is it possible that the host can help me? Okay, I'll continue. Now, when we study small and medium-sized enterprises and startups, we tell students a lot about the liability of newness and liability of smallness. And that means that simply that small firms are unable to compete because they lack the capacity, they lack competitive advantage, they lack a lot of things, including funding, including credibility and all that.
Professor, excuse me? Okay, sorry for the interruption, but you can be, you are able to share right now. You can share your screen.
Okay.
Thank you.
You can see my screen now, right? So my topic is rethinking and retooling innovation in startups and SMEs in the after era. So the liability of newness and smallness kind of encapsulates the problems that these firms face in any environment, in Africa, everywhere in the world. I would suggest that in Africa, probably these problems are kind of exacerbated by the conditions that we have. And now comes the Africa free trade zone. And before I started, I kind of decided to get to talk about these things. I decided to read a little bit on this issue. And I came out with a feeling that these small firms are going to have a really, really hard time. Because I read an article by the Institute of Security and Security Studies in Dakar. And the conclusion of this study is that although there are a lot of benefits from this free trade area for small and medium-sized enterprises and startups, these firms are going to have a big, big problem in the sense that they would lack competitive advantage because of the various problems and the liability of meanness that I spoke about, that they cannot cope. And that big firms, like they mentioned the Dangotes and people like that, are the ones that are going to be able to benefit greatly from this enterprise. So my argument is that this is not new, because I've seen this before, right? And I saw this many years ago in China, where I was a professor, and in Hong Kong, where I was a professor for 10 years, and in China, where I was a professor for another 10 years at the China Europe International Business School. And we had quite a bit of research funded by the Hong Kong Research Council with several PhDs to understand a few issues about innovation. And we came out with some conclusions that small and medium-sized enterprises, in order to compete, have to discard the old rules about innovation, develop new mental models, and use a common sense approach to innovation. And the basis of this argument is that we conducted quite a bit of research, and we wanted to understand how these firms actually operate. How do they innovate? Because these firms that we are studying were in the Haidian district or technology district in Beijing and in Shenzhen. And these firms are supported by government with R&D funds and all that. Government was concerned about the way they were operating, in the sense that many of them were turning into distributors for foreign products and foreign product services. So they wanted us to understand what is going on. How are these people innovating, and whether or not they are doing something new that they don't understand. Now, the argument I'm going to present, I do not expect you to agree with me, because I presented this in various forums and a lot of people don't agree with me. I just want you to listen and digest it and see whether or not there's some kind of gem that you can take. So 20 years of research and teaching and consulting in Hong Kong is kind of the basis, the knowledge that I've gained and published in some of the top tier journals in the world, and taught also not only in China and Hong Kong, but also in Europe, especially UK, the Netherlands, and Germany. It's the basis of these arguments. Now, my main conclusion is simply this. All firms, particularly in small and medium-sized enterprises, when you are in a new environment, a new competitive environment like this, when markets are being opened, when you lack technology, you cannot compete on the same rules as the incumbent firms, the big firms, the foreign firms with strong technology capacities. You have to develop new models of the mind, new mental models that allow you to do things differently. And that is the only way that you'll be able to compete. And in this talk, I will show you certain examples of some ideas that I've gathered and how Chinese firms are kind of using those things to actually become better. And now most of them are household names in the world. So let us start with the first one. In order to test these mental models, I gave you a survey, and some of you replied to the survey. And I've got 10 new mental models that I would like to discuss, but maybe with time, we may not be able to discuss all of them. Anytime I'm up for, my time is up, please tell me and then I'll stop. Okay, so these 10 mental models, I'll start with the first one. The first one is simply a question about this. A company must segment its markets and target customers focusing on differences in what the customers value. And you are supposed to answer true or false. Now, 100%, all those people that responded said it's true. Now, actually, this is false. And the reason is quite simple. Because we've been educated to look at markets in pieces, looking at the characteristics of markets and deciding which target markets we want to target. That is the approach that we do business. And that's the approach that we are taught in schools. And I've taught that in marketing many years ago. Now I don't teach that anymore. What is important is that from a small firm perspective, you really need to look at the commonalities of value that kind of combined or is common to the mass market. In other words, your product or service should be seen as being demanded by everybody. In that sense, you are going to develop strategies that target people not on the basis of the characteristics of their demographic characteristics or even psychological characteristics. Your products are going to be focused on what they value, what the products allow them to solve, the problems the products allow them to solve. And in that way, you're going to have multiple business models that allow you to target the entire market so that you don't leave gaps in the market for people to, capture some value from you. And that is the problem of Western companies. They complain about a lot of Chinese companies, targeting their market because they left chunks of the market untapped. And that allows other people to join into the game. Now, I did the same research in 4 countries in Africa: Kenya, Ghana, South Africa, and Nigeria. And this is the result, which is a little bit different from your result. 75% said yes, 25% said no to that question. So the first mental model is simply this: look for differences. If you're a small firm, look for differences don't look for differences in customer characteristics, but really the commonalities of value, right? So target marketing kind of limits your business model. Mass market vision allows you to have multiple different business models and business products that allow you to target almost every sector of the market. And we will come back to this later on when we discuss another mental model. So recognize and pursue non-consumption. Why? Because there are a lot of people in markets that do not have the wherewithal to purchase products. And therefore, if you target only the rich, for example, Western companies, they target only the rich. How about the poor people? A mass market vision allows you to target these people we call non-consumption. As I said, we'll come to that very soon. Mental model 2. This mental model is made possible by the first one, and that is a controversial one. Every customer would only be satisfied with a product or service that is of high quality, reliable, durable, and error-free. Now, you all said this is 82% said this is true. Good 14% said this is not true. That's great. Let's see the other results from the other research. 54% said this is true, and 45% said that is not true. Of course, this is not true. Why is it not true? The reason is that there are 2 types of markets. In any market you think about, there are 2 types. Those able to consume the products that are sold by companies in the market. Some of these people may be overserved. In other words, some of these people may be getting products that are too sophisticated for them, but still they pay for them, right? That means they are overserved. You look at your mobile phone, you're overserved. You don't use you use almost 20% of the features, but all the other features you don't use. You're overserved. There are some people that are also underserved. And there are people who are non-consuming, meaning they don't have the skills, the time, the wealth, the money to buy. They have affordability constraints. So as small firms, that is limited in competition and limited in technology and all those other things, your aim is to target the overserved aspect of the market, the underserved market, and most importantly, the non-consumption market. And this is what Chinese companies do very well, at least at the time that we were studying them back in the 1960s to 2005 to 2010, when I left and came to Ghana. This is what we were studying. So you see that a lot of these firms look for areas where people cannot have the money or the skill to use very sophisticated products. So their products tend to be very simple, very cheap. Well, they don't say cheap, they say low cost. In other words, they are targeting people based on the ability to afford the product. And that is why sometimes you say these Chinese products are of poor quality. But this issue leads us on to examine the issue of quality in detail. And you see a very different perspective of Chinese companies. For example, just give you a quick example of this issue. When Mindre is a company that I've studied quite a lot, and I've written quite a lot of it on it. In fact, some of them published in the Financial Times of London in order to spread the message. The idea of this company was that when they were entering the US market, they went to clinics that do not have a lot of spaces, right? So they assume that, okay, we are not actually competing with GE or those big companies, because the issue for these people is not money. These clinics need the space. So what they need is actually small gadgets, portable gadgets that they can use. So the competition here is the space, not another product produced by these big firms. In other words, they don't have the access and the time to utilize big products by these companies. So if you want to get in, you have to look at that and solve the access and time problem. And if you check Mindre now, you will see how big and strong they are in the US market and around the world. So the mental model 2 is that quality is relative. Now, what do we mean by that? What I mean by that is simply this. The traditional view of quality is specification oriented, engineering oriented, reliable, high reliability, durable, and all that, fit with specifications. But if you look at quality from the customer point of view, quality means fit for my purpose, right? So in that sense, what you're doing is to produce a product that is not of absolute quality, right? But it's relative to the person that is actually buying and using the product or service. And this issue, because people don't understand it very well, they use it as a disadvantage. But it is a very key insight into designing and products and services. Because if quality is relative, then it means, for example, somebody who hasn't got the time, the money, the wealth, and all that to purchase a very sophisticated product, and therefore he hasn't got the product, although he wants to use the product, right? Those people we call non-consumption. For these people, this so-called quality is good and fit for the purpose, right? Although another sophisticated customer will say that product is of low quality. So you have to see, as a small firm, before you actually go into big time into the market, you have to see quality as fit for the purpose rather than fit for specifications. Because at some point, you remember this, at some point, every product or service was deemed as poor quality. Look at your first mobile phone. I don't know whether you're old enough like me, but your first mobile phone was cranky and big and all that, was poor. But now it's almost stylish, almost a fashion item. So the key here is that, but people bought them. And in fact, at that time, they were very expensive and they were very strong status items. People would go to a big place or restaurant and put it on the table with a bang, and people would kind of turn and look. So status symbol, but it was of poor quality, right? So, I told you that I teach around the world, and I have a class in Mayhem Business School many years ago. On 18th May 2018, 9:30 p.m., a student, after discussions in the class, sent me an email. It's a long email, but the essence of the email was simply this. My company went to Bangladesh, and we were supposed to provide them with good water because the water they have now is arsenic. There's arsenic in there. So people are dying from drinking the water. Now, we developed new wells and all that, so we were able to take out all these chemicals and all that. But the water was smelly and all that. So because of that, we actually stopped the project. The reason being that the water was not as good quality as the quality we have in Germany. So we stopped. Now the question is, should you stop? Because one aspect of quality is improvement in your current position. So if you're able to take out the harmful chemicals although the water doesn't smell that good, that is an improvement in the current situation. And that was what is worrying these Western people. You know, do we have to actually give them water that we cannot use in Mineham? Now, the logic of this relativeness of quality suggests that yes, you should, because it is better than what they used to have, or it's better than nothing. And so in this sense, quality can be said to mean good enough for the target market. Model 3. Value to the customer should always be tangible, something visibly as to the customer's benefit. Now, 75% said it's true. The previous research among the 4 countries, almost 60% said it is true. Of course, it is false. Why? The reason is this. All products and services are instruments that are hired by people, customers, to perform an important function, right? So products, people don't buy products or demand products and services in and of themselves. What they want to do is to use it as an instrument. You buy a car, you don't need a car by itself, but you buy a car because it helps you to do something you want to do. So if you look at it from this angle, then products perform not only functional benefits, but also emotional benefits. And sometimes the emotion overrides the functional benefit. For this reason, you really need to define value from the customer's perspective to mean simply this. Value to the customer is anything that allows the customer to remove impediments, bottlenecks, you can put any word there, that prevent the customer from performing an important function, something that a customer wants to do. So anything that helps in that process is valuable, and the customer will be prepared to pay for it. So the mental model 3 suggests to us that value should be a broad concept, not just price minus benefit and all those things that the economists tell us. As long as the product is a good instrument that helps the customer perform an important job, that is valuable. And don't forget, emotional functions are very important. Sometimes people buy a lot of things not because of the function, but because of the symbolic value, the emotional value. And this applies to, a lot of countries. The first cars that were designed at that time, in the early stages of the economic transformation, many people did not have, everybody was on bicycle. So if you have that, it's valuable, right? So don't focus on functional value only. Customers may have experiential and symbolic value, which they value most, right? There's another example. Mindray, a company, as I said, I've studied quite a bit. When they started their ultrasound products, one of the products that they produced for rural doctors was simply a portable ultrasound. And all the ultrasound does is to take a picture, to see the belly, whatever is in there. There was no printout of anything, it was no color, it was nothing, but it was so valuable because this company brought in the idea that doctors value the function and diagnosis of products. But one important aspect of value for doctors is actually the reputation they have, the trust the customers have in them. And therefore, any instrument that allows them to really have a better conversation with the customer is valuable from the emotional side. Model 4. A company should build competitive advantage to beat the competition. Most people said this is true. Of course, it's false, right? The 4 countries, 92% said that's true. It's false. Now, why is it false? There are other similar kind of questions with this. A competitor is that company in your industry offering the same but differentiated product. True. That's false. And I will explain all that. And then to compete successfully, a company must develop strategies to target competitors, customers, and market. Obviously, that is false. Okay, what is the logic for this? You have to define competition from the customer point of view, not from the product point of view. Most of us continue to define competition from the product point of view. In other words, every company that produces a similar product that we produce is a competitor. In other words, we're in a market for products and services. No, you're in a market for customers, not products and services. You're in the market to produce instruments that customers can use. So for example, I'll give you a quick example. If I see somebody who wants to hang a picture on the wall, I can take a drill and then punch a hole for that person to get the picture hanged. Now, of course, if I ask you, you say, oh, the customer wants a drill. Of course, he doesn't need a drill. The customer wants a hole. So from that perspective, the customer actually wants a hole. So anything that can produce a hole for the customer to solve that problem is a competitor. So from that perspective, a competitor may not be in your industry. And this is a very important insight, because when Chinese firms decided to enter countries like US and all that, there were strong entrenched competition. So if they look at it from a product perspective, they have no chance, absolutely no chance. But if you look at it from the customer point of view, then all of a sudden you realize the competition is not another product that your competitor produces, but something else. Let me give you an example. Now, Haier Little Prince, a product that is a small fridge, right? To enter the US market, they went through the student market. Why? Because students at that time were non-consuming. In other words, first, they don't have the money to buy all these big fridges. And secondly, even if they have the money, they put it in a dormitory. The dormitory hasn't got a space for that. So Haier decided, okay, we're targeting this market. And one most important problem in getting to the student market was that students have tables where they have their computers and they work, right? And that's all the room there is. So if you want to get in, your competition is not another fridge. Your competition is actually trying to find a way to remove that table so that the fridge can go there. But the student also needs the table. So Little Prince is a product which was the foreharbinger of the entrance of Haier into the US market, where they turn a fridge into the top of the fridge into a table. So you can sweep, can move it, and all of a sudden it becomes a table. So that allows students to have both a table and a fridge. So the competition is removing that particular table. And that is the beauty of when you look at competition from the customer angle, right? Rather than from the, so your competitor may not be your industry. And that is one reason why a lot of disruption in industries come from outside the industry. Look at the banking industry. The fintechs were not bankers, right? And in most industries, this happens because we are always looking at competition from a product perspective, and we do the same things everybody does because we are all looking at it from the same angle. A small startup should look at this thing from a totally different angle. So focus on creating and delivering unique value that makes the competition irrelevant, right? Now, model 5. Differentiating your products and services from competition is best achieved by adding new tangible features. This is kind of repeated. Again, a lot of people said that is true. In the 4 Nations study, 69% said that was true. Of course, that is false. Why is it false? Because business model trumps quality, in whatever way you define it, especially when one with emotional ties to customers. And I think a lot of you know this already, so I don't want to belabor the point, right? You can have a good quality and have a bad business model, it won't fly. But you can have a bad quality product and have a good business model, and it will fly. A classic example of this many, many years ago, although a lot of Western companies have forgotten about that, was the tussle, the fight between VHS videotapes and Betamax from Sony. It's a classic case. And this is what a lot of Chinese companies do. For example, if you look at the early stages of Huawei's R&D, on September 2003, when they launched the IPD process, Resen Feng, this is the founder of Huawei, at that time a very small firm, spoke about this issue and how to build emotional ties. And that is why Huawei, people that are installing all these big telecom masts and everything, they sometimes stay on the field in the night, in the desert. A famous case was what they did in Algeria. They stay in the night in the desert with the customers, employees, and everything, and fix things, right? That's the emotional connection, a business model that actually integrates the company with the customer. Model 6. A core product, the features that make the product work. It's always the most important and must be receive the most attention from the company. That is false, not true. Same. There's almost a split in the 4-nation study, which is great. Okay. The reason is that when you focus on, things, the functions of the product, you tend to build the product to be more capable. And that's what I said, customers become overserved. So that's the traditional approach. So features, a lot of features. And as we produce more features, the products and services become more costly. So you can see the 2 arrows going up. What you should be doing, small firms, if you want to enter these kind of markets, what you should be doing is to use an uncommon sense approach. How do you reduce cost and at the same time increase the value of the product? And the value of the product this time is not the features, but it's the balance of the functional and emotional outcomes the customer is going to get out of the product, right? Those are the things that you have to focus on, while at the same time you bring down the cost. And here we're talking about cost in terms of price, time, effort, and sacrifice that the customer can have, right? So most Chinese companies, particularly the ones we've studied, they have this idea of breaking the customer tension. In other words, they want to have a high performance, but a low cost proposition. So when you don't understand this, you say, well, they are too cheap. No, but depending on the market, what they produce gives you high performance at a low cost. And that is a very important mental model. You always have to try and break the customer's tension, because customers want value, customer value. And from the definition, from the perspective of the customer value means cost down, value up, or benefits up. So avoid feature creep if you're a small firm. Create products with the absolute number of features that are necessary for the customer to perform what he wants to do, rather than putting in unnecessary features because the technology is there to do. So break the tension by pursuing seemingly contradictory innovation objectives. That is, you get low cost and high performance. Model 7. Market saturation as an objective. You should have a market saturation as an objective to ensure that you have high percentage of value capture. One problem with a lot of big firms and particularly Western firms is that when they target a market, and this relates to the first mental model, they will go for the rich part, right? Make a lot of money. But then people will take the technology and produce copies for the low income part. And then they complain. Why? Because they are not, practicing the market saturation strategy. A small firm should always look at this. Of course, you can start from a high income bracket or whatever, but it should be your aim as you proceed as a company, you grow as a company, that you saturate the market. This is not something that is peculiar to the East. This is actually practiced by a lot of Western companies, but they don't call it this way. For example, if you look at a Mercedes-Benz, right? Mercedes almost has so many models at any price point or any target market segments. You can, if you want the Mercedes brand, you can get. Why doesn't Rolex and those people do that? Because they are fixated with a particular high segment market. And therefore you have all these copies going out where they capture value, which they themselves don't have. I did a case with, what's the company's name? Oh my God. I've forgotten. Maybe it will come. You know, where this company in China were having its products copied and all that. Instead of fighting them through the calls and through, you know, chasing them around, it decided to have an alliance with these companies so that it can improve their quality and actually use their raw materials to produce for the high-end market that it was producing. And it works well, right? So this is derived from mental model 1 and 2. So let's see what it, mental model 8. Okay, now this is a controversial one, right? Very controversial. Everywhere I presented this, we have a lot to talk about. Now, one of the underlying competitive advantage of big firms is that we produce a technology and we patent it. And if you want to copy it or you steal it, we're going to take you to court. Right? Now, from the history of innovations, we know that the history of innovations is all about imitating and copying. And in fact, I read a piece, and this piece was given to me by a student in Germany. I didn't know about this article, but a student in Germany, when I presented a class to them and I was talking about copying is not stealing and explaining what copying means and all that, this student actually later on sent me this article and said, Professor, what you were talking about is actually what may be the reason why Germany became a superhouse, industrial powerhouse, right? And if you get a chance, please read the article. Germany banned copyright laws in the 19th century. You know, Britain introduced, in 1710, Britain introduced copyright laws, right? And Germany, which was an agrarian economy, because they didn't have a copyright law, actually grew faster than Britain. At that time in Britain, they had, you know, books. Good books were chained in the library because they don't want the commoner to read them, right? And so Germany's expansion, industrial, may be due to the fact that they were better at not protecting their copyrights so that the knowledge could spread among people. And this article I wrote about copying and not stealing, copying actually means reverse engineering. And a lot of the firms that we studied, that is how they get a technology. Chonsa Motorcycles, Mindray, all these companies were distributors of appliances in their industry from Western companies. And they learned by actually fixing products for customers and all that. And all of a sudden, they know in and out of the technology and started doing their own thing. And that's how they developed, right? And now Chonsa Motorcycle actually supplies motorcycle to Italy, right? So if you know the history of innovation, you should not be scared about this issue, right? And the second thing is that, you know, throughout the history of innovation, it has been copied. Now, which country had the most penetrating technologies or innovations in the world? It was China, but it was all stolen by the West. Gunpowder, compass, this, you name it. It was all stolen by the West, right? And then perfected to actually, in a sense, later on come and conquer China with it, right? The same thing happens. You know, the Japanese, they copied everything the Americans had. The British actually, you know, the Americans were Britain, so they had the British technology there. You know, I read a book on imitation, from imitation to innovation by Korean firms, right? That's how they developed. Now, sometimes I make a joke and I say, you know, the problem with China is that they copied everybody, not just one country. You know, the idea here is that you should not reinvent the wheel, particularly if you have people dying. I just recently read that in South Africa, they've made a new COVID vaccine. Moderna didn't want to help, but they used the available knowledge around the world, you know, publicly available knowledge, and were able to do the same thing. Why shouldn't they? So I make this contentious statement, and that is, human innovations are copies and imitations of God's creation. That's nature. Think, where would we be if God had patented everything and enforced his rights? We will have nothing. So be humble and say, copying is not stealing, reverse engineer, look at the technology inside out, do your own thing, and prosper with it. 8. So copying is not stealing. That is the mental model 8. Model 9. If you want to practice these ideas as a leader, you must be ruthless and dramatic. You have to change the mind, not behavior, right? You have to change the mind of people. No, behavior is very difficult to change. So a lot of people may not go along with you. So you have to be ruthless and let people go. And these are 2 good examples of leaders in China that have changed their organizations to become strong leaders. In the case of Huawei, a lot of people in the West cannot compete. And so they say Huawei is a national security risk. That's the only way they can compete. Otherwise, no way, right? And they did that because they were ruthless and they were dramatic. For example, in Jiang Rumin's case, the drama was that when he bought this state-owned company, he actually called all the workers together, put all the stock of fridges that he had at that time, and hired some tough guys to smash these fridges into pieces. A practical demonstration, a dramatic demonstration that from now on we are in a new phase of the business. We're not going to behave like we did before. These products were no good. We have to start doing the better than that. And that was drama, right? So if you want to do this, you have to be dramatic and you have to be ruthless and get things done. So to make innovation happen, you need the discipline, you need the capacity, and you need delivery. And all these things require you to be dramatic and to be ruthless at the same time. Okay, let's go to the final one. Now, if you want to do all these things that we've taught from our understanding of how these firms were behaving, and remember, this is kind of a view of history, because at that time we studied these organizations. They were very small. For example, Mindray was set up in 1992, and we studied it from 1996 to 2005, when I wrote the best-selling case that we've had on Mindray, which is used across the world in universities, right? Titled Innovation in Mindray, Competing for Growth and something like that, right? So this is a historical view of these firms, because now they are not like that. They are big, big firms now, right? And one mental model they had was to define innovation very broadly, right? In the sense that they look at the outcomes, the process, and the culture. And this broad view applies not only to products and services, but to marketing, to distribution, customer experience. All of these aspects of the business can be innovated if you have the right process, the right culture, and the right definition of the outcomes. Thank you, and I invite your questions. Hello?
We're right here. Professor, thank you very much for unraveling how we think and how we think about innovation. Yes, open to questions. I have 2 questions for Professor, but before I share my questions, I'd like to give opportunity to our audience in-house. If you have a question, the microphone is going to be going around. Professor, one question to you. How soon can we have or get a copy of your presentation? I think there are people who would love to meditate and chew on the things that you have shared this afternoon.
Surely, yes. I will send a copy to Dr. Adetumi. By the way, I need to congratulate Dr. Adetumi for completing his doctorate.
Congratulations, Dr. Emmanuel. All right, so we will await that presentation, Professor. Thank you very much for availing that. Any other questions in-house? Yes, over here.
Thank you. I've liked among the last submissions when he said copying is not stealing. I hope everybody has heard. Please copy. Yes, it's very nice. Let's copy because it's not stealing.
Now, if you don't want to use the word, madam, if you don't want to use the word copying, just say creative imitation. That would do.
Is there any other question? Anybody? Okay, maybe, Professor, I wanted to find out, you talked about SMEs balancing the emotion and function of value. Would you care to explain maybe a practical way that SMEs can do this, balance out the emotion and function of value?
Okay. It all depends on which industry you are, right? And the idea simply is that we are trained, we are engineered as executives and as companies to really produce things that function, right? They do things. So for example, I don't know, you do a payment platform. You put a lot of features in there, a lot of technologies in there, because your people are so technology oriented, they are skillful and all that. But you forget that when products get to that stage, they become complex, they become foreboding, and therefore people actually kind of get scared in adopting it, right? So simplicity is very important. So the idea here is that if you develop something, look at the simpler side, get the functions and the technologies, the features that are absolutely necessary for performing the job that the customer wants. And on the other side, make sure that you create this emotional connection with your product by the design, by how we navigate the website, by how people speak on the website to you, by how you respond to things. In other words, the service side, right? So that the customer actually has a better feeling in interacting with you rather than having a complex website where everything is mumbo jumbo and the customer even feels scared doing that. Now, if you drive a Mercedes-Benz, you know what I mean, right? Or some really sophisticated cars, you know what I mean, right? These cars have become so sophisticated that sometimes you're scared in punching a key because you don't know what the hell will happen when you do that, right? And sometimes, something happens and then they'll be speaking to you, blah, 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 right? So, of course, you might say, okay, these are modern times. These things are very necessary. But on the other side, the emotional side of the customer becomes very difficult because the customer is actually scared in utilizing the features that you have. So that's a big firm issue, but it's the same idea to a small firm. I studied a company called Farm Crowdy in Nigeria. We wrote a case on it. It's an agricultural digital technology service, right? I think some of you probably know about it. And if you look at this firm, they have this mindset, right? Very simple website, very, very clear. Everything is clear because when you go there, you have this affinity. You actually want to interact with the website. No wonder everybody is copying them now in Nigeria and in other parts of Africa. So that's two practical examples for you.
Thank you, Professor, for that. Just a quick comment here. Someone is asking, can innovation be accelerated? We seem to have already lost much time as Africa. Can you respond to that in about a minute?
Yeah, you can accelerate it. We're not. In fact, the whole presentation that I've just delivered is actually to help you to actually be faster with your innovation, rather than trying to invest a lot of money to start to, get R&D people to develop new technologies and all that. When in actual fact, in the public domain, there are information out there that will allow you to actually do what you want to do effectively. Now, don't be scared in starting poor, right? That's the idea here. If you look at the first microwave produced by Galans in China, if you see it today, you probably throw it into the dustbin. But it was useful. Why? Because it allowed people to cook Chinese food. That is what they wanted to do. It wasn't sophisticated. It was poor, but it did the job, right? So the idea here is that as a small firm, what you need to do is not to develop the entire technology, because you can't. You can't be like these big firms. There's no way. So you have to look at the market closely and look and see, are there some target customers that are prepared to buy poor products, which people say is poor, right? But for them, it's good enough. In Africa, a lot of people buy second-hand clothing, right? Now, if everybody wants quality product, why do people buy second-hand clothing? Because that's what they can afford. So the same thing with every product. So in that sense, this talk that we just had is a way for you to think of accelerating your process, rather than being bogged down by, building capable technologies before you start.
All right. Thank you very much, Professor. We appreciate your time and your insights this afternoon. There's lots of comments commending you on your presentation. So if you do have a moment, please do get onto our chat and read some of the comments on there. Because of time, we're going to move on to our next panel discussion, and that's happening in-house, a physical discussion that was teased earlier on by Peace Ayabaziwe, the Executive Director of Housing Finance Bank. And we're getting into a discussion on financing startups and SMEs. Question is cash still available? What can fintech, telcos, and financial institutions do to address the startups and SME funding crisis? And coming up to moderate this discussion is Annette Chihuguru. She's the former acting MD of EcoBank Uganda, and she is the former managing director of EcoBank Uganda, as well as managing the commercial and corporate business of the bank. She's an honorary fellow of the Uganda Institute of Bankers, an award she attained for the distinguished service to the banking industry after having been in the banking sector for over 30 years. Please join me in welcoming Annette Wabunoha Chihuguru to moderate our next panel discussion. I think we can do better than that.
Thank you for that. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, those here in Uganda, across the region, and all over Africa, whoever might be listening in. I would first of all want to thank Human Capital, a company I've dealt with for almost, I think this is the 4th year. Am I right? Yes, the 4th year. We've been holding together when I was still in the banking sector on these strategic leadership events that we've had. So this is not my first time that I'm here. So thank you, and also for all the sponsors. A number of them I already know. We've been doing this thing together for quite some time, so I know a number of the sponsors here, except the new ones who have joined, mainly from outside Uganda. This particular discussion is mainly composed of bankers. So I think earlier, I don't know whether he has left. He asked, I think he has left. He asked, oh, you are here. You asked about financing, why we don't finance SMEs and startups earlier on, and I think that is going to be quite a discussion for us today. Being bankers, please ask questions that you'd like to hear from why certain things don't happen or why certain things happen. I would also like to thank Professor Kwaku for the presentation on those 10 points. I picked quite a lot of good advice from him that I think as bankers here, whichever banker is here, and business people should pick up. Thank you very much, Professor, for your presentation. It was quite enriching. Like I've been introduced, I'm Annette Kihuguru, and I worked for the banking world for 37 years, having started with Uganda Commercial Bank and ending in EcoBank. In between, working for Stanbic for about 13 or 14 years, and also worked for Barclays, and in Barclays I did start up the SME department that was not there at that particular time, and worked together with ABSA. So the experience, yes, I have, and I've been fortunate enough to have been running businesses in most of my life that I was working in as a bank. So without wasting a lot of time, I think we've run quite late. It's getting a little late. It's already 4:35. I don't know how much time I have. Our panel? 45 minutes. We'll try our best to do what we can. Without wasting much time, I'd like to invite, first of all, our Mr. Richard Mugera, who's going to set the tone. And I don't know, I can't see. Are you around? Where are you? Oh. Where are you? I will allow him to come and help us set the tone, and after that I would like the panelists who already know themselves to come up and sit here. Although there are 6 panelists, I see 5 chairs, so I don't know how we are going to do it, and we are 7, including myself. I'm not so sure how we are going to do that. Probably you should arrange for that. So you are welcome, Mr.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Setting the tone, you said, huh? A round of applause for your experience.
Thank you.
I think that is commendable. I don't know if we have anyone in the room with that kind of experience. I'm sure they miss you wherever you've been. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for, first of all, having me. I wonder, thanks for having me this afternoon. Well, I thought we would be here possibly much earlier to give this presentation for the wonderful panel that's going to be here. I want to talk a little bit about maybe myself and my experience. My name is Richard Mugera. I work for Central Rift Valley Fund, which is based out of Mauritius. We are fund managers and advisors. So we have a company in Eastern Central Africa that's called Ascent Capital, which is in offices in Tanzania, in Rwanda, here in Kampala, Nairobi, and Addis Ababa. So we work around the region, basically looking and promoting enterprises. We do private equity kind of work, which means that we find capital for SMEs and medium-sized enterprises. Okay, maybe as I give this keynote, I think it would be nice for the panelists to be here. Since we've taken up so much time already. So I guess they're now all here. So we had 35 years of experience. I feel more comfortable when we have people around, that I don't feel alone. Yeah, so I bring 21 years of experience in various sectors. I started very early in oils, and then went into telecoms. And don't take it too far. And then, food, hospitality, and then right now in financial services. I'm a board member of Finca Bank, Uganda, and I chair the audit committee at Finca. So that's my background. I wanted to talk a little bit about what has happened with the impact of COVID. And I think we had a very good speaker in the morning, Mr. Chichi, who told us that these pandemics come, but also they go, and that's a good thing. We're lucky now that it's opened up a little bit, and we're all here. Who knew that we would be able to have a congregation like this? So that's really good, and it's good that people are taking care of their health by obviously covering up and sanitizing and all that. But what did that do for business? If you look at, my next slide, we saw quite a little bit of disruption in the market. Next one, please. I think 89% of businesses reported a decrease in turnover. That is huge. 9 out of 10 businesses losing their turnover. And we've seen this in companies that we own. We own 15 assets in the regions that I talk about. You find companies with turnovers of say, 25, 30 million. They couldn't turn over, the 25, 30 million in the last 2 years. So a lot of companies we saw had their turnovers decreased because obviously of the disruptions of when to do business and how to do business. You couldn't access your bankers, you couldn't access the market due to time and things like this. So it was really tough. And 73% of medium-sized to SMEs, have got cash flow problems. Businesses could not meet their capital needs to do business. Obviously, if you can't go to market, then you can't get in revenues. And if you don't have the revenues to fund your budgets, then there's going to be less and less access to cash and capital. So we saw a lot of disruptions in terms of cash flows. And I think the bankers who are here will tell you that most of the facilities that banks were offering were possibly, cash advances to businesses in terms of capital requirements of doing business. Then 2/3 experienced low demand for their products and services as a consequence of the pandemic. Think about it, 2/3, almost 75% of businesses across. I think everyone in this room knows someone who's either going out of business, or they have gone out of business, or they just simply can't fund their businesses anymore. That's because there's been low uptake or low demand for their services. Imagine companies that were used to getting businesses from for example, the telcos, media, for example. I don't know anyone here who was in media, but even media suffered. A lot of the print media, you could not get the papers bought because there was no one in the offices. And then you have to find other ways of reaching, masses. So financial institutions, most important sources of business advice for SMEs, because they see and they talk to a lot of business owners and then share that knowledge together with others. Then we saw that 41% said that they received, government support. I think there are some sectors that received government support. By show of hands, is anyone who has a company that got government support in this room? I didn't think so. So 41%, so 4 out of 10 businesses claim they received some kind of support in terms of informational material. Also, 90% received bank support, and that was through restructuring of the bank loans, which was mostly needed, I guess. How do you pay? How do you meet your obligations to your lenders if business is closed, or if you're working 50% of the time? We have businesses where most of the clients were coming to the shops or to the branches after 5 or 6 o'clock, and that's when the curfew started. So what happens to those businesses? They're losing out. They're losing out on those customers. So many banks took it to themselves, and I think the regulator helped a lot in there in restructuring a lot of these loans to the banks. Yeah. Then 2/3 of the businesses benefited from digital solutions, particularly payments and marketing. I think every one of us now knows how to use a telephone payment system. We no longer need to carry that much cash. And I think just recently, the minimums have been increased to up to about 20 million shillings. So we've seen that people have started to learn how to use this kind of media to make payments and receive payments, which is a good thing. So that's helping. And then businesses reported needing additional financial relief in the form of government tax breaks, restructured loans, short and long-term bank financing. Okay? So financing SMEs, that will be the next slide. Different funding is sought at different times of a company's evolution. If you look at, for example, the financing instruments, we can start with grants. I don't know how many people have benefited from grants by a show of hands in this room. Anyone ever got a grant? Yes, not so many. But grants are one way of businesses getting money in. We're lucky that we work for DFIDs, so they're investors in all the businesses that we operate. And because of the pandemic, we saw some of those investors like CDC coming in with grants to help the businesses that were suffering. I think probably I see other fund managers in here who might have benefited from that. So a lot of businesses that have these kinds of investors bring in, this kind of capital in forms of grants. Another financing instrument we see is, especially in sub-Saharan Africa, with trade financing coming, operational capital, meaning refinancing and restructuring of companies. And then here we will have possibly the bankers talk about how to improve deal structures through insurances, guarantees, and other wrappers that are available now in the financial sector. These were not usually available, but these are our new avenues now in the industry. And then others will say, starting up as an SME, where do I go for capital? I will go and start with my friends. Look for capital through friends. We call them the 3 Fs, friends, fools, and family. Many businesses start up through friends and family. And then there's also the proven products in terms of venture capital. There's a lot of venture capitalists now traversing the continent, looking to invest in those hubs where they see young entrepreneurs with good ideas, especially in the fintechs. They come and then they'll find these entrepreneurs and find ways of providing venture capital. So that's also another way of accessing funds. And we've seen a lot of companies coming up. I've seen some really successful women in shea butter, I think, shea butter and honey, that have benefited from these kinds of opportunities. So it really works. And then there's the high growth, which is private equity. We've seen that almost $2 billion have hit the continent in terms of private equity funds. We see Kenya is getting a lot of those funds, South Africa, Egypt, Morocco. Rwanda was doing very well. I think Rwanda got in about $126 million in terms of new investments going in. So there's quite a lot of uptake in terms of PE and impact funds. I want not speak too much about impact because the previous speakers spoke about impact funds from DFIDs. And then strategic investments, M&A, and we've seen, for example, here, we are counting on the $10 billion that's coming in from Total and the Chinese CNOOC. Those are strategic investors who are obviously coming in for the oil. And we will see a lot of money trickle down, in the economy because of that. And then the capital markets and IPOs. Anyone here invested in MTN? Show of hands. Anyone? No? Okay. One of the panelists says there's a lucky. I won't use the same words, but yes, capital markets bring in, a lot of funds. And then the thing is how to access these funds. And in the room I see fund managers, but they will all tell you is that they are looking for where to invest. And then the SMEs will also tell you they are looking for where to get the funds. So on both sides, they are looking for each other, but they're not finding each other because of the missing middle there, which is the advisors. I think the advisories need to do more work in terms of preparing SMEs to access capital. I think that's usually where the issues are. And then to access capital, an SME has to know what kind of, or where they lie in the capital structures. Do I go to a capital market? Do I go to a strategic investor? Do I go to a PE firm, a VC firm? So the market needs to know, and then you need advisors. We need advisors to educate us in understanding where to get the capital. So that's what company needs. They need different financing suited to different investors at different stages of growth, and then a clear understanding of which stage a particular business is important. Yeah. That next slide is where is Africa's startup activities concentrated. I think we spoke about Morocco. We spoke about Egypt. You see, Egypt has, despite it being known as a desert, but they bring in a lot of agriculture funds. Rwanda, Uganda, Kenya, we've seen, a lot of money coming in terms of startups. And obviously then, South Africa. So that's been the broad spectrum of finance, and where to basically get financing, depending on which level of business that you are. Yeah. Without taking up too much more time, I think since we've lost a lot of time already, I'll let the moderator take over from here. I think now they're very well situated in their seats and can start off after. Yeah. Thank you for having me.
Thank you very much for setting that tone to us. And key to note from there that I picked from your presentation is much as capital is available from various sources across, SMEs still are not able to access that financing very easily for reasons that I think we are going to discuss today in this panel, and maybe find out some of the reasons why, and try and also find solutions on how to address them. Our topic today is, like it has already been put up, is financing startups and SMEs. And the question is the cash available? And we go on to say, and what can the fintechs, telcos, and financial institutions do to address the startups and SMEs funding crisis? In other words, much as the SMEs and startups want financing, there is an issue there of accessing financing. So that is going to lead our discussions today. I'll start by saying, and thank you very much for the presentation, because I think the panelists have also picked something to discuss on for that. Thank you very much. I'll start by saying that while some SMEs are recognized as a core sector in growing the economies of Africa or this world, there remains a debate on how they are supposed to be driving the economy. And part of what you have just discussed exactly leads to that. The question here that I'm going to first of all ask the bankers that are here that I know, and this will go to you, Peace, is financing is always a challenge for SMEs and startups, particularly startups. We all know that in banking, most banks, at least here in Uganda, we have an arm's length with startups. If, however good the idea is, we will be very cautious on dealing with any startup. And yet they say that money makes money. So if the startup cannot make money, although ideas also, they say, make money, but the idea, like you earlier said, has to be funded either by a bank or equity or venture capital, depending. So how then do we think that startups, especially startups, because SMEs, yes, they have a problem, but startups are even worse. How then do we think we'll be able to move them to the next stage? Are there any practical challenges that you know? And if you know any, do you have any solutions that you think we can share with the the attendance.
Thank you very much. My name is Peace Aibaziwe Kabunga, and I work for Housing Finance Bank. Just briefly about Housing Finance Bank, you know from the name, you think it's just about housing, but we are more than that. We are a commercial bank, fully fledged commercial bank, and we offer all solutions. We have 3 institutional investors or shareholders, and that is government with about 49.2% shareholding, NSSF with 50%, and then National Housing, minority shareholder with about 0.2%. So we offer all solutions: housing, SME funding, trade finance, investment solutions. So yeah, we are among the top 10 banks in the country. Back to the question that Annette has asked, just to say that SMEs, I think in my view, have just 2 challenges. One is about survival, and 2 is about growth. So survival, you're looking at when you start up, how do you continue? Because we all know that most of the businesses in Uganda die, the mortality rate is very high. They die within 1 year or 2 years after startup. And even those that survive, they do not grow as fast as possible. So there is a challenge of survival and sustainable growth. Now, when you look at the startups, I'm going to first, and it's good that Richard talked about the sources of finance. He mentioned quite a number: equity finance, capital venture, self, or ownership equity, talked about friends and family, and of course debt. And he further said that there are people who have money around. Even banks have money. If you ask the banks how much money they hold, that is seated out there looking for who to take it, it's quite a lot. But where is the problem? And it's what I want to speak to. The money is there, but the SMEs are saying, we don't see the money. Those who have ideas, they don't see the money. So where is the problem? Number one, what we've seen is that there is unstructured governance structures. So an owner will come up with a business idea, but then you look at sustainability, you look at the structure around that business, you can't find it. You find it's one-man business. And you know that, nature can call anytime. We can pass on. So if we give you money and you don't have any structures in place, how shall we get the money back? So owner syndrome or founder syndrome is still impacting SMEs or startups. Number 2 that we have seen is that there is lack of professionalism and managerial skills and even entrepreneurial skills. So there is, yes, you have an idea, but can you put that idea on paper to convince a banker, to convince a financial institution that, yes, this is a bankable project, this is a bankable idea? The other challenge that I want to speak to is records. And this one, of course, happens for even the ongoing or the going concern SMEs. Very poor at keeping records. So there is information opaqueness. So you want me to come in and finance, but I'm not able to understand the business. I am not able to see any information. You're saying that you make sales of 100,000 every day, but I can't see the sales. There is nothing, no invoice. There is nothing on the mobile money statement. There is nothing in the bank account. So how do I trust you that you're speaking the truth? So record management. Now, about what we can do, because the money is there, but the challenges are real. So it's about working together. And I wanted to mention something about debt and equity. Ladies and gentlemen, when you start a business, what is the skin? What is your skin in the game? So you want a bank to lend you money, but then how much have you saved? Or how much have you put in? Because if you don't have a skin in the game, you can easily walk away and you leave the bank to suffer. The other thing that I want to talk about is with a bank, the reason why banks go slow on startups. One is that with a bank loan, you're supposed to start paying back. We can give you grace period, 6 months, 1 year. But think about a startup. Recently, I was seeing in our neighborhood, someone started a business. It's a bar and a spa. But every time I pass, there is no single car parked. They have not seen any client. So you can have a business idea, and you think day one, business customers are going to flock in, but they don't show up. So what do? With a bank loan, we shall not say you did not get customers. We gave you money. We need our money back, we need interest, we need principal. So for startups, my proposal or my idea would be, is it possible, for example, to use your own money or use some equity finance that can give you time to first grow, get to a certain level, and then the bank can set in. Alternatively, we have other sources of finance, like trade finance. So trade finance, the way it works, you can have an LPO, a local purchase order. So you have to supply certain goods, but you don't have the money. So you may not put in your own money, but the bank, the institution, can look at that LPO and say, okay, you want to supply, let's say, Uganda prisons. You want to supply them goods worth 100 million. You don't have the money. So the bank can use that LPO and give you money to supply. So those are some of the alternative sources of financing we have put in place as commercial banks to support startups, to support SMEs. But we all have a big role to play. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Peace. I think thank you, Peace, for that elaborate explanation you have given. I'm sure there will be quite a number of questions from the listeners on what you intend to exactly do to make them be able to access that financing in the future. Like we had earlier, I think it was Dr. Kwaku who was saying that for you to be able to sell your products even to people like startups and SMEs, you need to look at the kind of environment you are operating in. And that will somehow set the tone on how you are going to have to access those. And I think that also will take us a bit later from this, because I wanted to ask Nana, who is also virtually in Ghana, and he's also a banker, on how the fintechs have actually picked that opportunity to come up and serve those startups and small SMEs that the banks have failed to serve. So I'll still go back to the same question, and I'm going to ask Nana. I don't know whether he's able to get online.
Hello, I'm online.
Okay. You are welcome, Nana. Nana is the CEO of the Universal Merchant Bank in Ghana. So welcome, Nana. And my question to you is, from the banking standpoint, what can you or must you do to grow the startups, the sector, to help us create jobs for the youth? And if you have any practical experience that you have had in your bank, can you please share it with us? Thank you.
Very much, and good afternoon to everybody. I have been enjoying the discussion that has been going on, and I think that it just shows that SME continues to remain very relevant in our economies. From Ghana, we have quite a significant SME population, which is a significant contribution to our growth and our economy. The issue has always been how do you finance them in a way, or how do you finance the SME in a way that allows sustainability? And I think a number of those points have been discussed here. You know, when we were in school, we were taught that when you are starting a business, you approach your family and you approach your friends, and you approach other people that you could convince to help you to finance. The reason for that is that we acknowledge that when you are starting, it will take you a while before you start to make money. And therefore, you need patient money to enable you to start the business. But apart from family and friends, there is also quite a number of sources of capital that is accessible. We've seen a lot of social investment come through to the continent in particular. And there are a number of grant and aid. What has changed about those things is that in the past, they used to sort of bring in a lot of the money and give it to SMEs without a lot of focus on monitoring what the returns were. These days, a lot of people who have these funds actually need a bit more detail from our SMEs. They want to understand what your plan is, what you've done to make sure that it's a viable plan, and what is your forecast in terms of when you think you will start to make money. So what we are finding out in working with our SMEs is that now the SMEs need actually to invest a lot in some sort of disciplined approach in doing their business, and not only be passionate about the idea, but also invest in the skills to enable you to communicate effectively, if you like, to who the potential investor is. A number of the new SMEs that we're dealing with are being able to attract funds not only locally, but globally as well. But once to be able to do that, the standards you set must be comparable to some of the standards that are out there in the market. There's a lot of opportunity that we see. We are producing a lot in our countries at the moment. And I think the other thing we are finding is that once you can demonstrate how or who you are going to be selling this to, and demonstrate that if you have an effective enough market to sell to, then you attract the interest of a lot of these sort of investors out there. And I think finally, I think technology is helping us a great deal in this regard, because at first you could only talk to people locally and sell your ideas to them locally. Because of technology, like we're doing now, we're sharing ideas across countries through technology. And that is obviously exposing a lot of SMEs to potential investors who are not necessarily within their sort of environment. And that allows us to be able to work with SMEs to project them. From a banking perspective, normally what banks will do will be, once the idea becomes viable and you start to commercialize the idea, we come in with sort of short-term funds which help with your working capital, your day-to-day working capital requirements. Now, why don't we finance it when you are now building the idea? Because most of the people who give money to banks are expecting short-term returns. We raise funds through savings and investment, and then we lend it out. Most of our clients who give us savings and investments are expecting short-term returns, and are not necessarily patient enough for us to lend that money on a long-term project. So because of that mismatch, we normally work in partnership with people who will supply the long-term funds while we do the sort of working capital funds as we go along. The other thing that as banks we can offer is that we can offer collaborations with other clients that we have, so that we build a value chain for these SMEs to be able to sell among our sort of client base as well. So for me, the key thing for any SME looking out for money is some level of discipline, investing in some skills that you can project yourself well, and providing information in a way that convinces everybody that you actually know what it is that you're doing.
Sorry. Thank you very much for that. I think most of us would resonate with it. The years I actually worked as a bank, especially with SMEs at that time, is when you would even try to explain to a young SME that you need to have your books of accounts, you need to have a discipline like Nana has said, in that capital is your boss and you are a worker of capital. So even if the money is yours, it's not yours. The business owns it. The person would never ever understand that kind of thing, would say, but it's my money. I can afford to pay school fees for my niece by pulling it out of the business and paying your school fees for your niece, forgetting that that money is coming out of your capital and is going to hinder your business as you go along. So, Nana, I would like to thank you for that, because it is a real situation. Most startups and SMEs, they really do not have that discipline as to run the business as a business. They are one and the same. They are inseparable. So at the end of the day, that's why I think Peace was saying they don't live to see their growth. So they die at early stages. So I would also like now to go ahead and ask, as banks, much as we are saying what we are saying, we lose quite big opportunities by not financing startups. There are some people who have very good ideas as a startup, but because we don't believe that they are going to be able to pay in the future, you neglect it immediately. You do not want to touch it. And yet, I'm sure every business in this world started as a startup and grew. So in that, from that point of view, we have seen fintechs come from all over the place. And fintechs, telcos, mention it, they have come in and taken the business away from the banks that actually are making a lot of money for them. So I would like to touch on that particular topic, that in recent years, when I was reading, in recent years, I think a lot of funding has come in to fintechs. I was reading by 2021, over $2 billion had come in to fund fintechs. You'll actually find like the Flutterwaves, the Jumos and the like, these payment systems, remittances, they've all come into play and people are really funding them. So it has become a soft spot for all these people we are saying are startups and SMEs. They prefer using that kind of mode, either from sending their monies. We've seen in the banks, some people are trading without even going through the bank by sending their monies through those kinds of structures. So I wanted to know, why do you think this is so? And because of this funding to this particular sector, which the fintechs, what other sectors have actually have lost because of that? There are quite a number of sectors, but some sectors have lost because the funding has gone into fintechs. I wanted now to ask Eric, you being a manager for Chanzo Capital, working in 32 countries in Africa, and really being in high tech, why do you think actually fintechs are actually overtaking banks in terms of even lending, even deposit mobilization?
Thank you very much, Madam Moderator. So I just make two fundamental distinctions, and then I'll respond to the question. One is that on this panel we have, equity investors and banks. The difference between us is that banks don't take risk. Equity investors take risk. And because we take risks, we want to own a part of the business, so that we're on the same side with you. So that's the fundamental difference. Right? So if you want, and because banks don't take risks, they want to have visibility that you can pay the money back, right? So they want a collateral, they want to see your receivables, or they want to see an LPO, because they can be sure that the money will come back. But we are willing to lose the money. And so we want to be on the same side with you. We are willing to take the risks. So part of the reason that there's a misconnect is that you don't go to a bank when you start a business, because they're not in the business of taking risk. You go to the guys who take risks, and they will provide you the initial capital to start. The second important distinction is that when you are a startup, you fundamentally are trying to take an idea and execute and make it become a reality, right? Now, that spectrum, the probability that it will fail is very high, right? And so you fundamentally want to associate yourself with VCs that take that kind of risk. And so that risk spectrum aligns to their professional interest, competence, and experience. So for example, in your question, you talk about fintechs. The reason that fintechs have become predominant on the continent is because if you look at the fundamental economy works on payment, right? So in Africa, debit and credit cards did not really take off with banks. And the fundamental reason is that what you need to do that in the credit history and all that stuff wasn't there. But mobile money became the way, through Safaricom, everybody uses it to make payments. And so based on that, it became the rails on which payment happened. So fintechs have become dominant because they are serving a certain need that the banking sector did not serve. Not because they didn't want to serve that space, but they were not structured to do that. Right? You need to be a formal, they didn't have KYC on you, etc. Momo, I show up, I give an ID. Before, you didn't even need an ID. Then you get a phone number, and you can start transacting. And the fundamental important difference is that when it came to mobile money, you actually prepaid. And this is a very important distinction from credit, the credit side, where you're actually using money that you actually don't have. But when it came to fintechs, you actually have to, airtime, you have to buy the airtime and then put it on your phone. And that airtime is what is converted now to mobile money. So technically, the risk is somehow minimized because you are spending money that you have already. So, and this is how fintechs became very dominant with the mobile operators, because the mobile operator can see that you put money in your account, and they can. So, and the reason why we, the VC, started funding that space was that we realized that there's a huge market of transactions that were not happening because nobody was providing the rail for that. And this is why the banks today, you talk about Flutterwave, that now it's a $3 billion company. It's the biggest, bigger than all the banks in Nigeria. Why? Because they are targeting the mass market where the banks are not focused on. So let me conclude by giving a very important example from Ghana. So the banking center in Ghana has a population of about 5 million people. Right? The total banking population is about 5 million. MTN in Ghana's Momo alone is 26 million people. And this happened overnight when they switched on mobile money. Right? Now, so suddenly MTN and all these people put money on their phones. Suddenly MTN has all this float, this man that sits. So now MTN can provide lending. Right? So they can start competing with you, the banks. Right? So I think that the way to look at the equation is that, and the market segment that the fintechs are targeting are not the market segments that you are targeting as a bank. And so you need to start re-looking at your customer segmentation. But banks will definitely not be directly be able to do this because of all of this segmentation that I kind of lay out. Thank you.
Thank you, Eric, for that explanation. And still on the same question, I would like to go to Patricia, who is compliance and head of legal in a bank. And according to what you have said, you've just talked about KYC. Banks are very, very, very strict on KYC. They'll practically ask you for an arm and a leg, produce this, produce that, produce the other, which from what you have just said, I'll go to MomoPay and I'll go and withdraw my money and still do what I want to do without being asked, bring your head, your legs, and everything else. So I wanted to ask Patricia, from the banking point of view in relation to what the fintechs are trying to do vis-a-vis the banks, what's your view and what do you think that banks can actually improve on to also participate in the same offering the fintechs are offering?
Thank you, Annette. Oh, Annette, by the way, was my former boss, so I'm seated with my boss. Like Annette said, my name is Patricia, and I head the Legal and Compliance Department at EcoBank. Just for our EcoBank, for those ones who don't know EcoBank, we are one bank that has the largest footprint in the continent, and we're passionate about the economic development of Africa. So back to what Annette has asked, if you're right, banks will always ask about for an arm and a leg for all the documents that you want, and that just goes back to what Eric said, that we are not risk takers. But if we are to participate, what I can say right now for the fintechs and what is happening in the market, the slogan for bank was, if you don't have a title, we do not give you money. So definitely we wanted collateral before we could advance funds. And where we are moving now and where the world is going is, data used to be, if I may say in Uganda, it was the oil. Then, like everyone was jumping, oil is in Uganda, oil is here. But now where we are, data is the air. We have to breathe it. So whatever we do, and as banks, we have to actually adopt to that and start breathing data. So if we are to play in that space, just like Eric said, and that's not maybe our segmentation, then key, as the subject has been since morning, this is partnerships, collaborations. It's all about partnership, collaboration. And if you look at the fintech, they are very fast. And they are quick to innovate solutions to actually address a pain point that a client would want. So because banks are not that fast, we are not that agile, what we have to do if to look at the future is we need to partner a lot with all the fintechs, try to collaborate. That's why we hear about the APIs. Right now we have SMEs academies, we have the incubation centers, and we're working with the fintechs just to make sure we can tap into that space. And like Eric said, you find the database, total banking customers in Uganda, I think we have about 10 million customers. But if we go to the mobile side, then that's a totally different space. So what do we have to tap into that space? And like I said, despite asking for the KYC, the data that the fintechs hold right now is just adequate for banks to actually tap in. And if we can get that opportunity to work and partner with the fintechs, then I believe the solutions can be tailored and we should be able to tap into that space. So one thing that as banks we have to do, it's our time to be innovative. Two, we need to actually understand what is happening in the world of the fintechs. And if I listen to, yes, like what Erika said about Flutterwave, and I know right now we have a new, there's a new entrant in the market, the Penguin company. Cheaper, and there's another one with the penguin, the Wave. EcoBank is in Senegal, but if you go to Senegal, Wave is actually the in thing. Just they're taking over the banking space. So what are we going to do as banks? Are we going to sit back and say, oh, the fintechs have come in and we can't actually play in this space? No, the solution lies in the innovations. Just like we've discussed earlier on from the previous discussants. And two, we need to tap into that space for data, breathe that data, use it to make money from that space. So if I were to ask Annette, KYC that you've said, all the fintechs have this data. And I happen to be the chair of the NIRA and Uganda Bankers Association integration. We are trying to integrate with NIRA and all the banks to be able to get all this information, which means we are not just sleeping as banks, we are also trying to find ways to make it easier for us to work with the SMEs. I know they have challenges, like P said, in terms of keeping the financial records, and yet the banks would like to have the financial records. What are we doing? One is we can actually start with the SME academies, train them, work with them, have the relationship managers who can actually go down and train them. So this is one of the innovations that I know UNRWA is working on, setting up a few SMEs in Uganda, and they will actually bring them up to ensure that they meet all the requisite standards. So the banks could also tap into that space, and that is one space that we're working on as a financial institution. We set up an SME academy, which will tailor back down to the country, and we'll be able to tap into this and find solutions for the SMEs to actually grow and partner with them. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello. Thank you, Patricia, for that. That was actually going to be my next question on how banks or financial players, and financial players, I don't mean only banks, they could also be insurance companies and others, how they intend now to work together to help them grow the SMEs and startups. Some of the things you have mentioned, but I also would like to ask Michael on whether you can also touch on that. And in addition, you coming from Rock Telecom as Chief Commercial Manager, I would also want to add on a question on mobile money. Mobile money has actually increased payments and remittances in addition to lending and all that stuff. So on, and I don't know whether Rock is doing it, but I know MTN is doing it, Airtel is doing it. They really are working on, and I think the regulator also is in the process of working on the national payment system, where the banks can also start doing their remittances and payments using that system. We also see like banks have partnered in a company called ABC, where they all share agents across Uganda at least, to make deposits and payments also quicker, especially for SMEs again, and maybe the medium SMEs. You as telco, and I know you are very interested in this, how do you see this going to help now in Uganda? I don't know whether you are outside Uganda. Is Rock outside Uganda also? How many countries are you in?
Yes, we're in 2 countries. We're in Uganda and Zambia.
Okay, even if it is just the 2 countries, how do you see this coming to help the SMEs and startups, if I may say?
Thank you very much. My name is, sorry, there's a bit of feedback. My name is Michael Mukasa. I'm the Chief Commercial Officer for Rock Telecom. I'd like to address the second question, but first maybe I'd like to give a bit of background, because I think I'm approaching this issue from the other perspective of we were once a startup and we could be considered an SME by some banks or some criteria. And a lot of the things I've been hearing today really resonate with me in terms of the experience I've had as a startup trying to raise money, as an SME trying to expand the business, and even just as a local businessman generally. So our journey started 15 years ago, actually 15 and a half. And when we started, we faced a lot of the challenges most startups in Africa and around the world face, which is we didn't have a proven track record, or we didn't have money or assets that we could put up as security to get financing for the business. And we went to different kinds of financiers, including venture capitalists, who we did approach, and they were very willing to give us the money to do the business. We approached banks, but most of the requirements the banks wanted, we didn't have as a company. We were just starting, and we didn't want to put our personal assets up, which was the other option. So what can you do as a startup, I guess is the question. You can't get money from the bank because, like Eric has pointed out, banks are not structured to give money to startups with good ideas. Because yes, the failure rate is very high and there's no security. So in our case, it became a question of the chicken and the egg. Do you get the money first and then do the business, or do you just start doing the business and see what money comes in? And we made the latter choice, which is we just started doing business with whatever resources we had. And as we built scale, we were able to now go to formal financial institutions like banks and get money, which took about 5 years before we felt we had reached that scale. For a lot of SMEs, it's a struggle because they don't make it to the 5-year mark. And because they can't make it to the 5-year mark, they don't have the time to put into place all the documentation, all the systems, and all of the requirements. So mostly what I've seen in our local market here is they resort to other forms of financing. What's very popular now are investment clubs. So you find a group of individuals will organize themselves as a pool of capital, and then they'll invest into different businesses. And usually their due diligence process is not the same as an investment banker or as a commercial bank. And so that's one option. I didn't see it in the presentation that Richard made, but it is a very viable option, and it's very common these days for startups and SMEs to get money from investment clubs and other sources of finance that are out there. So I think it's not impossible to start in business. You just have to believe in yourself and get somebody, a group of people who believe in you, and you can get the money. That being said, when we talk about mobile money in the banking system, I'd like to again break that down because there are different reasons to use mobile money. It's very transactional in that it's an easy way to send and receive money, and then to even make payments now, because most retail outlets accept mobile money as a form of payment at the point of sale. On the other hand, there are things mobile money can't do. One, I think cross-border transactions has been a challenge, both because of exchange rate and regulations, which is something that banks still have to do. And number two would be maybe what I would call large-scale lending, because the money you can borrow on mobile money is very small. You can't borrow in big amounts. So, I mean, as a transactional medium, it's great. If it's a small transaction or if it's a personal transaction. As a financial system, I don't think it's the same thing. It's two different issues. And so I would say that I don't think it's a battle of is mobile money taking over banking, or like we pointed out, is mobile money addressing a market which banks were not structured to serve. And I think it's really a technological tool, and just like any other technological tool, it has its good and bad aspects to it. For us as more of a service provider, we look at all of these as enablers of our business. So we use all of the above as channels to make life easy for our customers. We know many customers, for a variety of reasons, prefer to transact in one way or another, be it via bank, be it via mobile money, be it via another payment platform like Visa, which is also very ubiquitous, or MasterCard. So all of these we just look at as payment platforms, and we try to integrate with all of them as much as possible in the interest of serving our customers. That would be my response on that. Thank you.
Okay. You just mentioned something on cross-border, and just clicked my mind that given that we are trying to push for AfCFTA, and business is going to be done across the borders, and yet what you're saying is that we still have a limitation on remittances and payments, even for startups that might get interested, or SMEs in different countries want to exchange goods with other countries, but then we have that limitation of cross-border remittances. What do you think as a telco can be done to ease that and encourage free trade across the region?
Thank you. I think to address that specifically, it's more of a regulatory challenge. I think in most of the telcos who deal in mobile money directly, the mobile money company has been separated from the telco. And the reason is that the mobile money company has regulatory challenges which a telco doesn't face. Telcos are connecting people to communicate, and that's what they're designed to do. They're not financial institutions. So when you think about mobile money, if it's going to become a financial platform, it has to be regulated as a financial platform, and the regulations have to match in different countries. Currently, if you send mobile money to another country, that exchange rate is determined arbitrarily. It would be the word I would use. So I mean, anybody can decide on any exchange rate which you feel as a business works for you on that specific day, but there's no regulation of that. Yet there should be a regulation and there should be some agreement. And then what if the transaction goes wrong? How do you trace that money? How do you verify it reached the sender? How do you verify it's the amount that was sent by the sender? All of these have to be regulated, and I think if we're going to have this kind of business across Africa, we should have coordination of the regulation across all the countries.
I'm sorry to interrupt. I just wanted to add a little bit to just this particular discussion. I think that we actually are in a moment at the moment where this opportunity is actually set to be realized. Because under the Africa Free Trade, I think Afrexim Bank in Egypt has actually championed a project that was recently launched in Ghana. Which has a collaboration of most of the governors of the central banks of most of the African countries, which is the Pan-African Payment and Settlement System. And so through technology, this new system has been launched. In theory, what the system should do is to enable us to send money cross-border in terms of, which it works very similar to what SWIFT does. But in this case, the system should allow real-time settlement from one country to the other, with pre-agreed exchange rates that have been sort of agreed on a daily basis. It's been launched. What the companies are now doing is trying to get the various banks and financial services companies in the various countries to hook onto, if you like, this platform. So that if it becomes successful, in theory, I should be able to order flowers from Kenya and pay with cedis, and the person in Kenya will receive it in shillings in real time. So these are some of the benefits that technology and also the Africa Free Trade, because of the collaboration between the countries, is beginning to offer, which should now open up a lot of opportunity, particularly for SMEs, to be able to sell not only within their local region, but across border as well.
Thank you so much for that addition. I think we still have some work to do as a country, as a region, and Africa in that, if we are going to push the agenda of AfCFTA. The next question goes to Mr. Ntege. There's so much talk going about transforming the financial sectors in Africa to respond to the financial needs of the private sector. First of all, how do you define this transformation? What is it? What does it mean, this transformation? And in addition, is there anything governments across can do to leverage financial institutions to boost these SMEs and startups to grow across the Africa region?
Thank you. It's a good question. So let me just put a little bit in context on my understanding and what we should look at as a startup. So if you imagine an infant, a 2-month-old baby, would you feed that child what we had for lunch today? You wouldn't, right? There is a particular meal you're going to take that young person through, until they're ready to consume what we eat as adults. Unfortunately, our banks are trying to feed us adult food to startups. And as long as you have that, you're going to have infant mortality, right? So we're wondering why companies are dying when they're young. Yes, they will die, right? They will definitely die because we got the wrong food. And the unfortunate thing for our bankers, and I rely on bankers a lot, but you see, the adult population is dying out. The younger population is coming, and you're not paying attention to it. You're putting so many rules in play, and the point is you're not actually putting any effort to change those rules. I love innovation, and I have a rule I tell my people that there are two rules that I cannot change. And those rules are in the Holy Quran and the Holy Bible. Every other rule is changeable. But you talk to a banker today, we can't do that. Regulation. Where is collateral? In Uganda, we have less than 1 million land titles. But you look at the fintechs from Uganda that have made it globally. You just look at those and let them tell you the potential of what we have in this country. But not only the potential we have in this country, the potential we have in the region. I am a passionate person on young innovation because we have plenty of that. But we are strangling them every day by regulation. A young person today cannot open a bank account until they have a physical national ID card, right? And then we tell them financial literacy. What are we doing? I think I tend to think that we're sitting here smoking on Kool-Aid, right? Because we're not doing anything for the future young people of this continent. We're relying on rules that are so archaic in such a crazy, changing new world that it frustrates me personally. It frustrates me because we're actually killing our future relying on rules. Right? So any startup trying to get a loan from the bank, I would tell them that they're committing suicide. You're walking down. Eric said it. Startups are crazy, wonderful ideas that take somebody who understands risk. Right? Now, understanding risk means that, okay, let's walk with you step by step. How is it going? Let's be with you. Yes, we see how much money you need, but how about we work with you and really take you down that journey? And banks can do that. I like what Richard talked about, friends, fools, and families. Unfortunately, all of those three in this market have no money. Yeah? The friends are broke, the fools are broke, and family is broke. Right? So how are we going to make any move for startups? We really, 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 as an entity, need to really face this and stop really sitting around here and talking to ourselves. Let's talk to those young people out there and actually understand what they need, right? And then we can actually make an impactful change. Let me not go on because I might annoy people. I am passionate, but we really need to do something different from what we're doing. Otherwise, we're just smoking on Kool-Aid. Sorry, thank you.
I just wanted you to just add on this and in like 1 minute. What do you think, government, banks, including regulators, can do to ease this or to make this much better for these startups? Like you say, these have very good ideas, but we are like freezing them and burying them before they even start. So when you look at, when you say what you have said, mm-hmm. What do you think can be done that we can learn from here and say maybe we can advise government, we can advise the regulator, we can advise banks on how to also come out besides fintech to help the startups grow?
The biggest thing we all do, probably as Ugandans and as Africans, is we give our responsibility up away and excuse it to government. MTN was not an innovation of government. Mobile money wasn't an innovation of government. It was a private sector innovation. But when we don't want to touch something sensitive, we leave it for government. Guess what? With all due respect, the most intelligent people are not working in government. The most passionate people about the country are working for government, right? The patriotic people are in government. The intelligent people are actually in private sector trying to make something out of life, right? So let's understand that. And I think His Excellency has mentioned that before, right? So it's not something new. So yes, we are the ones responsible for that change, but because we don't want to do it, we push it to government. We shouldn't. It is our responsibility.
Thank you very much for that clarification. Yes, please, Eric. Just a minute.
Yes, I just wanted to add one thing to what my colleague Badru said. But I've known Badru for 20 years. We built a business here many years ago. If there's one thing government would do, is just stay out of the way. Then the innovators, like you said, can innovate and create the solutions. So.
She's asking you how.
So, well, the devil is always in the detail. So I think one way is, create that enabling investment for people who want to innovate. For example, another innovation that is coming on the world today is cryptocurrencies, right? Which helps somehow to deal with, hyperinflation, etc. I think African governments need to allow that innovation to materialize, as opposed to saying, no, you can't do it. Shut them down. So that's what I mean by stay out of the way. The other thing to do is create an enabling environment. I'll give you some practical examples. You can give startups the first 3 years tax break. So the first 3 years, if you keep your records, you do your financials, you file them, you will not pay taxes. So you start creating that discipline that my colleague Bennett was talking about. Right? So there's ways that government can create instruments. For example, you can say if you start, by the 3rd year, you should have a board so that we can see corporate governance. And if you do that, you get a little tax break. Now, the government will say, well, if you give all those tax breaks, then where do we get money from? What you're doing is that you are deferring that income to later on. Because the reality is that, as my colleagues have said, if you don't create that base for innovation to create companies that become SMEs and become big companies, you are stifling your future. The reality is that many years from now, you don't have any companies. So you as a government need to be thinking about creating a cycle that allows companies, yes, a lot of them will fail, but a few have to succeed and become big enough. So think about it. How do we think about the next MTN, the next Flutterwave, the next company that could succeed? How could we make that come out of Uganda, right? So then you create a process, because it's short, medium, and long term. And we can go into the details, but I hope you kind of got the idea.
Thank you so much for that. I think we've run really out of time. I'm going to give each one of you, I think, 1 minute just to summarize on what do you think we can take out of this particular topic. But what I picked right from Dr. Kwaku's to what you have discussed here is I think for startups and SMEs, we need to make the rules much easier for them and not be so adamant and measure a startup, an SME, like a corporate company, what you'd like to see in a corporate company. That's what I take from the discussions that we have had. And also, I think, again, from the presentation, I think still it was Professor Kwaku's, is we have forgotten that customer value is very important. We, as banks mainly, we actually create products for customers, and we expect them to be taken by them without any consultation or feeling for them, is this the kind of product that is going to work for their small companies? It goes across the board, like you have the same thing that happens to a corporate should happen to a startup, and everything in the middle. That's what I pick from the discussions today. So I'll start with you, Patricia. What's your take or conclusion or advice you would want to give the audience?
We take, for Mr. Ntege, we take positively the feedback. But I would just like to say, yes, the future is really bright, like the panelists have discussed. And where we sit as banks, what we are looking forward to is sandbox. I'll try to defend the regulator for once, the central bank. They've set up a sandbox. So you can try to test your innovations there and see what is our future as a country. And I believe it's just the starting point. If I go back to what I pick is data is paramount. And whichever way we go, from Rocky, Telecom, whatever, data is important. So we need to be innovative rather than think of, security in form of land. Like you said, we do not have the security. Let's look at data. How can we actually bring out the innovation, the credit scoring, and just look at the SMEs as any other client who would like to grow? And can we support them in that difficult environment and walk the journey with them? But like I said, maybe it will be through their sales, their banking, and we shouldn't just focus on the collateral. Then key for me, I think also is about the, if I may call it, the open banking solution, working between fintechs and telcos. This means that we should be able to share the information, walk the journeys with them, and whatever information one partner needs, let me say fintech, regulator, ourselves, this will actually help us develop. And then finally, our regulators, of course, like you said, it's a journey. We are walking, we are discussing with them. And I think it has started with the NIRA BOU integration, just to make sure we are getting to understand the startups and the SMEs. So from where we sit, and also what I see after has presented to us, like Kwaku said, I'll use EcoBank as an example to just close. Where we are as EcoBank, we have a regional solution. So we are trying to make sure we can link all the SMEs. And I believe with time, this will move towards East Africa. If you go to the West African countries in EcoBank, because of one regulator, they are able to actually tailor-make their solutions, transfer money, the exchange rates are working fine. But when you say cross-border now to come to other regions of Africa, that is where the problem is. But like we've had, the discussions have started, and I want to believe that if all this is taken into consideration, the sky is the limit, and we'll develop the SMEs and startups, because 40% of the GDPs we depend on SMEs. So we cannot do without SMEs and startups. In one way or another, we have to find a way to fund them and actually grow the economy, because they actually sustain the economy. Thank you so much.
1 minute, please, because we have some questions.
Okay, thank you. So from our side, we think that the macros on Uganda are looking very good. The devil is in the micros. We've done 2 investments now. We hope to do more investments, but we see very interesting entrepreneurs that are in the tech space here that we think that we would like to back.
I think my final remarks are around collaboration, because we shouldn't throw the ball to one side and say financial institutions are killing us. We need to look at how do we collaborate, how do we work together. Each one of us must play their part. The SMEs must play their part. The financial institutions must play their part. The telecos, the venture capital funds, the private investors must play their part. And we shouldn't look at each other as competitors. We must look at ourselves as partners. So what the telecos are not able to do, the banks should be able to do. Where the banks cannot do, the venture capitalists and the equity firms should be able to come in. So it's really about collaboration, it's about partnerships. Thank you.
Thank you very much. This has been a very good discussion, and I think the whole group here and the other discussions that have been taking place have really been enlightening to me personally. I'd maybe want to leave with one thing. We had a discussion over lunch about the Shared Values Initiative, and I think even here what I'm hearing from a lot of people, the truth is small companies, SMEs, like you said, they're the ones that employ people. They're the ones that let people pay school fees, they're the ones that let people pay rent, they're the ones that enable the whole economy to move. So it's self-defeating to stifle the SME sector as a country and as a continent. We should actually look at ways of growing the SME sector to a point where we don't need outsiders to come in and do things we can do for ourselves. And maybe lastly, on the issue of government, we always hear about government incentives for people coming from outside into Africa. It would be nice to hear about government incentives, like Eric mentioned, for Africans doing business in Africa. We should also be incentivized to do the same. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we all know that the bottom of the pyramid is where life is. Yeah. And we should actually focus on really understanding that bottom and being able, because that's where the future companies are coming from. And especially now with this whole transformation and complete disruption, the future companies are the ones at the bottom of the pyramid. And some of those people didn't even go to school, but they have amazing ideas. How do we re-engineer our solutions to be able to meet and serve those people? That's my takeaway. Thank you.
Thank you for all the panelists. My takeaway is we need to encourage knowledge share. We need to encourage people who are venturing into doing business to get knowledge, find knowledge, read up, and do things the right way from the beginning. If you have a startup, like he said, if you're an infant, you need a nanny. Get the right nanny. Don't get a mechanic to raise a baby. Get a nanny to teach you how to, do the things a baby does. And I think that's where we need to be as startups and entrepreneurs. Thank you.
Thank you, Richard. Nana?
Yes, thank you very much. And for me, very quickly, I just want to say that contrary to what most people think, banks love SMEs because that's where sustainability comes from. But we cannot run away from the fact that there's a lot, the failure rate is very high in SMEs because of some of the mindsets. So I think the first recommendation for myself is that we focus in terms of our academy and development of SMEs on the mindset. So that right from the very beginning, certain sort of disciplines are built. I mean, if I take an example of MTN, for example, working in Ghana, it took them maybe 10, 15 years before they became the success that they've become through a lot of hard work. And so we just need to encourage our SMEs that the ideas are brilliant, that there's some hard work that is required to make it up. And I think my colleague from EcoBank touched on the valuable use of data. They say banks ask a lot of questions, but what I found out is the fintechs and the telcos who are doing similar models ask even more questions. The difference between us is that they use technology and the data to get the questions rather than asking the customer directly. And so the effective use of technology and data provides the same answers, but with the convenience to the customer. So that's what we banks are having to learn. how do we also use that same data and use the algorithms that are required to get the information we need without necessarily badgering the customer to provide that information? We have fintechs who are even doing as much as doing stock management for people who are selling in shops and can produce reports at a click of a button. So you don't need to worry the shop owner to actually do books physically for you. So the future lies within that collaboration between ourselves so that we can use the data that is already at our fingertips to solve the problems and be able to provide better sort of solutions that fit the customer. And finally, banks have the segments that they are good at, which has been mentioned. The fintechs and the telcos also have a segment they are good at. If we focus on collaborating, we will be able to work together. So while the telco does salary loans for its clients, we finance the mortgages or we finance the car loans. There are many fintechs and telcos who borrow from the banks to on-lend to some of these sort of customers. And so those are the opportunities that we're beginning to sort of see to an end. And Africa Trade offers significant opportunities for SMEs. And we see ourselves as banks, as partners, to be able to unlock the opportunities that the Africa Trade is offering and offer it to some of the SMEs in there. So for SMEs, the future is bright. We just have to approach it in a very systematic way to ensure success for all.
Thank you very much, Nana. Thank you very much, all panelists that are here. I think we've taken over an hour and something, but this is a very sensitive topic which touches everybody, right from my grandmother in the village to whoever, maybe to the president. So it is a topic which we could have talked about and come out with even good solutions, given that if we had the time that we are given more than just 1 hour. So I would like to open it up if there are any questions. I don't know where is she?
Thanks, moderator. My name is Charles Odongtho. You asked Ntege a question on what he thinks should be the solution. And I was wondering, you are mostly bankers there. How about starting to think about easing the interest rates? The interest rates in this part of the world is one of those reasons killing all our businesses, the young businesses. 23%, 25% have been told Ghana. And so my friend talking virtually cannot say that we are friends of SMEs. You're giving them interest rates of 25%. That is crazy. Compare it to the Chinese, the Indians that we are told are now chasing all of us out of business. They're giving their business people at 3%. Is there a conspiracy, you know, the capitalist conspiracy that banks must never discuss or present a policy change? Part of the issues we are talking about is that change mindset. It's not only from the young people. The mindset, the shift must be also from the side of the capitalists, because if we are talking of collaboration, then you have to also change. The change should not be one-sided. That's what I think. I don't know what you bankers think. Thank you.
Thank you. Is it the same question? Different from what he has. Can I first read a similar question that has come through like you've asked? Kaduyu Abdallah has asked, to our dear bankers, do you have anything to say in regard to your lending interest rates, especially considering the fact that banks can offer interest rates as low as 2% and are thriving? I hope lending interest rates from the central bank is not a pretext. So the same question.
Thank you. My name is James Kiwanuka. And this is directed to our good host, Dr. Emmanuel. Since money is one of the key enablers in this discussion that we are having, when I look on the panel here, especially as far as Uganda is concerned, the bankers are very, very poorly represented. We would like to know if it is possible. Next session, next time we have a summit like this, even if it's at the expense of everyone absent, being away from the table, since we want effect from these conferences, let us have a panel of bankers and we say all these things to them. Because as we have spoken now, it's only EcoBank and Housing Finance who know about this. Let's have bankers seated all there, and even if it's from here to there, and we tell them these truths. Thank you, sir.
First, where there's somebody there.
Just a quick intervention. The focus of this summit is not just for Uganda. This is continental, and that's why we've made a combination of fintech, capital venture capitalism, banks, and all of that. But each of the panel discussions, 5 of them, we're going to take them one by one and drill down. So they're not going to go scot-free. The bankers are going to come back. They're going to go scot-free. Thank you.
Thank you, Emmanuel.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. I am beginning to ask myself a few fundamental questions, which I want to pass over to you. So, the banks told us that they can't give us cheaper rates because the money is unavailable. Someone asked the question, is the cash available? So we have our 15 to 20% from the banks. Now the fintechs have found the money and they're charging us between 15 and 20%. We who are part of investment clubs have found the money and we're also lending at 15 to 20%. So, question we put together, what are our colleagues in Europe doing right at 2% that we cannot do back home? And I want to correlate that with this utter discussion that we always have, excuses over excuses. The education system, colonial system. Everything is not our problem. Can we please start to solve our problems? And we want to ask a question. What can we do to lower those interest rates? Thank you.
Can we first talk, just a minute, can we first give, is it on interest rates also? No. Can we first answer this interest rate thing? It is quite hot, and I don't think you are the only ones who have talked about it. I think even the president has talked about it. Everyone has talked about it. I wish the governor or deputy governor was here to also explain that. But I will give it to Peace as a banker to try and explain why are your interest rates very high.
You would handle that question given that you've been in banking for over 37 years. But anyway, I'll give it a shot. I know that interest rates continue to be a dicey subject or matter. And I like what this gentleman asked. You know, everyone is talking about high interest rates, how interest rates. What do we do? Now, when you look at interest rates, the way we determine interest rates, first of all, we look at the cost of the funds, the cost of the money. Ladies and gentlemen, remember that commercial banks do not have money. We are simply intermediaries. We get money from this gentleman, and then we lend it to this lady. Now, this gentleman will want a return on that money that he has given to the bank. And then we are lending it to her. And then remember that deposits we hold are not permanent. So you deposit money today, but after 1 month, you want to come back and withdraw the money. So what does that mean? It means that the banks many times have to borrow in order to lend. Now, I'll give you an example. Like we've been negotiating with one of the long-term funders outside. They are from outside Uganda. Now, because the money must come in shillings, they have to incur costs of hedging because they have money in euros. Now, for it to come here in Uganda, we have to get it at about 11%. That is the money, that is the interest rate Housing Finance Bank is going to pay to the lender. Now, if we get the money at 11%, ladies and gentlemen, ask me, at what rate is the bank going to give it to you? Because there are other things that we have to add. We have to add operational costs, we have to add the margin for the bank, we have to add the risk element. So, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to say that we can resolve this challenge, one, by saving. The saving culture in Uganda, and someone said, what are other countries or developed economies doing? Look at their saving rate. They save, they have a lot of money. They don't have anywhere to put it. And that's why they look for markets like Uganda, like Africa, where they can invest and get a better return. So it's really about savings. We must increase our savings, and also we have to pay back the money, because the higher the risk, the higher, of course, the cost of funds. So there are so many factors that come into play when it comes to interest rates. Thank you. I hope I have explained.
I can ask Patricia to add on that before we take the next one.
Hope I'm audible enough. Just to add on what Peace has said, we also have to factor in that 3 or 4 years back,
Sorry, and if I may. Hello? Yeah, sorry. So if I may, I just wanted to, I agree wholeheartedly with what has been said. I think that the two factors I wanted to add as well, the difference between Europe and Africa is that in terms of the demand for the money that we are able to gather, more often our governments also sometimes are borrowing from the local market as well. So that also increases the level of pressure on the funds that are being used to borrow. And so as governments mature and become more and more efficient, their requirement to borrow from the domestic market reduces. And when that happens, there's much more supply. And therefore the rates naturally sort of go down. I mean, if you ask yourself, in countries where you have 20 banks, etc., how come no other bank or one bank has not decided that I'll undercut and make more business? Because the funds that are available always come at a cost, as the earlier speaker has said. The other way in which we can use to reduce rates, which most banks are trying to use technology to do, is if we improve the level of detail we have for the customers who are borrowing, it starts to reduce the risk. And therefore, when it starts to reduce the risk, you can then reduce the amount of margins that you are putting on as a risk premium. And once we get better at that, it then allows us to come down a little bit in terms of the rate. And that's why there's a huge focus now on trying to use technology and data to actually get to understand the customers a bit more deeply. So that the risk premiums that are applied go down. But the risk premiums are just one of many other factors that are going down. As our economies improve, the rates also start to improve. Thanks.
Enough for that. Patricia, did you want to add anything before we take the next question? Okay. Sir, you had a question? Yes.
My name is Emmanuel Chinonda. I'm from Malawi. Basically, it's a very exciting, question which has been posed regarding money, because everybody focuses on money. My simple, humble question is, I want to find out Because, you know, Africa is growing, people are growing up, people are looking at things, we are focusing on changing mindsets. Have the bank thought about funding ideas? I'm mindful of people coming out of college who are graduating, and these people, they have got very bright ideas, which can actually attract a lot of money, but they lack funding. Have you thought about it? And if so, what can we do to make sure that we assist such type of people? I rest my case.
Who can Eric, can you answer that question? Funding ideas. Here.
Thanks for the question. I think that financing ideas, as we said, is not the domain of the banks. So you need to go to sort of early stage funders, your family of friends, VCs, etc. And I think that is happening, but a lot more needs to happen. Thank you.
And Madam, in addition to that, I think what a new trend that we bankers are beginning to do is actually partnering with some of these other sources of funding. So in in a number of banks, you see the banks are now having things like business incubators, and they are doing the SME academies that was talked about earlier. Typically, what we will do is to find someone who has long-term funds and partner with them, take some of these people coming out of college who have brilliant ideas, take them through the ideas and actually try and train them in terms of how we think they can build a sustainable business. And then while the partner who has the long-term funds the idea, we also start to fund the working capital needs. But this is sort of done in collaboration while we are offering a lot of development for these college graduates who have come out of it. And in recent times, we can point to a number of businesses that have been spawned in that particular way, which has been successful. But as has been said earlier, that it's not as much as we should. And the idea is we need to do some more in terms of the collaboration. But as a concept, it's been proven and it is working that when the banks collaborate with the long-term fund holders, the sustainability of these businesses are much higher. Thank you.
Thank you, Nana, for that addition. I think we've come to the end of our session. I'd like to thank the keynote speaker, Richard, the panelists who have been here for all your input that you have put in. Thank you very much, and I hope this will help. And like we have been promised, we'll have another session as bankers. I know it is something that people would like to do. So Emmanuel, please try and set up for us a session. Thank you very much, and have a blessed day.
Thank you so much. This panel This panel has been touching. It has been touching the intestines, almost everyone's intestines. Thank you so much. I don't know about you, but me, I was moved because this part really, it moves not only me, but very many people and very many of us. Quickly, I want to first tell us that one, if you are having any idea in your mind that you want to walk out of that door, you're going to miss a lot. Because the best is yet to come, as you can see what was happening right here. The next panel is also as interesting, because immediately from the time that we started, from the mindset change, from the system change, to the agribusiness, now we've seen how we can access our financing. We need to know how we also can get to use our finance or use our money and get into leisure and get into the creative arts and get into how to spend it and also make them benefit. But what is most important is that don't go away, because there's a cocktail after this. And we're going to have definitely much of the networking, which I know that you want to now rub shoulders with the people that you have heard what is coming out of their mouth. You really need to be close to them and know how you can interact further. There is going to be music. There's going to be a relaxing, because it's been a fully packed day for us. A lot has happened. You need to relax your mind and see how you can conceptualize all the information that you have been receiving since morning. So right away, I'm calling upon the moderator. I'm inviting the moderator for the next panel, the panel which is going to be on a discussion on hospitality and creative arts industries. Our moderator is the project manager and she's a project manager of Project 500K, which would be 500,000. I think it is 500K. Rona Musime is a certified project management professional and member of the Project Management Institute of USA. She has also proven experience of 8 years in project management, process re-engineering, change management, risk management, banking operations, and strategic management. Together, please let us welcome Rona Musime to the podium as she welcomes her panel. We believe that you're going to do us justice so that we can run to the cocktail and see how we can network perfectly. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for being here. As we draw close to the end of our seminar, it's very important that we still have people here to listen to a very interesting session. We have had a number of discussions about agribusiness, about the financial sector, and now we are at a sector that's also very interesting and not so much has been spoken about, yet we have a lot of potential in Africa in this particular sector. Our topic today is resolving Africa's massive youth unemployment. Are hospitality and creative arts industries the missing link? Just to give us a minute, just to think about it. We've spoken so much about agribusiness. We've spoken so much about the financial sector, about other sectors that have been given a lot of attention. But just for us to ponder just for a second, have you ever thought about hospitality and creative arts being the missing link in youth unemployment? I think this discussion is going to be very interesting because I'm sure most of us are like, what? Maybe, maybe not. And as we have this discussion, just to open our minds, when we speak about hospitality, we're speaking about accommodation, we're speaking about tourist attractions, we're speaking about food and beverage. And when we speak about creative arts, we're speaking about entertainment, books, movies, all these things that we've been a part of, most of us during the lockdown, or if I'm to pay attention to the youth who are a key topic in this, they watched a lot of Netflix. That's part of entertainment. That's part of creative arts. But as Uganda, as Africa, have we thought about it as a means of solving one of our biggest challenges, which is youth unemployment? My name is Rona Musima, and I'm your moderator for this session. I'd like to welcome the keynote speaker, Mr. Stephen Asimwe, who is the CEO, Private Sector Foundation. Stephen is one of the most highly skilled, talented, versatile, honest, and multidisciplined, accomplished, and experienced business managers in East African region. And as he comes up, I'd like to request the rest of the panelists to come and take up their seats in the interest of time. Mr. Stephen Asimwe, you're very welcome. The other panelists, please come up and take your seats for the interest of time.
have some sanitizer? Good evening, everybody. Good evening. You know, when you're coming to talk about entertainment and you come and everybody's good evening. Okay, I've just sanitized my mic and it has 99% alcohol. So if you see me staggering on stage, blame it on this thing here. Thank you very much, Madam Moderator and Dr. Deitumi. Thank you so much for this opportunity. I'm racing against time. I have another meeting somewhere, so I'll attempt to move very fast, but allow me also to recognize the fact that this has been a fantastic conference. If there was anything about brain surgery, I think I got it today. I've just told you I'm Stephen Asimwe. I'm CEO of the Private Sector Foundation. My past station was I was CEO for the Uganda Tourism Board, and my other station was the East African Business Week, EABW, and I see my brother here, Godfrey. So I have been in the media space for 20 years, and then I was in the tourism space for 5. I'm now in the private sector space. So I've traveled quite a bit in Africa. Close to 20 countries. And one of the things that fascinates me is the evening and nightlife of these countries. I've been to West Africa, North Africa, Southern Africa. I've been in Africa quite a bit. And this is a fantastic topic. I don't know why it was brought last, but they sometimes say save the best for last. But I'm going to give you some very interesting statistics. And my DNA is optimism. I am an optimist. I am very, very optimistic. I'm very optimistic. I want us to leave this hall, and for those of us listening in from the continent, that this is Africa's time. In 2001, The Economist ran an article, and it sold big time. It said that Africa was collapsing. In 2011, 10 years later, the economy of the continent had leapfrogged massively to the point that these guys had no choice but to say Africa rising. I think you know that famous article in The Economist, and you can search it on Google. But if there is one sector, if there was one industry that we need to watch very closely, and if you have some money, please put it aside for this particular sector. I think we've delved so much into agribusiness, manufacturing, and I head Private Sector Foundation, 12 sectors: manufacturing, ICT, agriculture, tourism, name it, professional services, financial services. We've just created the creative sector, and it is looking very nice. I think it was 3 weeks ago when we had the Africa Cup, AFCON, in Cameroon. When they displayed the team that was going to play for Senegal, the entire 11 players plus the substitutes, none of them was playing in the Senegalese league. All of them were playing in Europe and sections of Asia. The entire value proposition in terms of earnings, I think some of you, especially the men, you know the guy from Liverpool, Mane, and who, they had to fly him in a private jet with some other guy. Those guys were insured $2 million in a private jet. Liverpool had to stake money because that guy has a value proposition on his foot, or both his feet. Because every time he scores, the share price of Liverpool goes up. Such is his worth, and such was their worth, that today, Senegal has projected football earnings as a factor of GDP. Senegal. Cameroon, Mali, Burkina Faso, Ghana, Nigeria, name it. Football is serious business. It's an investment, it's an industry. I'm talking, and Mr. Deitumi, I wish you had included sport, because sport is pretty much a part of the entertainment subsector, if you like. Because every weekend, the Premier League grosses billions of dollars as a result of spending on advertising, on media, etc. But I just wanted to whet your appetite pretty much on what just one sport called football can do to an economy. Again, I'm delving a bit too much in football, but I remember watching I think it was 98 World Cup, where they showed Brazil. They were doing a preview before the Brazilians played. They said Brazil had 500 internationals playing across the world. The sheer amount of money those guys remit is incredible. So Africa has strong men, muscular. The best human resource we ever lost was during the slave trade. And that's why the strongest and most able-bodied people were taken across the Atlantic. That 400 years later, Usain's speed is unbeatable because of his DNA. And that DNA still exists in Africa. But I don't want to go too much into sport. I want to just to tell you our potential. But, and I really want to keep it short, but I get excited when some of these things come. So the hospitality and arts industry is massive. But therein lies another problem. Africa is a fast-growing continent in terms of population. By this evening, we were approaching 1.4 billion people. And according to the ILO, about 10.6% of the world's population, which stands at about 8 billion, is unemployed, meaning that 1 billion people are unemployed. And a big chunk of that is in Africa. So therefore, we have a dichotomy of problems here. On the one hand, we have potential. On the other, we have a challenge. But my experience in the tourism sector means that tourism, creatives, is an issue of entertainment, is an issue of experience. In tourism, we sell an experience. We sell their 5 senses: smell, touch, sound, taste. What is the other one? Hearing. So music, dance, drama. All of that is part of the creative sector. And that has come out into much more interesting issues to do with music and film and television, crafts. And I want to go into some statistics here, ladies and gentlemen. When we are discussing culture and heritage and history, food is a big deal. Uganda started something called Rolex. How many of you know the Rolex? It's an egg and a chapati. Roll it together, you have a Rolex. But the creative Rolex brought in some very interesting aspects. This thing started at the university. It was cheap, it was tasty, fast to fix. And once you had hammered it, you only paid 500 shillings or 1K. But if you wanted some more creativity, you added in some more substance. So at the university, they introduced things like cabbages, beans, and it's merged with some names. So my son told me recently that, Dad, you know what? Today I'm eating Rolex. I said, what's in it? He said, I'm going to eat Jack Bauer. Whoa. I said, what's Jack Bauer? He said, wait a minute. So he made a phone call. About 2 minutes away, a guy brings a big round thing. When they cut it, it had like a mattress with so many colors. Fantastic. Then we had another Rolex. They brought in, they stuffed in all sorts of things. They called it Michael Ezra. I said, wow, what is that? Then they brought the most dangerous one. It had everything. It had cabbages, beans, I don't know what. That one was called Basaja Valava. Men, these guys are creative. Such was the power of the Rolex that Uganda's production of 500,000 eggs a year catapulted to 1 billion eggs in 1 year like this because of the creativity. And before we knew it, there were all sorts of Rolex stages. They call them stages. I don't know. A stage is supposed to be a place where cars come and go. But now I'm told Rolexes have stages. And they actually have chairpersons. If you come anywhere near a Rolex stage, they'll come for you. Ladies and gentlemen, this is not just a laughing matter. When you catapult 500,000 eggs in the poultry industry to 1 billion, you are actually shaping an economy. And that speaks to the power of the arts, the food, the cuisine. That industry is very powerful. So I just wanted to whet your appetite on some of these issues. So, fashion is a big deal. Africa's fashion industry pre-COVID was actually at $31 billion, and predominantly in Western Africa, anywhere from Congo going west. East Africans were not very creative. I'm wearing a suit on January 1st, I wear a suit December 31st. In West Africa, if you're wearing a suit, you're either a foreigner or you work in the bank or the hotel industry. It's a big deal. We're throwing away money. In India alone, the fashion industry creates $60 billion. It's interesting that we are throwing away this thing. So we need to enter this space, and I really insist we enter this space. So this hospitality industry, job creation, tourism, hotels, food, music, crafts, the African craft industry pre-COVID was $984 billion. Massive. I could talk about the whole day. So basically what is lacking? We are lacking a very, very intense need to invest, to be creative, to enter a strategy that shows promotion, that brings quality assurance, that targets the young people who are now 784 million young Africans, creates an environment that provides skills, digital skills, especially to protect on copyright. We need to get value chains around these people, ladies and gentlemen. Nigeria has a very interesting story. And please watch Nollywood very closely. I was doing some statistics, actually, that the film industry, Nollywood in Nigeria, has entered double-digit $1 billion. Both their film industry, Nollywood, and their music industry is actually showing huge returns on investment. And I'll ask Apollo, my colleague from Private Sector Foundation, to talk about our entrance into this sector under the Young Africa Works, to create a lead farm structure around this. But as far as I'm concerned, America earns $720 billion. Nigeria is now pushing out 1,000 movies a month, and they are making some money. It's very, very interesting. So I just wanted to whet your appetite. I could have said more. I'm pressed for time. But I want to close with two stories, and I'll stop there. The first story was a very interesting encounter. I was going to LA for a conference in Hollywood, and I chanced to meet a guy in one of the transit areas. We met at a breakfast, early gate, 6 o'clock. You're bored, you see a black guy, so you walk towards him. We had a chat. He says, Nigerian, I'm Ugandan. What do you do? I'm a lawyer, but I deal in videos. I said, wow, you deal in videos? This guy had 2 big bags, which he had checked in, and he had 2 extra bags. He only had a shirt, a trouser, and his shoes. The rest of his place was stuffed with CDs. Now, this is many years ago. So I said, what do you do? He said, I deal in videos. I said, wow. He said, every month, my ticket is subscribed over by the money I earn. So long story short, we got into a plane, flew, we arrived in LA. My pickup vehicle was late, so I traveled with him, with his family. But this is what happened. When we got to LA, at LAX airport in Los Angeles, there were cars lined up waiting for movies from Nigeria. Everybody lined up, and they were paying him dollars. He said, by the way, I've already got my tickets back. That was then. I don't know what it is like now. But he made a lot of money because everybody was waiting for Nigerian movies. I'll close with this story. I did a very, very quick study about the Nigerians. Again, I'm fascinated about the Nigerians. I'm not a musician. I don't know names, but I hear them on radio when I'm driving my car. But you guys probably know them. Do you know Wizkid? I don't know him. But this guy is worth $21 million today. Wizkid, I don't know. How old is he? Something. There's another guy called Davido. Do you know him? Are you here? 19.5 million. Do you know Don Jazzy? He's 18.5 million. Do you know Burna Boy? I don't know him. He's worth 17 million. Do you know Two Face? I don't know. Have I said it correctly? He's worth 16 million. Do you know Olamide? I don't know him. He's worth $12 million. Do you know Fino or Fino? Fino. I don't even know how to pronounce their names. The guy is worth $11 million. Do you know Timaya? I don't know him. He's worth 10.5. Do you know Peter Okoye? I don't know him. He's worth 10 million. Do you know Flavor? That one I have heard. He's worth 9.8 million. Ladies and gentlemen, can we invest in these things? Thank you so much. And I beg to leave. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Stephen Asimwe, for that very insightful keynote speech. And I'd like to inform you that in addition to our panelists seated up here, we have two of them joining us virtually, and that's Anne Kalembe, the MD, Gazelle Safari Company. Anne, are you there?
Yes, I am. It is nice to join you today.
Okay. And we also have another panelist, Juliet Ya Asantewa from Ghana. Juliet, are you online?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
Nice to be joining you.
Okay, very good. And I'd like to open up our discussion by our panelists introducing themselves and also helping us answer this question. Do you consider the hospitality and creative arts sectors as one of the key missing links in resolving the massive unemployment crisis in Africa? And I'd like to start with our panelists who are virtual. Excuse me. And that's Anne Kalembe.
Nice to join everybody. It is sad that I couldn't be with you in person, but I'm here with you in spirit. Yes, I agree that this is the missing link to unemployment in Africa. I'll just first and foremost tell you that hospitality or the creative arts is not first choice career for most of the Africans or most of the Ugandans, the youths. In most cases, everybody wants to become a lawyer, they want to become a banker, they want to become so many other professions. And then when they fail to get what they are looking for, then they say, okay, maybe I can go and study hospitality. And they already come with a battered spirit, thinking that it is second class or even third class. They do not come because they actually love it. The love grows later. I am yet to hear of a young child who says, oh, I want to become a tour operator when I grow up, or I want to become a hotelier. They are very, very few. And then other people also believe that for you to become a chambermaid or for you to become a chef or become someone in the hospitality industry, you don't need training. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Yes. So they believe we don't need training. They believe we do not need that skill set for us to progress into the hospitality industry. So I believe that also when we try to change the attitude of the young people and tell them, look, this is a good career. You can actually make a lot of money being in the hospitality industry, or you could actually change lives being in the hospitality industry. Can you make it your first choice career? Then we shall have a lot of people get employed into the hospitality sector. If you went out, for example, to most travel agencies and a lot of these hospitality entities, you'll find that some of the people working there, and a good percentage of them, are actually not trained in hospitality. So let us change the attitude of hospitality and the creative arts for people to make them first choice careers, and then we shall solve the problem of unemployment in the African continent. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Anne. Juliet, please take on.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to meet everyone. And again, I wish I was there myself as well, but couldn't. So my name is Juliet Santos Asante. I'm the CEO of the National Film Authority of Ghana. And I'm also a filmmaker. I've done this my entire life. And so this is something I'm not only passionate about, but it's something that has actually framed my livelihood. And so I know what the potentials are and how Africa can take advantage of those potentials. I mean, the keynote speaker mentioned a few data points which are intriguing. Obviously, the fact that, the Africa is in a couple of years is going to have the youngest youth population in the world, I think is a matter of significance. And we can see this as an opportunity, or it can be a disadvantage, because obviously when you have so many young people who are looking for jobs, who do not have jobs but have passions and all that, therein lay the crime that we need to find ways to create jobs for these young populations. And if you think about the creative sector, and I will sometimes dovetail into film audio or the audiovisual sector, I would think about it as a very low-hanging fruit. Some of the previous speakers, some words that jumped out at me in previous talks were words like the liability of smallness, the common sense approach, and then there was a previous speaker who just even mentioned that the bottom of the pyramid is where life is. And so if you then begin to think through those phrases and what it could mean to us, you're seeing youth populations, and then you can bring other data points like the penetration of mobile phones, the usage of internet, which we were referring to, fintechs and all that. But then that's an opportunity, is the screen. We mentioned, someone mentioned Netflix and all the platforms that are coming into Africa. They are coming for a reason. They're coming because we have a youth population. We have a population that, potentially can be a very high earning and high achieving and activity population. Whereas when you go to the rest of the world, those populations may be decreasing. So it's a big advantage for us. Now, what are some of the reasons why, some of the numbers we are hearing are happening? Access to phone, whether it be a lot of features or not, smartphones is a tool that you can use for so many things. And so if you take a lot of these creatives that may not have money or may not have access to broadcast and all that, broadcasting networks and all that, they may have phones that they can now use to develop content that you can put online and you can monetize. So then when you think about it in that way, then you see that the barriers to entry may be low. And little things like, the cost of these things coming down, and even if you take camera, for instance, you focus on film, you take the cameras, for instance, they're cheaper cameras. So I, as a young person, then I can easily buy a very cheap camera. I can begin to produce content, even if I do not have the skill. I can train myself on YouTube videos, and then I can monetize my content. And so the barriers to entry then is relatively low, and especially when you are looking to create content for mass markets, then you begin to look at opportunities that have low barriers to entry. Now, some of the things that are clearly to our advantage as well are, I've already mentioned the population and all. I've also mentioned in somehow inferred but not clearly, our educational levels are not so bad. And so if you look at the usage, if I even zero down on Ghana, and sometimes when we mention the creative sector, we are narrowed, or our mindset is narrowed. But if you even come to the film sector and the audiovisual sector, and you talk about film, then you may want to talk about things like animation as well. You may want to talk about things like esports and the development and all those things. And if you look at the numbers of esports, how quickly esports is growing across the world, how quickly animation is growing across the world, and you just oppose that to a population that doesn't even have content that is representative. And so if we are talking about content, we are not talking about content even that we are creating for the rest of the world, but you talk about over 1 billion people that in real terms do not have content that looks like them. So what percentage of African children, for instance, are watching television on a normal basis, but are seeing no character that looks like them? What population of the African population is playing esports or looking at animation that doesn't look like them? What opportunities are in there for us to begin to even create content for that population? And so if I'm a filmmaker or I'm a audiovisual person or I create content, and even I can get access to some of these low technical equipment, and I can produce content for this 1 billion people or average people, number of people, then you begin to see opportunities. Ghana in 2020 spent over $62 million on esports, on online games alone. And this is money that is going out of the country, not coming in. If we even look at, again, talking about low-hanging fruits, if we even position ourselves to be an enabler, so move out of the African continent, go international, we have great locations, we have great weather. One film outside of one film can be as much as $150 million. So you go to the cinema, you have all these cinemas, and they're showing films that are not produced for Africans, and not produced by Africans and within Africa. Let's change the dynamics, for instance, and begin to attract foreign productions to happen here. So if a film with a budget of, say, $150 million came to produce in Ghana or Nigeria or Uganda or wherever, that's money that stays, right? That's foreign direct investment that stays. That's money that employs. That is money and opportunity that also brings skill set. And so you would see that young Ugandan that is working on that production, by the time the production is over, they have skill sets or they have the training that is required. They have also been paid. The filmmakers that came into the country slept in hotels, they ate food, they did all of that. And so if you look at, even if Uganda doesn't have the capacity to do post-production, but just productions happen within that country, then you're looking at, say, 60 to 70% of the $150 million staying within Uganda, or staying within any African country that production happened. And so you look at countries like Morocco and South Africa and what they've done to kind of attract foreign productions within their countries, then you begin to understand how to improve skill sets, but also impact other industries as well. A good example would be how,
Juliet,
for instance, the
please
creative sector,
wrap up in 1 minute.
Right.
Kindly wrap up in 1 minute.
Yes, I can. A good example would be how, for instance, the shooting of films in, say, Scotland, there's this particular film, Braveheart, how the shot of Braveheart shot tourism numbers by over 300% in just 1 year. And so, I'll wrap up to just say that for me, when I look at this, I see this as a very low-hanging fruit. I see it as opportunities that shouldn't be pushed to the periphery, because there's opportunity here for African countries to scale up and create the kind of jobs that we need. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Juliet. Let's move on to Apollo. From the private sector foundation perspective, now that you're venturing into creative arts under the Young Africa Works program, how are you looking at utilizing creative arts as the missing link and creating job opportunities for the youth?
Okay, so thank you very much. From Private Sector Foundation Uganda, first of all, we are fortunate to be working in partnership with MasterCard Foundation, and we together have the task to open up at least 300,000 new work opportunities for young people over the next 3 years in about 5 key sectors. And that includes agriculture, tourism, manufacturing, construction, and then trade and allied services. Within the trade and allied services sector is where we have the creatives sector in there. Now, for us, it means a lot because we now know that our initial focus on those 5 sectors that I've just mentioned is not enough. We cannot work under the assumption that every young person in our country is going to earn a living by becoming a farmer or by perhaps getting into tourism or by becoming an engineer. Uganda has a number of young people that are so talented, they are so gifted, they can think on their feet, they can think with their fingers. And I'd like to draw your attention to the team that has been working with us throughout this session, that is right at the back. When you look at the team that is at the back, none of those young people at the back is probably beyond the age of 40. But they have in so many ways driven a lot of traffic and attention to this meeting that is taking place here. They are actually at the heart of driving this entire meeting that we're having here. Because perhaps because they are content developers, they are videographers, they are light technicians, or they know how to work the internet to bring us traffic. And so when we hit that realization, we now refocused our attention to the creative sector. Because we know the creative sector is made up of a host of opportunities, from the film industry, music, visual arts, content developers. And so we know now that young people can get a host of job opportunities either as script writers, as songwriters, as publishers, as composers, as producers, as performers, as broadcasters, as actors or actresses. Do you want me to continue? It is amazing. And we have locked this world away from young people. And it's about time that we wake up to the realization that the creative sector could be and is the missing link to fixing the unemployment problem or situation in our country. In Nigeria alone, in 2021, the statistics show that Nollywood alone employed at least 300,000 people and contributed in 2020, the projections were that Nollywood alone would contribute at least $1 billion to the GDP of Nigeria. So where are we as a country? From the statistics I have, at least in 2014, the contribution from creatives, goods and services combined was $6.7 million. Why are we at that position? Because we have not taken the trouble to accept the fact that the creatives are a force to reckon with. And if we do not wake up to that realization, we will have wasted a number of work opportunities. So what do we need to do, at least from the side of Private Sector Foundation? First is to just get a very good understanding of the industry, the entire value chain of actors. Number 2, understand the fact that right now the creative industry is largely powered by the ICT sector. The way I used to buy movies growing up as a child, going to a video store, it no longer works like that. A young person will get on phone, download a movie that has just been released an hour back from the US. And then whoever is behind that would be raking in millions of dollars. So we will be working with the engines that are driving growth in the creative sector, It could be a Netflix of sorts. It could be Afromobile. Perhaps Afromobile is the next Netflix of Uganda. We don't know. But we also know that within the music industry, there are other managers. I'll talk about Swang's Avenue, because we know Swang's Avenue has started an apprenticeship program for creatives. We know that an artist in our country that goes through the hands of a manager is totally different from an artist that has hit the scene on their own. They just went to the scene dry. So we will work with these managers or talent managers for music and film, leverage the ICT platforms like Netflix, Afromobile, Feza, the Feza platform for music, to see how many more artists can come under this banner, to drive local content in our country, ensure that we have legislation in our country that pushes broadcasters, whether it is radio or TV, to take up more local content from the current, I think it's about 30% to above 50%. Because we know the desire and demand for local content in our country is on an upswing, not to even mention East Africa. So for us, from a PSFU perspective, we see a lot of scope for growth, and we know that the creative sector is the missing link to solve the unemployment problem in our country. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Apollo. We'll move on to Jane. Given your experience in the hospitality sector and Sheraton Kampala being one of the best hotels in Uganda, how best can we rethink and innovate the hospitality sector in order to solve the problem of youth unemployment?
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for being here so late. And to hear about hospitality, tourism, this industry that is fascinating. I've been in for more than 30 years. And when I think back on my past career, and I don't see what I could have done differently. I want to join a little bit what Anne Kalembe was saying. Is it true that hospitality might not be the first choice of a young person? I remember when I was young, I was born and grew up in Brazil. And I remember in the 80s, parents that were investing in the education of their kids didn't think about hospitality. There was not many schools where we could learn hospitality, so the choices were to be, as she said, a lawyer, an engineer, a doctor, architect, technology. IT was starting, so I remember some colleagues in the school, oh, I want to go for IT. What is that? Hospitality was definitely not. My father pushed me to prepare exams to be an engineer, to go for an engineering school, and I did it, but I wasn't really happy. Because I have a need of doing something that has to do with maybe my personality, my background. I wanted to work with people. I wanted to be in contact with people, and it's a pillar in hospitality. You need to love people. You need to like to service, to help, to assist. Where do we learn this? I don't know exactly. We in hospitality, I would say, we buy is attitude. We can have, yes, we provide a lot of jobs. We can have a lot of people for maybe a temporary period of their life. But if you want to continue in this career, it's about developing certain skills, of course. But you need to have the attitude. You need to be someone who like people, who want to service people, who want to create experience for people. That's what makes the difference. Today, when we are talking about Uganda as a key destination, and I think that you might have seen the beautiful campaign that was launched, Explore Uganda, the Pearl of Africa, we are not talking about tourists, we are talking about travelers. We are talking about people that come to this country and wants to experience the culture, want to meet with the local people, want to stay longer time, not just 3, 4, 5 days, 1 week. And then they want to they will refer, they will come back. It's an experience of life that will create memories, emotions that might make that person first a potential marketeer for the destination and someone who will return. So the new campaign, it's very beautiful because it really creates that feeling. It's not only about seeing the gorillas or going to the different parks, but it's also discovering more about the different cultures present in so rich culture in this country, discovering, being in contact with people, exchanging with them, and what do you take back with you for your life and what you give back to. Today in the industry, we need people from different areas. As you see, we have all these nice young people there behind. We need this. I mean, they didn't study hospitality, I'm sure, but they are very good technicians. And for us, hotelier, to provide the experience that our clients are expecting, we need to have all these excellent professionals. I need to have excellent chefs to prepare the best foods, so the creativity has to be there. It's very important. It's not only cooking every day the same thing. Some chefs, you give them a recipe, they will do the same thing. But the creativity is when one reinterpret a recipe and do it in a totally different way. Let's see, the matoke that people like so much here can be done in different ways, and that creates a wow factor or an emotion or an interest from different people. So creativity in our industry, it's more and more important. The technology component, of course. We have the new generations, they expect to find technology. Sometimes they prefer relating with the hotel through their applications rather than being in direct contact with people. And this is a trend that is being more and more present. Our hotel companies are pushing more and more for digital solutions, but that will never replace the human contact, the human side. And I'm sure that even in 50, 100 years, still, when someone will go to a restaurant or a bar, he wants to meet some people, he wants to taste very good meals and a very nice cocktail. So our industry, again, it's very particular. It requires a lot of general knowledge. I started in this career, and I was studying at the same time. I got to a point, I need to learn a little bit more about business. So I went and I did a business school who gave me the background to understand how the business of a hotel run. But I am surrounded by people that have different specialities. I have people from human resources, I have people from digital marketing, people specialized in sales and distribution. I have chefs, I have the food and beverage people, I have the IT people. So in hospitality, it's an industry we touch a little bit of everything. The finance, without forgetting the finance. So we touch a little bit of each discipline, and it's key for that business to develop. So one thing that definitely I feel is missing in Uganda is some specialized schools, trainings, and the educational. We recruit young people, or we take trainees, and we are the ones who develop the skills that they have, because the backgrounds, whichever they have studied, it's still very, very raw. So my conclusion is that today they might go to some schools and go to a certain curriculum, but they don't know about what hospitality is about. So there is a big gap There is an opportunity, I would say, in Uganda, when we talk about developing tourism, developing hospitality, to create certain institutions, probably with the partnerships with international schools, international programs that would be very important for this development. Because definitely Uganda it's a key destination in Eastern Africa for tourism, and it employs a lot of people, and we need to get prepared. It's very important because the future is tomorrow. We are reopening the economy after 2 difficult years. I can see the demand coming. I can see the interest for organizing events, organizing different sort of activities. Very soon, everything that has to do with big shows, bringing all these artists that Stephen he mentioned here. Burna Boy, he mentioned, I remember, Burna Boy did a show here at the Gardens, and he's a very famous guy, actually. So we are going back to what we left behind 2 years ago, just building up. Uganda is a key destination, I can say. Kampala, it's a destination for nightlife, for culture, for shows, for sports. We need to get ready for that and position ourselves.
Okay, thank you very much, Jean. Moving on to Emmanuel, in the context of Malawi, how has the country leveraged on creative arts, if at all it has, to help solve the problem of unemployment of the youth? You could give us a few cases if you do.
Thanks so much. First of all, let me say, my name is Emmanuel Chinonda. Basically, I'm an international consultant. I've got 3 titles. I'm an international consultant for arts professionals. I'm a director for the School of Entrepreneurship and Wealth Creation. And I've just been appointed as a country director for Global Institute in America. So basically, those are my positions. I'm an author. I've authored 7 books, which you can access on Amazon. Suffice to say, you know, being creative, it means you must be able to think in a completely different way. That's what being creative is all about, is thinking deep about things. And here we are talking about employment. Employment, focusing on 2 areas, hospitality industry and the arts. You know, most of the times in our various countries, we underrate the arts. We just feel like it's a low position, something which, you know, you don't have maybe to study to be an artist. These people, maybe they're not the way we look at them. We don't look at them in a positive light most of the times. But that's where money is. Now, I know that there are so many branches of creative arts. It's not just writing. There's painting, there's music, there's literature, there's dance. And these areas, you can find out that it's a value chain. You can have a lot of people employed in these different areas. But because we actually think like it's not an area of importance, we actually lose an opportunity. Basically, the purpose of art, why people focus on art, is people want to express emotions. So how do you express emotions? They express them through arts. You also look at, you want to communicate history. How do you communicate history? Through arts. You want to expose injustices. How do you do that? Of course, through arts. You, of course, overcome obstacles and you gain understanding of the world through art. Now, focusing on art is something which we need to encourage our children, our relatives, our young guys to focus on. And I was looking at the kinds of art. which people should focus on. Things like cinema, for example, the paintings, these are all part of arts, architecture, literature, theater, music, and so on. So you can see, in all these things, we can find the missing link in terms of people finding employment. I'm mindful of what you have said, that I should talk about my country. I will actually veer into that. But first of all, I want just to give like a background. Now, look, we have got unemployment. But first of all, let's unpack what is unemployment. Because you cannot be talking about something which technically we do not understand. When we talk about unemployment, what do we mean? Simply put, I think this is referred to the share of the labor force that is without work but available for and seeking employment. So they are available, they have got maybe the skills, but work is not found. And this is what we are actually trying to address now. In sub-Saharan Africa, according to statistics in 2020, there was 6.6% of unemployment. In 2019, 6.28%. And focusing on Africa, because that's the focus, 60% of the population in Africa is aged below 25. Now, this is why this subject is key. 60%, they are below 25, which means we have got the youngest population in the world, according to statistics. Having said that, we must take an initiative to ensure that the young guys find something to do, and they must find productive work. And usually, International Labour Organization emphasizes on decent work. So arts becomes, I think, first port of call, whereby people can focus on. Interestingly, you do not have to maybe go to university to study art. Even somebody who has never gone to the university can actually be an artist. The interesting part about it is, now, most of the youth in Africa, we have a population of about 226 million. These are youth. And if we focus on them, we should be able to find something for them to do. And that will take you and me to be able to be innovative, to think about how we change their mindset. Equally correct, let me touch on the hospitality industry. The word hospitality, it also has to be defined. Hospitality is just an umbrella name. There are so many businesses associated with hospitality. So you can see, when you look at hospitality, people just think about maybe a hotel people are going to eat. But in the eating, there is also recreation. In the recreation, hospitality, there is also, entertainment. In the entertainment, there is also lodging. So all these are part and parcel of finding ways of how people can actually be employed. So indeed, it is the missing link because of ignorance. So we need to remove that ignorance to be able to pinpoint clearly what jobs are available in the hospitality industry. Because people don't know. Now, where people are ignorant, it's very difficult for them, to come up with innovative ideas. So we need to actually get that correct.
Okay, thank you.
Pardon?
Okay. Just in 30 seconds.
Okay, let me just finish with the what initiatives which are taken in my country, because that's the question. Now here I was just addressing about hospitality and so on.
Okay.
What's happening is there are initiatives. We have got what we call Agenda 2063. and it has got 3 pillars. Now, there is an element, the 3 pillars, there is urbanization, one of the elements, and this is where tourism is focused on. There are so many initiatives which are being taken to make sure that young people are employed in different areas. So having said that, there's in the artist world, there are also some initiatives which are being taken as of now. They are thinking about heritage culture centers where people can be employed. And maybe I should stop here to make sure that other people come in. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much, Emmanuel. There's something that has been common in most of your submissions, and Anne mentioned one of them, the fact that people take up creative arts as the last resort. When they fail at other things, they're like, let me do arts. Let me join maybe hotel business. And Anne, this is a question that I would pose to you because it puts us back to one of the discussions that we had earlier, the colonial education system. Do you think we need a shift in our education system because it pays little emphasis and gives little emphasis to the creative arts as a means of employment? Do you think it's an area we need to rethink, and how can we bring about this transformation?
Thanks so much.
No, sorry, Anne. Anne Kalembe.
Oh, sorry, I didn't quite get that. So,
okay.
I'll
Should
give
I
you an
repeat the
example
question?
myself.
Okay.
Yes, I'm here now.
Okay.
I'll give you an example of myself. I did a 3-year degree, a Bachelor of Tourism in Makerere. And when I got out of the university, I'll be quite honest with you, I did not know what to do in the hospitality industry. A lot of what we were taught was not even practical in day-to-day life. I couldn't draft an itinerary for even a simple safari. I was basically green when it comes to professionalism. So I took up an international diploma. Most people call it IATA. And it lasted just 9 months. After those 9 months doing a foundation diploma, I knew everything that I had wanted to know in the 3 years. So I really believe that whatever curriculum we are using as a country or as a continent has to change. Let's move with the times. Let's see what actually makes sense. I am lucky or unlucky to employ people straight out of the university, but most of what they do now and what they do to add value to the company, I have to teach them, because much as they have the credentials, they do not have the practical knowledge of how to run things in the tourism industry. You'll find, unlike maybe the people who go and do, say, a catering course at YMCA, they'll come out with some knowledge, but then it will still be limited. When you look at the tour guides, they do not have a place where they are getting training. They learn on the job. So what about us developing a curriculum that is going to teach people the practical skills so that by the time they get out of school, they are ready for the job market? So to answer your question, everything is wrong with our colonial education system, and it's high time we change it.
Okay, thank you very much. And Emmanuel, please feel free to give your submission in a minute.
Okay. You see, when we talk about all these things, skill is important. What is a skill? It's an ability for you to do something. So people are supposed to be skilled, to be able to get into arts, even to be able to get into hospitality industries. My friend here has already articulated, there are certain, competencies you need to become, for example, somebody in a hospitality industry. For example, you need elements of customer service. You must be able to service customers properly. You must have elements of teamwork. You must be able to work in a team, and that is very critical. And you must be able to be somebody who is happy with people. so that you can move forward. Now, our major cause of unemployment, the way I see them, suffice to say, is that, first of all, there is low level of education, all right, in terms of the specific areas we are focusing here. And their lack of adequate skills, which people are supposed to have in order to make things move. In some cases, you see, there is job selectivity. We choose which jobs I want my kids to get to, and that is a big issue. Suffice to say, limited opportunities available, because there may be some opportunities available for employment, but they are actually hidden. They are not available. With that, it becomes really a big issue. And that's why maybe we need the policy makers to be able to make good policies which would actually harness the people who are out of cycle, they don't have information about hospitality, about the arts, in order for these people to get a buy-in.
Okay. Thank you very much, Emmanuel. And we can't end this discussion without talking about something that has been around for the last 2 years. That's the pandemic. And it's one of the things that greatly affected the hospitality and creative sector. And I would like to pose this question to our two panelists, Apollo and Jean. What practical steps can be taken to revamp the sector in the face of reduced revenue, reduced tourists, and also while solving one of the biggest problems we have, which is unemployment? Please give your submission in a minute.
Before I answer the question, I just would like to come back on the educational bit. We need trainings or schools, technical schools, that teach people how to cook, how to do a bed, how to clean. But then we have a need to have professionals in the hospitality industry to lead, to manage. Management in our sector and here in Uganda, it's a big challenge. We have people that learn on the field, that have some technical background, but when it comes the moment to take more responsibility, to become a leader of a team, to strategize, to put in place new ideas, creativity, this is what is missing, and this is a curriculum that it's missing somewhere. I would say it's business for hospitality, a management school where it's specialized in hospitality and can prepare the future leaders. Today, there is a big frustration in the Ugandan markets because when we look for a manager, we find very rarely people that have that background. So we have to look into Kenya, we have to look into other destinations, and eventually bring an expatriate that will cost much more to a company than anyone that you will have recruited. So I believe that there is a model to be retaught by the educational authorities when we say that tourism and hospitality, it's a priority in the country. Today we don't have the proper educational entities to face that demand. Now going to the pandemic, I mean, pandemic were of course, a very challenged period, but we learn a lot. I learned a lot. I was not prepared for that. I could never imagine going through this in my career. And we started everything from scratch, and I'm very proud of the team I have around me that has supported, and we had to be very creative. We had to find ways of surviving. We have to find ways of generating revenues, maintaining, being able to cover the costs, looking for alternatives, new services that we were not used to deliver. So there is a series of things that have been new, not only for for me here as the Sheraton Hotel, but other hotels, we have diversified our activities, and we have looked very much in the local market. There was no other market. There was only, and that was very beautiful because the local market responded very positively and gave us the support that we needed to cross these 2 years. Now looking into the future, I would say all that experience we went through those 2 years will remain there. It gave us strength, it gave us, I would say, a different structure to face the challenges, because the world is always changing, there is always something new happening, so we need to always to be prepared to some new events that might change completely the way we do the business. I would say that the very positive side of the pandemic was to boost us, to make us change, to make us think, to make us rethink the way we do things. Okay. And I think that we shall maintain that spirit.
Okay, thank you very much, Jim. Clearly there was everything has a pro and a con, so maybe the pandemic had its pros here and there. We would like to get the submission from Apollo, and as you give your response to some of the practical steps we can take to revamp the sector, you can give your closing remarks.
Okay, thank you very much. So before I give my submission, I'd also like to respond to the earlier question you asked about, is it about our education systems, colonial education systems, or something else? And I'd like to pose a question to some of the parents that are with us here. Because for me, I see it's more an issue of mindsets than colonial education systems. If your son or daughter walks up to you today and tells you, tomorrow I'm going to be on a stage, I'm going to share a stage with Chameleon, or Gravity, or Mutuju, what would be your reaction? Are you going to say, yeah, finally you found a job, or are you going to call a clan meeting? Yeah, because if we get to a point where we begin to understand that when we're talking about the creative sector, we are talking about a serious industry that requires a number of interventions, then we'll have stepped the discussion to another level. And talking about stepping the discussion to another level, in this room here we have actors from the finance sector, from commercial banks, private equity financiers, you know, the creative sector. Right now, I don't think there's any commercial bank right now that has a product that is focused on lending to the creative sector. So we are now going to start holding these conversations with financial institutions, even with private equity firms, to let them know if you can bankroll a manufacturing sector entity, then we can also get you statistics to show you how, if you bankroll a talent manager, how that money is going to end up coming back into your pocket. But other than that, the pandemic taught us a lot. The pandemic taught us to think outside the box. The pandemic also taught us to realize that we can depend on ICT or technology-driven solutions to look after us. Technology-driven solutions brought us medicine. Technology-driven solutions helped us seek medical advice. Technology-driven solutions helped us order for food or transportation services during the pandemic. And we are going to leverage those very same systems to make sure that the creatives can get more skin in the game. Now, one of the societies that we are considering working in partnership with is the UPRS, the Uganda Performing Rights Society, because I think the elephant in the room when it comes to the creative sector is the topic of copyrights. How do we ensure that the young people that are creating stuff, when it gets out of their phone or out of their hands, and before it can be shared all over the world, that they're actually getting something out of it? And that's a factor of our copyright laws. So we'll be engaging with the UPRS to go deeper into that, to understand what that could look like. We also need to work on local content laws. I already talked about it, but also leveraging different ICT platforms so that young people out there can work through AfroMobile, Netflix, whatever platform we can work through to sell their DJ mixes, to sell their songs, to sell their movies. And at the back end of these ICT platforms, we ensure that there are clear revenue generation models for the artists, the creatives, and most importantly for our government. So we'll also be engaging with the Uganda Revenue Authority for them to understand the kind of money that can be generated by the creatives for our country through taxation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Apollo. I'm going to request our panelists to wrap it up in just 1 minute or less in the interest of time, and we can start with Jean.
Not just, I would like to thank the opportunity. I think that this session was extremely important. Unfortunately, it came on the last. But next time I'll ask Emmanuel maybe if we can have be the first one, as this sector is really so important. But thank you very much for those who remain here with us until the end. And let's think about what we can do to improve the structural area that can support hospitality and art sector. There is definitely a lot to do, and I'm sure that a lot of good ideas can come out from forums like this one. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Jean. Emmanuel, in a minute or less, please.
Okay, thanks so much. I'll just finalize by saying in my country, specifically Malawi, there is a fund for artists. There's a fund, so they actually go and get some money from that fund. Secondly, there is Malawi Institute of Tourism. So it's an establishment where people who want to go in the hospitality industry go and get trained. And finally, there is also another fund by the government. It's called the Young Empowerment Fund, which is accessible to either people in any profession, including the arts. So I think maybe that's another way of looking at how best we can be able to assist the artists and those people who want to go into business. At the bottom of it, we want these people to become entrepreneurs. And therefore, we must be able to assist them with at least the startup capital. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Emmanuel. Back to you, Juliet, in a minute or less. Kindly give us your closing remarks. Juliet? Do we still have Juliet online? Okay, Anne Kalembe, please give us your closing remarks.
Well, now that Uganda has rebranded, it is time for destination marketing. The rebranding process is one thing for you to know what you can be identified with and what your competitive advantage is. But now we need to go into marketing, aggressive marketing, and with aggressive marketing, there is a lot of tourist inflows and a lot of travelers who are going to come to our destination. So what does that mean? All the young people that want to make a change in their lives, who want to make a difference, should go in and have training in the institutions that we have so that they are ready to get employed. Once the visitors come back, now that COVID-19 is phasing out, once the visitors come back, there's going to be lots of jobs. So it is high time that we took this opportunity to get ourselves ready so that when these big numbers come, the young people are ready for the jobs. We shall ensure that as sector players, we also support these young people who want to join the industry by giving them internships to continue and boost on the knowledge that they have acquired from those institutions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Anne. I hope this discussion has opened our eyes to more in the hospitality and creative arts sector, to open our minds to culinary tourism like the Rolex Festival, cultural food festivals, which will help us bring in income and also solve the issue of unemployment. Hope it has opened our eyes and our minds to culture and heritage sites that we could utilize to bring in more tourists, to religious events, to ecotourism, education, sports and medical tourism, which will help us build our countries more and also help us build our continent as a whole. A special thanks to our distinguished panelists. Thank you for the very insightful discussion. And also special thanks to our keynote speaker, Stephen Asimwe. And also special thanks to our physical audience and also our virtual audience. Hope to have more of these discussions in the future. Thank you very much.
Sima, thank you so much for moderating the panel. We thank you also the panelists, please. May you be comfortable and, well, if you can actually keep seated because we're going to have a group photo later on in a short minute, just 1 or 2, a few minutes. How are you feeling? How are you feeling? I don't see it. We need like 2 more panels. What do you think? Okay. I know we have talked so much about the future, so much about Africa, so much about what we wish for our continent, what we wish for our nation. And we are wondering, but are things really taking place? Someone actually came here and said they don't know why. Maybe sometimes you only hold these summits and nothing actually transpires after this. We come back again and we have the same topics. We come back again and discuss the same things, but what exactly gets to happen? And what has to happen sometimes has to go through the youth, like we've been directing the youth, our youth, the parents should talk about this with their children. So I'm going to call upon one lady who is among us right now, just to share with us her story in just 5 minutes. I will actually be standing by her side so that she doesn't go beyond the 5 minutes. Modo Annette, could you come quickly and share with us what you are doing, how you're impacting in your field, what impact you're actually making, and do it so fast, because as you heard, people are actually tired. All right.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for this opportunity. Oh, is it on? Thank you for this opportunity. My name is Modo Annette, CEO Amaku Limited. Amaku Limited is an IT firm that does domain registration and management, search engine optimization, web development, server management, everything to do in ICT. And we are so glad to be one of the beneficiaries of the COVID-19 Economic Recovery and Resilience Response Program under Private Sector Foundation. I won't go back into the effects of COVID-19 on our business, our company, because every team that has come here has really talked about the challenges that we faced during the pandemic. However, with the funding from Private Sector Foundation, our company has been able to develop a system that will be able to generate more income for our company and also rehire some of the manpower we had laid off during the pandemic. We were able to develop an SMS system that would be able to send more, it will be more of a marketing tool that will be able to send, will be used to send promotional messages, because as research has it, the open rate of an SMS is 98%. I don't know whether it's because we are always expecting some mobile money, but the open rate is that high. And we are looking at using this platform to embrace it within our current existing products, which is like web development. Since we deal so much in e-commerce websites, a lot of our clients usually want to get alerts when they make a transaction, when they get a new client. We've seen here people in the hotel industry, when there's a booking, they want to be informed in time to be able to attend to that client. And those in the tourism industry, this tool is going to be handy when it comes to such alerts. But also to those who deal in other businesses who need some kind of reminders, those who have promotions going on, this system is going to be handy in that line. So we are so grateful to the Private Sector Foundation for indeed making business growth their business. With this in place, we are going to be able to create more employment opportunities for the youth, because ICT is more embraced by the youth. However, with the pandemic, I'm so grateful for it. Not that much, though. It has made all the people embrace and harness the power of the internet, which is taking us to further heights. With the little time I've been given, allow me to end here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Annette, for sharing that with us. At least we can see something is happening with our partners. Okay, straight away, I am going to call upon one of our partners from our Private Sector Foundation to come and give a vote of thanks. Mr. Alan Senyondwa, are you around? Yes, please. The online audience, we want to thank you so much. Every time we keep on checking, our online people are actually still with us. We want to say thank you so much for your patience. Vote of thanks from Alan Senyondwa. Thank you.
A wonderful good evening to everyone. Today we have had a lot of information shared with us. I was just wondering whether, Apollo, when I was a little bit younger, I used to sing. Actually, today one of my choir mates is the one who sang with Juliana Kanyomozi Kanyimbe, a famous artist called Hamke. Do you still have some space for me to go that direction? I wonder. Mr. Bettenkop, I've worked in this industry for over 7 years. Actually, I think some of my pension is from the industry. Do you have some space for people above 45? Or 44, or 43, above 40? Now, what I'm trying to say is the creative industry, the hospitality, things that have to do with imagination, talent, skill, are things many of us are never going to experience the profit of. We have just been told some of the best footballers earning money, which many of us will dream of getting the whole entire life. I wonder sometimes what we are doing in these suits, maybe we should go and join them. Or maybe it's too late. We have heard also that the best way to do certain things is not actually to compete, but rather collaborate. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Alan Senyondwa. I am the program manager of the COVID-19 Economic Recovery and Resilience Response Program, a mouthful. And we are here to say thank you on behalf of Human Capital International for all the participants. We've heard of things like collaboration. We've heard that Africa, this is our time. And we should stop giving excuses. We at Private Sector Foundation, you've heard, business growth is our business. And we are big. with young people. We are big with women. Why? Because we think these are the people to help us drive these economies of ours that be. And ladies and gentlemen, we have heard right from the start that our challenge has been our childhood dreams going astray and therefore not doing what we were supposed to be doing. And the question is, what can we do to alleviate these problems? Is there some mentorship? Right from the start we had. Is there some mentorship? Is there some leadership that we can follow? Are our children following our paths, or are we enabling them to move forward and do that which they best can do? We've heard that Africa is a continent geared for success of the future. Are we ensuring that our youth are driving us in that direction? Ladies and gentlemen, we have heard that 68% of Africa's population is actually involved in MSMEs. Are we thinking the way we are supposed to be thinking? Or are we still going to think the old way and blame the colonialists and blame the education and blame everything instead of solving today's problems with our own minds? Are we going to wait until someone else comes to lend us a hand, or are we going to move in that direction? We have been told that crises are a given. It's only the mindset which has to change to drive us that way. I think that was Mr. Ochichi. Market.